Chapter 1693. Luan Qing's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Looking at the jade box that Xiaohua handed over, he really couldn't think of what Xiaohua could take out that could move his heart. "Senior Luan, don't you want to open it and take a look?" Xiaohua's jade box had a restriction that isolated spiritual sense, so Luan Qing couldn't see through it with his foundation establishment cultivation. Hee, this old man wants to see. Little friend Zhang is so confident. This jade box must have. Luan Qing took it with a smile and opened the jade box while speaking. When he saw what was inside the jade box, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Mother and child spirit fruit. 1,000-year-old mother and child spirit fruit." Indeed, in that jade box, a mother and child spirit fruit with golden runes faintly flowing on its surface was peacefully lying there. The golden runes also indicated the age of this mother and child spirit fruit. Looking at Luan Qing's surprised expression, Xiaohua snickered in his heart. Ever since he gave the 1,000-year-old mother and child spirit fruit to eldest senior brother Xiangyang, he had a plan in his heart. Because with the improvement of his cultivation, the age of the various spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits in the space also increased every day. If he didn't pick them diligently, he was afraid that each spiritual herb would be over 10,000 years old. These 10,000 years old things were certainly good, but it was quite dangerous to trade them. Therefore, Xiaohua treated the mother and child spirit fruit the same as other rare spiritual herbs. He divided the area according to the age of 500 years, 1,000 years and so on. Every once in a while, he would pick them once to ensure that all the spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits of each age were preserved. Although the mother and child spirit fruit was different from other spiritual fruits, Xiaohua had kept it in the jade box for thousands of years. And now, the one in the space was already thousands of years old. "Senior Luan, this mother and child spirit fruit was obtained by my master in an auction. One of them has already been taken by my 14th senior brother, who broke through the bottleneck of the early stage of foundation establishment. This spiritual fruit was given to this junior by my master to be used for future breakthroughs." Xiaohua waited for Luan Qing's surprise to fade a little, then said with a smile, "However, this junior is still some distance away from foundation establishment. How can I break through the early stage of foundation establishment? What's more, Master's matter is a big deal. If I can use this thing to exchange for the fire art and solve Master's problem, why can't I break through my bottleneck?" Luan Qing stared into Xiaohua's eyes, his gaze flickering. After a short moment, he glanced at the mother-child spirit fruit and said in a deep voice, "This old man has been stuck at the bottleneck of the early stage of foundation establishment for several decades. 20 years ago, I already took the Origin Splendor pill. Young friend Zhang, do you think this old man still has a chance?" Xiaohua knew that the Essence Splendor pill was a medicinal pill used by early foundation establishment cultivators to break through their barriers. It was concocted from bright flower fruit, essence returning grass, Ilian green fruit, Dan He, and other rare spiritual plants. Among them, Dan He was the rarest, but it was also the most important. However, it was also the least used. Of course, he didn't know if eldest senior brother Xiangyang had taken it or not, but since Weeping Moon City had the Ilian green fruit, it was normal for Luan Qing to have taken the Hua Yuan pill. Therefore, Xiaohua smiled and said, "My 14th senior brother has also taken the Hua Yuan pill. Since he could use the mother-child spirit fruit to break through the bottleneck, Senior Luan should be able to do so as well. Of course, as for whether Senior Luan can really do it, this junior can't guarantee." Xiaohua's voice had just fallen when suddenly, a murderous intent came from where Luan Qing was. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly. He glanced at Luan Qing's hands that were hidden in his Taoist robe. His expression didn't change as he chuckled and said, "This is this junior's bottom line. This junior sincerely wants to help martial ancestor. If Senior Luan isn't willing, then this junior won't force it. Oh right, I heard from the senior brother in the inn that there is a mysterious place in Weeping Moon City that can repair magic tools and magic weapons. Presumably, they also have a fire art similar to Ling Yi's Zhu Hua. After this junior and senior brother repair the magic weapons, this junior can also make a deal with them. Presumably, this is also okay, right?" Facing an early foundation establishment cultivator at such a close distance, to be honest, Xiaohua wasn't the slightest bit afraid. After the battle with Zhan Hao and Zhen Ming, he had incomparable confidence in his Zhu Meng. Even an early foundation establishment cultivator of the Imperial Thunder School couldn't avoid it. How could a foundation establishment cultivator of the Luan family be his opponent? Looking at Xiaohua's confident words and then looking at Xiaohua's eyes that didn't have the slightest trace of panic, Luan Qing's killing intent suddenly became discouraged. A kind of absurd feeling arose spontaneously, as if this cultivator of the 12th layer of qi refining could easily kill him, even if he had already set up a powerful restriction around the hut. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Luan Qingkai suddenly smiled, and his killing intent was extinguished. He said, "Little friend Zhang is indeed a filial person. For the sake of your master, you actually gave up the opportunity to break through to the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. Since that's the case, how can this old man not help you?" As he said this, he waved his sleeve and the jade box disappeared. A trace of a smile appeared on Xiaohua's face. He took out the jade slip that recorded the Samadhi True Fire from his space and handed it to Luan Qing. He said, "Junior obtained this from a cultivator. It doesn't have much to do with my Imperial Thunder School. Senior Luan, please feel free to use it." Good. Luan Qing was overjoyed. He took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He nodded. This Samadhi True Fire is complete. In the past, this old man also obtained one, but it was abnormally damaged and couldn't be used. After Luan Qing put away the Samadhi True Fire art, he took out a rather old jade slip and handed it over. He said, "This is the Ling Yi fire art that this old man comprehended. It contains this old man's understanding. Little friend Zhang, please take it." "Many thanks, Senior Luan." Xiaohua was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Luan Qing to be so generous. Taking out the jade slip, Xiaohua casually scanned it and stored it in his space. He knew Luan Qing wouldn't deceive him with false information. "What? Little friend Zhang, won't you look carefully?" A trace of a strange smile appeared on Luan Qing's face. "There's no need, right?" Xiaohua was slightly dazed. Yet Luan Qing shook his head. "Little friend Zhang should still look carefully? Otherwise, if there's any mishap and little friend Zhang returns to the Imperial Thunder Sect to denounce us, my Luan family won't be able to bear it." Hearing these words, Xiaohua's heart suddenly thumped. Not good. Sure enough, when he took out the jade slip again and looked carefully for a moment, a trace of gloominess appeared on his face. "I didn't expect. This Ling Yi fire art is actually different from the Samadhi True Fire." Xiaohua was endlessly regretful in his heart. A trace of bitterness appeared in his mouth. The Samadhi True Fire is an ethereal fire. The fire art that uses the Samadhi True Fire can be created on its own. But this Ling Yi fire is a fire of the 5 elements. It can't be created out of thin air. It must have a flame seed. In other words, a flame seed. Sigh. Didn't Luan Han say it just now? His Luan family's Ling Yi fire is the flame seed of the immortal realm. I'm afraid that's the meaning behind it, right? I thought that I was infallible and exchanged fire arts with others. Not to mention that I suffered a loss in the fire art. Even that 1,000-year-old child mother spirit fruit was given away to others for nothing. No wonder. Luan Qing wanted me to look clearly. And no wonder Luan Qing could easily take out the Luan family's ancestral fire art to exchange. Seeing the regret on Xiaohua's face, Luan Qing smiled and said, "Little friend Zhang, did you understand?" Ha! Suddenly, Xiaohua smiled and put away the jade slip. He said, reporting to Senior Luan, "Junior already understood. This is all Junior's recklessness. It can't be blamed on Senior Luan." Good. Luan Qing's face revealed a strange expression. He clapped his hands and said, "As expected of a disciple of a famous sect. Only now do I truly believe in little friend Zhang." As he spoke, Luan Qing slapped his forehead. A speck of 5-colored fire flew out from his glabella and landed in Luan Qing's palm. "This is a speck of the fire seed that I painstakingly cultivated. Although little friend Zhang only exchanged fire arts, without this fire seed, that fire art is just trash. Little friend Zhang took so many things to exchange for the fire art, but you suffered a big loss." Luan Qing smiled and said, "Little friend Zhang is so magnanimous, how can I cherish it? Otherwise, even if you took the child mother spirit fruit, it would be impossible to break through the bottleneck." Finished speaking, he pointed his finger. That 5-colored fire flew in front of Xiaohua's eyes. His eyes watched the 5 colors of the 5-colored fire faintly circulate. A burst of joy emerged in Xiaohua's heart. He opened his mouth and that fire was immediately absorbed into his body. Luan Qing was startled. He didn't expect Xiaohua to be able to absorb the icicle flame into his body so easily. This kind of absorption method was commonly used by foundation establishment or golden core cultivators to absorb magic treasures. Perhaps, what I said about magic treasures just now wasn't false. Luan Qing had a trace of lingering fear. At the same time, he rejoiced that he reined in the horse at the precipice in time. Thus, Luan Qing's eyes turned and he said, "Little friend Zhang, I still have something to remind little friend Zhang." "Senior Luan, please speak. Junior is all ears." Xiaohua was in a great mood and said with a smile, "My Luan family's icicle flame is extremely powerful. According to ancient legends, it's the fire seed of the immortal realm's fire." Luan Qing organized his thoughts and said, "But now little friend Zhang has also seen it. Right now, my Luan family's icicle flame can only be used for refining. It's even used for setting up formations. It really doesn't match its reputation. The name of the immortal realm's fire seed has already become a joke in the Dawn Rain continent." Xiaohua slightly nodded. He didn't have any expectations for this icicle flame. He only wanted to use it for refining, especially to temper the great wisdom sword. As for whether or not it was the fire seed of the immortal realm's fire seed, he didn't care. The reason why it ended up like this is also related to the cultivation of the icicle flame. Luan Qing said again, "I believe that little friend Zhang has already somewhat understood. The cultivation of this icicle flame is completely a process of cultivation. You must have a fire seed in order to cultivate your own icicle flame. And this fire seed directly determines the power and quality of the icicle flame. According to my Luan family's records, when the Luan family was at its peak, my icicle flame had the ability to destroy the heavens and earth. Even the so-called large sects at that time had to avoid it. And as time passed, my Luan family's fire seed became weaker and weaker, and also more and more disorderly. Naturally, its power also became more and more unbearable." Chapter 1694. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the door to Luan Qing's hut opened, and an expressionless Xiaohua came out. He then turned around, bowed deeply, and followed a boy who had been waiting outside for a long time to walk to the front of Luan's shop. As he walked, Xiaohua pondered. Senior Luan said clearly that this frigid flame relies entirely on the original flame. If I use the flame he gave me to cultivate it, I can naturally produce my own frigid flame. Of course, this frigid flame can also be used to refine tools, but it will lose a lot of its magical powers. But when it comes to magical powers, Senior Luan is vague, as if he himself doesn't understand. This is strange. But what if I don't use Senior Luan's flame? Where would I go to find the flame of the 5 elements? Especially the flame of the 5 elements that Senior Luan mentioned? That flame of the 5 elements is the real frigid flame, the flame of the true immortal realm. This world. I'm afraid it has never existed, right? Perhaps only the immortal realm has it. Xiaohua shook his head. What is the origin of the 5 elements? Just as he was thinking, a foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense swept over, and at the same time, several gazes stopped on Xiaohua's face. The boy also said in a low voice, "This disciple will see you off here. Fellow Taoist, please." "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, seemingly not arrogant because of the boy's low cultivation level. Seeing that the boy was a bit uneasy, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at Luan's shop. When he saw the disappointed expression on the face of a 12th-layer qi refining female cultivator, he couldn't help but frown and secretly say, "Why haven't they left yet?" This female cultivator was none other than Xiaohua's senior sister, Xiao Xianrui. Soon after, Xiaohua's gaze turned from Xiao Xianrui's face to the other 2 cultivators. The other one had a charming face and a curvy figure. Naturally, she was none other than Jiang Yan of 100 Herbs sect. However, when Xiaohua saw her more than 10 years ago, Jiang Yan was in the 11th layer of qi refining. Now she was at the peak of the 12th layer. Moreover, her eyebrows were raised, and the corners of her eyes were charming. Needless to say, she had already dual cultivated with someone. In the end, Xiaohua's gaze landed on the foundation establishment cultivator. This foundation establishment cultivator was not Jiang Fan. This cultivator had a short stature and was even shorter than Jiang Yan, who was standing next to him. Moreover, this foundation establishment cultivator looked like a burly man. Rather than calling him an immortal cultivator, it would be better to call him a farmer who managed a farm. The worst thing was that after this cultivator's gaze swept past Xiaohua, he didn't pay any attention to him. He only tightly stuck the corner of his eyes to Xiao Xianrui's body, as if there was something there that attracted him. "Oh, fellow Taoist Zhang, you're out?" When Luan Han saw Xiaohua come out, he immediately went to greet him. After all, Xiaohua was very generous, completely unlike this foundation establishment cultivator. He looked left and right, but didn't take out any spirit stones. Moreover, Zhang Wan, who was next to him, was full of ridicule. She said something about how they couldn't compare to the Seven Skill sect, and how they were deceived by the waiter. Her words clearly indicated that she wanted Luan Han to lower the price. If it was before, Luan Han might have tolerated it. However, Xiaohua had just been generous. Luan Han despised him in his heart and was too lazy to lower the price. Although his mouth was respectful, in his heart, he had already trampled on their image countless times. Now that he saw Xiaohua come out, he naturally greeted him warmly. Thank you for your guidance, fellow Taoist Luan." Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. "Although I didn't get anything particularly useful, this trip wasn't in vain." "Hee, no problem, no problem." Luan Han grinned. "Fellow Taoist Zhang is so forthright. You'll be welcomed anywhere." As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Zhang Yan. "Fellow Taoist Luan, what do you mean by that?" Zhang Yan was furious. After all, she was the young master of the 100 Herbs sect. When had she ever been looked down upon like this? "Oh, fellow Taoist Zhang, what did I say? What did I mean? I was just praising fellow Taoist Zhang for being generous. I didn't say others weren't generous." How could Luan Han be afraid of the 100 Herbs sect? He naturally retorted. "You." Zhang Yan raised her eyebrows and her chest heaved up and down. She was about to get angry. "Sister." Xiao Xianrui's gaze shifted from Xiaohua's somewhat familiar figure and unfamiliar face to her. She quickly whispered, "This is Weeping Moon City. It's better to be careful." Seeing that the foundation establishment cultivator didn't say anything and was still looking at Xiao Xianrui out of the corner of his eyes, Zhang Yan couldn't help but feel angry. She sneered and said, "What? You want to be careful in Weeping Moon City? Why didn't you say that when my big brother was here? He just went back to build his foundation and you came out to talk?" "Sister." Xiao Xianrui was stunned. She raised her head and looked at Zhang Yan. She couldn't understand why Zhang Yan was acting so strangely. "I wanted to go to the Seven Skill sect shop, but you said this shop had a good reputation and insisted on coming here. This is your first time in Weeping Moon City, right? How do you know this shop has a good reputation?" "Oh, I know. You must have been here before. But who did you come with? No wonder you didn't go with my big brother when he went back to build his foundation. So you wanted to come to Weeping Moon City. What's your purpose in coming to Weeping Moon City? Are you looking for someone? Is this person in Luanji's shop?" Zhang Yan looked at Xiaohua as she spoke. Xiaohua's eyes widened and he helplessly rubbed his chin. He wanted to leave, but the one being bullied was Xiao Xianrui. He naturally had to stay. Senior sister really is enduring humiliation. Every day in 100 Herbs sect must be like a year. Xiaohua's heart was filled with hatred. It's a pity that I'm only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Otherwise, I would definitely kill my way to 100 Herbs sect. Sister, how can you say that? This isn't 100 Herbs sect. How can we let outsiders see us as a joke? Xiao Xianrui was anxious. She stepped forward and tugged at Zhang Yan's sleeve. "What are you tugging at?" Zhang Yan impatiently tugged at her sleeve and said with extreme annoyance, "I don't know what my big brother was thinking that day, but he took a fancy to you. I don't know how many elixirs and miraculous medicines he used to raise your cultivation to the 12th level of qi refining. But, where is foundation establishment? You've been cultivating for 10 years. Why haven't you reached foundation establishment? My 100 Herbs sect's elixirs have all been thrown into the water." When she heard foundation establishment, Xiao Xianrui's face turned pale. Her eyes were watery. She whispered in shame, Sister-in-law has done her best. Foundation establishment isn't something that can be achieved just because you say so. Sister-in-law didn't come to 100 Herbs sect because she wanted to gain more experience and have more hope of reaching foundation establishment. Hee, Your words are better than a song. Who knows what you mean? Who knows what you're planning? Is this man? Jiang Yan saw that Xiaohua's cultivation was only at the 12th level of qi refining. She was emboldened. She glanced at him and sneered. Pang! The spiritual energy in Luanji's shop suddenly became chaotic. Then, there was another pa sound. Everyone in Luanji's shop was stunned. Chapter 1695. You, an aura refining cultivator, actually dared to hit me? Jiang'an covered her face with one hand. There were 2 reddish marks on her jade-white face. They were the marks left by Xiaohua's left hand. Xiaohua, on the other hand, was looking at the Foundation establishment cultivator next to Jiang'an. His eyes flashed with a cold glint as he said coldly, "This young master is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect." "Which sect are you from? You can talk about your own matters behind closed doors. Why involve this young master for no reason? This young master's slap was only a warning. If you provoke this young master again, this young master will send out the thunder sound transmitting talisman for my sect and kill you. This young master doesn't believe that Fairy Xueqi can ignore the fact that a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect is being bullied." Hearing Xiaohua say that he was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, the Foundation establishment cultivator, who had just released his pressure and taken out his magic tool, had a huge change in expression. He was filled with regret. In fact, as early as a moment ago, when he saw Xiaohua's face suddenly change color and his figure sway, he waved his hand and cast a spell, wanting to block Xiaohua. Who would have thought that the spell he was full of confidence in couldn't block Xiaohua at all? Xiaohua also cast a spell and easily broke through his defense. Moreover, Xiaohua was right in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua's palm slapped Zhang Lian's face. Although Zhang Lian tried his best to dodge, Xiaohua's movements were really too fast. This is probably the Imperial Thunder sect's thunder escape technique. That Foundation establishment cultivator thought to himself. Moreover, although this aura refining cultivator is under my pressure, he's not afraid of me at all. If he wasn't confident, how could it be possible? Even if I can kill him, what about Luan's shop? What about Sobbing Moon City? It's hard to hide the shame. The Foundation establishment cultivator secretly complained. The Imperial Thunder sect? Luan Han was also shocked. Seeing the confrontation between Xiaohua and that Foundation establishment cultivator, he hurriedly took half a step forward and bowed deeply. He said to the 2 of them, "Senior Yu, fellow Taoist Zhang, please don't be impatient. For I's sake, let's both take half a step back. Firstly, this is a misunderstanding. Secondly, this is Sobbing Moon City." "Haha, that's fine. Fellow Taoist Luan, I have received a lot of benefits from you. How could I make things difficult for you? This is Senior Yu, right? Junior is a little rough and inexperienced, so I've made Senior laugh. I hope Senior can forgive me for my rudeness." Xiaohua immediately said with a bright smile. Seeing that Xiaohua was still able to speak so normally under his pressure, Senior Yu was shocked and hurriedly withdrew his pressure. He said with a smile, "It was my wife who spoke too much and provoked little friend Zhang. How can you blame it all on little friend Zhang? I apologize on behalf of my wife." Hehe. When Xiaohua saw the Foundation building cultivator withdraw his oppressive might, he immediately bowed in greeting. Bowing to a Foundation building cultivator wasn't a big deal, but the Foundation building cultivator raised his arm and blocked Xiaohua's salute. Xiaohua also seized the opportunity to get up and laughed. "Everything is a misunderstanding. I am Zhang Hua from the Lightning Controlling Sect. I still haven't asked for Senior's name. I am Yu Tsong from the 10,000 Flowers Valley." The Foundation establishment cultivator cupped his hands and said. Then he pointed at Zhang Ao and said, "This is I's humble Zhang Ao." Then he pointed at Xiao Xianrui and said, "This is Xiao Xianrui, the wife of the 100 Herbs Gate's young master." Xiaohua greeted the 2 with a smile. Zhang Ao clenched her teeth and returned the greeting under Yu Tsong's strict gaze. Xiao Xianrui, on the other hand, had already determined that Xiaohua wasn't Xiaohua. She greeted Xiaohua with an indifferent expression. After the greeting, Xiaohua said with a smile, "Senior Yu, it's rare for Senior to be so magnanimous. Come, I wonder what Senior has taken a fancy to in this store. Junior will buy it to apologize to fellow Taoist Jiang." "Don't mention it, there's no need. Isn't there a saying in the secular world? No discord, no concord. Since we know each other, there's no need to mention the previous matters. Yutsong flicked his big sleeve and said, I actually admire fellow Taoist Zhang's boldness. If I have time, I will hold a banquet in the Drunken Immortal Pavilion and invite fellow Taoist Zhang or your sex teachers to come over for a chat. How about it? This is difficult. Xiaohua spread his hands and said, I want to have a chat with Senior Yu, but the timing isn't right. No matter, no matter. Yutsong waved his hand again and again. Since it's not right, then forget it. And then Junior has been rude. Xiaohua cupped his hands and bid farewell. Junior will take his leave first. When Yutsong nodded with a smile, Xiaohua said to Luan Han again, Fellow Taoist Luan, bring the peacock from the box. I will give it to my junior sister. As he said that, he didn't ask any questions and handed over some high-grade spirit stones. Luan Han couldn't stop smiling and waved his hand again and again. There's no need for so many. Xiaohua took the spirit stones and threw them on the table with a wave of his hand. That fatty Luan Jianming looked at Luan Han's expression and quickly put away the spirit stones and took out the peacock doll. Seeing the peacock doll, Xiao Xianrui couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. This doll was far inferior to the peacock fantasy, but it was still very beautiful. Xiao Xianrui had always liked peacocks, so it was natural for her to be envious. Xiao Hua was originally paying attention to Xiao Xianrui. Seeing this, he smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao also likes this peacock? Xiao Xianrui knew that he was testing her, so she glanced at Xiao Hua and said indifferently, It's not that I like it, but I've seen something similar before. Oh, so it's like that. Xiao Hua nodded, glanced at Yutsong and said with a smile, Junior just said that he wanted to apologize to Senior. What a coincidence. This thing is for fellow Taoist Xiao. Goodbye. As he said that, Xiao Hua waved his hand and the peacock flew in front of Xiao Xianrui and stopped. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and walked out of Luanji's shop without looking back. This. Xiao Xianrui was slightly stunned. She wanted to greet Xiao Hua, but she looked at Yukong. After all, Xiao Hua said that to Yukong, since it's like this, fellow Taoist Xiao should accept it. Yutsong smiled and stared at Xiao Xianrui with a fervent gaze. Then, she looked at Xiao Hua's gradually disappearing figure with thought-provoking eyes. Husband. It was clearly the lowly concubine who was beaten. How did my sister-in-law get away with it? Zhang Hong couldn't help but become anxious again. Her voice fell into Xiao Hua's ears as he walked out of the shop. 100 Grass sect really is unscrupulous. In order to annex Shang Huaming, they used despicable means to kill Xiao Yuehong and 2 senior martial brothers. In order to expand their power, they married their daughter to a dwarf from 100 Flower Valley. An early Foundation establishment cultivator can make 100 Grass sect act like this. No wonder Yutsong didn't dare to cause trouble when he knew I was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiao Hua sneered. After walking for a while and seeing that there was no one around, he walked into a dark corner. Not long after, a cultivator with a different appearance, figure, and cultivation base walked out of the dark corner. He looked around and slowly returned to Luanji's shop. Outside Luanji's shop, Yutsong and the others had already come out. They were walking out of this remote street. The 3 of them had completely different expressions on their faces. Jiang'an was angry, but her eyes kept glancing at Xiao Xianrui. Xiao Xianrui's face was full of awkwardness. Although she wasn't holding the peacock doll in her hand, it was as if the doll was in her hand. She looked at Yutsong again. His face was expressionless, but there was a kind of gloominess in his eyes, as if he was angry and jealous. Just a few steps away from Luanji's shop, Jiang'an opened her mouth and said sarcastically, Husband, you look so mighty in front of me every day. How come you met a 12th layer qi refining brat? Shut up. Without waiting for Jiang'an to finish, Yutsong shouted, his eyes wide open. He glared at Jiang'an and said, Isn't it all because of you? It's fine if you talk nonsense, but you have no reason to drag in a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. What kind of sect is the Imperial Thunder sect? Do you still need me to tell you? If it was a disciple of an ordinary sect, how could I let you suffer? Even if I have to risk being punished by Fairy Chiue, I will kill this bastard with one palm. Jiang'an gritted her teeth. She knew that Yutsong was right. If an accident really happened to a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, the Imperial Thunder sect could destroy the 100 Herbs Gate with one little toe. As for the 100 Flowers Valley, maybe they could do it with 3 or 4 little toes. Wife, don't be angry. We can't fight with a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect in Xueqi City, but I didn't say that we can't fight outside. Yu Tsong's face showed a trace of affection. He said in a low voice, I've already used some means to mark that brat called Zhang Hua. When we get out of Xueqi City, I will avenge you. Hearing this, Jiang'an beamed with joy. Her eyes were like silk. She took Yu Tsong's hand and said, This lowly concubine knows that my husband loves me the most. Yu Tsong's eyes also flashed with a lustful light, which then fell on Xiao Xianrui. By the way, husband, didn't Zhang Hua say that he was with a master of the Imperial Thunder Sect? If there is a Foundation Establishment cultivator, you have to be careful. Don't fight, or you will cause trouble for the 100 Flowers Valley and the 100 Herbs Gate. Jiang'an thought again and hurriedly said with concern, Why don't we just let it go? I'm not injured anyway. You're indeed a good wife and mother. I understand. For your sake, I won't bicker with the Imperial Thunder Sect. Yu Tsong used his hand to carefully stroke Jiang'an's butt. He narrowed his eyes and said, When we get back to the inn, we will rest for a night. Tomorrow, I will go out and take a look. If that bastard has already left, I will let him go. Hearing Yu Tsong say that they would rest for a night, Jiang'an's eyes seemed to be about to water. Xiao Xianrui frowned and said in a low voice, Senior Yu, my husband has already returned to Yellow Flower Ridge. I don't want to train anymore. I will go back now and bid farewell to you. Humph, sister-in-law should have gone back long ago. Jiang'an's face was bright red as she spoke. Fellow Taoist Xiao, why don't you stay for a few more days? Yu Tsong's face was somewhat disappointed. He urged her to stay. You just had a conflict with the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. If they hold a grudge, the way back will not be safe. Wait a few more days. I will personally send you off. Thank you for your concern, senior. I will take my leave. Xiao Xianrui bowed her head, cupped her hands and quickly left. You and the others, escort young sect master's wife away. Jiang'an raised her head and shouted at the 100 Herbs Gate disciples who were around the 9th layer of qi refining. Yes, disciple understands. After the disciples agreed, they followed Xiao Xianrui, who had her head lowered, and left. The other disciples followed Jiang'an and Yu Kong. When they were far away, Xiao Hua's figure gradually appeared in a corner of the street. He patted a shiny invisibility talisman in his hand and put it back into his space. Damn it, where did Yu Tsong leave a mark on my body? Why can't I find it after searching for so long with my Buddhist awareness? Xiao Hua saw that there was no one nearby and blurted out curses. Chapter 1696. Xiao Xianrui was very sad. Unspeakable sadness. Perhaps seeing Xiao Hua's back reminded her of the past that she didn't want to remember, which made her sad. Or maybe the peacock doll that Xiao Hua gave her reminded her of the peacock fantasy, her birthday, and the years when she was protected by her family, which made her sad. Or maybe it was because Xiao Hua claimed to be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect and forced Yu Tsong, who was at the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, not daring to make things difficult for him. Or maybe it was because of her background and self-pity. Or maybe it was because the arrogant Xiao Hua was at the 12th layer of the qi refining realm, which made her think of her own 12th layer of the qi refining realm and the knot in her heart that she couldn't break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. In short, Xiao Xianrui stepped on the spirit camel carriage absent-mindedly. Surrounded by several disciples of the 100 Herbs sect, she randomly chose a direction and left the Weeping Moon City. However, after everyone had flown for half a meal, a disciple finally mustered the courage to call out in a low voice. Young madam, where are we going? Back to the 100 Herbs sect, of course. Xiao Xianrui replied angrily. But, are we going to fly back to the 100 Herbs sect like this? The disciple whispered. The ship in the sect was taken away by the young master. How can we, alas? Hearing this, Xiao Xianrui immediately stopped in the air. The Weeping Moon City was very far from the 100 Herbs sect, and now was not the time for training. There was no reason for them to use the teleportation formation in the Weeping Moon City. What's wrong with me? Xiao Xianrui smiled bitterly and waved her hand. Back to the Weeping Moon City. At this moment, behind Xiao Xianrui and the others, a figure flew quickly from the direction of the Weeping Moon City and came to their side in the blink of an eye. Who is this? Xiao Xianrui scanned with her divine sense and found that the person was unfamiliar. She felt a little strange, but she didn't care and turned to fly away. Unexpectedly, when Xiao Xianrui flew less than 10 feet, she suddenly saw the cultivator, who was about 10 feet away from her, stop and give her a very strange smile. Oh no! Even if Xiao Xianrui didn't have much experience, she knew that this cultivator was coming for them. However, she didn't understand. This cultivator was only in the 11th layer of qi refining. Why would he dare to attack her? Moreover, there were several 9th layer qi refining disciples next to him. How can he be so bold? Xiao Xianrui was surprised, but she didn't dare to be negligent. She clapped her hands, and a dark green machete appeared in her hands. The scimitar was only half a foot long, and the blade was engraved with different runes. The small handle of the scimitar was held in Xiao Xianrui's hand. This was Xiao Xianrui's magic weapon, the crescent moon. Xiao Xianrui was alert, and so were the other disciples of the 100 Herbs Gate. They took out their yellow talismans and stood in front of Xiao Xianrui, scolding, "Where did this madman come from? What do you want?" "Haha, what can I do?" The cultivator laughed and said, "To take your lives." As he spoke, the cultivator was already less than 10 meters away from them. Go! Everyone was furious. They activated their magic power, and the yellow talismans in their hands shot out. Xiao Xianrui also sneered. She waved her hand, and the crescent moon absorbed her magic power. A dark green light flashed in the air and streaked towards the cultivator. However, the cultivator didn't seem to panic when he saw the fireballs, water arrows, and other attacks. His face was full of mockery. In this mocking expression, the cultivator opened his mouth, and a green and red sword light shot out from his mouth. Flying sword talisman? Xiao Xianrui's heart relaxed. With her knowledge of Shang Huaming and the 100 Herbs Gate, she could only think of it as a flying sword talisman. But then the green and red sword light suddenly flashed, and 2 of them flew out. Then, with another 2 flashes, there were 8 of them. Xiao Xianrui couldn't help but turn pale with fright. An inconceivable feeling rose from the bottom of her heart. Flying swords? This was something she had accidentally heard a few days ago when Yutsong was showing off. She didn't expect to actually encounter it today. Now that she thought of the flying sword, Xiao Xianrui felt as if her heart had fallen into an ice cave. The 8 beams of sword light did not disappoint her. Right in front of her eyes, they cut through many yellow talismans as if they were pieces of yellow paper. At the same time, they pierced the throats of several disciples of the 100 Herbs sect at a speed faster than her crescent moon. These disciples did not fight back at all, and their protective brilliance was as useless as a piece of paper. Seeing the disciples fall into the air, Xiao Xianrui's eyes narrowed. She activated her magic power and once again waved her crescent moon. A ray of light that was much brighter than before drew an arc in the air and shot towards the cultivator. At this time, the cultivator opposite Xiao Xianrui seemed to have used up a lot of his magic power. He opened his mouth, and the flying sword disappeared into it. Then, the cultivator clapped his hand, and several yellow talismans appeared in his hand. As he activated his magic power, several fireball talismans flew towards Xiao Xianrui. Fortunately, seeing this, Xiao Xianrui's previously despaired heart gave birth to a glimmer of hope. This guy probably didn't use a flying sword, but something similar. Because the magic power used is too great, it can't last long. I am at the 12th layer of qi refining. Facing a cultivator who has used up a lot of his magic power, I can win. Rumble. With a few loud sounds, the crescent moon's brilliance was blocked by the fireball talismans. Immediately, it exploded, and a heat wave rushed towards them. What fireball talisman? How can it be more powerful than the best fireball talisman? Xiao Xianrui was stunned. She didn't dare to be negligent. She also slapped her storage bag and took out all kinds of defensive yellow talismans, regardless of whether they were defensive or offensive. With a shake of her hand, she threw them out, wanting to block Xiao Hua's fireball talismans. At the same time, her right hand continuously waved the scimitar, chopping out from different angles to block all directions, lest the cultivator take advantage of the chaos to attack in front of her. Her left hand was also forming a hand seal, preparing a suitable spell. Seeing the brilliance of the crescent moon, Xiao Xianrui's heart slightly calmed down. She knew that the enemy wouldn't attack for the time being. Then, she used her divine sense to search for an opening to escape. Although the opponent's cultivation was at the 10th layer of chi refining, that strange sword light was too powerful. She knew that she wasn't a match for it. Now that the opponent's fireball talisman and other attacks were obviously to recover his magic power, if she didn't take the opportunity to escape now, when the sword light appeared again, it would be the time of her death. However, just as Xiao Xianrui was about to escape, a figure like a ghost floated and flashed through the brilliance that Xiao Xianrui had just hacked out. Often, it would bypass the brilliance that Xiao Xianrui had used all her strength to hack out, easily dodging the brilliance that Xiao Xianrui had used all her strength to hack out. Moreover, the cultivator's figure was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them was 20 feet. Which family did I provoke this fiend? Xiao Xianrui was shocked. She urged all the magic power in her body. The crescent moon in her hand flashed with a dark green brilliance, and a ray of light shot out from the scimitar. Xiao Xianrui knew that she couldn't escape. She turned around, shouted, and raised her scimitar to hack out. Chapter 1697. Xiao Xianrui's heart trembled with fear. She urged all the spiritual energy in her body and poured it into the crescent moon. The crescent moon suddenly turned into a dark green crescent moon. Xiao Xianrui's snow-white hand drew a line. The dark green brilliance was like a lover's charming glance, extremely accurate and extremely fast, shooting towards the cultivator who didn't have any magic weapon in his hand. Xiao Xianrui thought that even if this cultivator had a fireball more powerful than the best fireball talisman, this blade light would inevitably cut everything in front of it into two halves. That cultivator would absolutely not easily dodge it. Unfortunately, looking at the coldness in the cultivator's eyes and then looking at the cultivator's expressionless face, Xiao Xianrui's little bit of confidence that had just been born wavered again. Sure enough, just as Xiao Xianrui urged her cultivation method and tried her best to urge her spiritual energy, the cultivator suddenly stretched out his hand and took out a huge black hammer from nowhere. Then, as if it was light, he smashed it forward, directly facing the crescent moon. Demon. Demon weapon. Xiao Xianrui was shocked and almost blurted out, "You are a disciple of the heavenly demon sect." Just as Xiao Xianrui exclaimed, the demonic hammer had already touched the light of the crescent moon. Clang, a loud sound rang out. This sound was both sharp and loud. The black head of the demonic hammer was not damaged at all, but the dazzling dark green brilliance just now was like glass shattering, turning into little fluorescent lights, scattering in the air. Sure enough, it's a demonic weapon. Xiao Xianrui's mouth had a trace of bitterness. She clearly knew the difference between her magic weapon and a real demonic weapon. "I'm afraid I'm going to die." Xiao Xianrui despaired. Her eyes looked at the demonic hammer that seemed to have encountered no resistance and continued to rush towards her. Xiao Xianrui steeled her heart and waved the crescent moon again. Gotcha, the crescent moon was just a magic weapon, and it was a magic weapon of a refinement cultivator. How could Xiao Xianrui use her own body to attack the demonic weapon? With a crisp sound, the crescent moon suddenly shattered into several pieces. The fragments were like the broken shadow of the crescent moon in the rippling water, floating in the air. "Go to hell!" Xiao Xianrui heard the cultivator's ferocious roar, and the shadow of the demonic hammer in front of her grew larger and larger, covering her entire vision. An unparalleled force pressed down on her forehead, and within this force, there seemed to be a strange undulation. Mother! It was very strange. Under the shadow of Death's shadow, Xiao Xianrui's first thought, but a vague image of a female cultivator that she had depicted countless times in her heart since childhood, but she had never succeeded in depicting a female cultivator's image. An unyielding, a kind of unwillingness spontaneously rose. Although this fluctuation was extremely faint and almost undetectable, what exactly was this fluctuation? Chi in, the chi and chi instantly began to condense into chi. Alas, I'm finally going to build my foundation. What a pity. Xiao Xianrui's heart flashed with a trace of joy, but as soon as the joy appeared, Xiao Xianrui felt a chill on her forehead. The demonic hammer had already touched her shiny skin. It's too late. Xiao Xianrui suddenly seemed to have understood. She slowly closed her eyes. However, after a few seconds, the sharp pain didn't come, and the force on her forehead also disappeared. Xiao Xianrui opened her eyes in shock and saw the strange cultivator standing not far away with a smile on his face. His voice was also strange. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you want to use the spirit accumulation talisman?" Or do you want to build your foundation now? Ah? Xiao Xianrui didn't understand the situation for a while. This change was really too fast. The cultivator frowned and urged, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't you want to take the foundation establishment pill or use the spirit accumulation talisman?" Spirit accumulation talisman? Xiao Xianrui was a little surprised. She quickly took out a foundation establishment pill from her storage bag and opened her mouth to take it. "Wait!" the cultivator shouted. Xiao Xianrui was so scared that her hand trembled, and the foundation establishment pill almost fell out of the air. At this time, she already knew that the other party must be a foundation establishment senior, or maybe even a golden core senior. "Don't resist," the cultivator said gently. Then he waved his hand, and a shiny talisman flew out from his hand and slowly floated to Xiao Xianrui's forehead. Talisman? Xiao Xianrui saw this and was even more sure of her guess. However, she was still nervous. She really didn't understand why this senior, who didn't know whether he was a foundation establishment senior or a golden core senior, didn't let her build her foundation. When the talisman disappeared on Xiao Xianrui's forehead, Xiao Xianrui suddenly found that her condensed true qi had stopped condensing. Of course, the condensed true qi didn't melt back into true qi. "This is..." Xiao Xianrui's face showed a trace of surprise. "Poor child." The cultivator sighed. He waved his hand and a jade slip flew to Xiao Xianrui. He smiled and said, "Take a look." "Yes, this junior knows." Xiao Xianrui took the jade slip and read it with her spiritual sense. Her face changed and she murmured, "There is such a talisman in the world? The peak of qi refining. It's really incredible." Then she immediately bowed and saluted. "This junior thanks senior for helping me. Please give me a name. This junior will never forget it." "Alas, forget it. It's just a name. Don't mention it." The cultivator waved his sleeve and said sadly, "Hurry back to Weeping Moon City. Don't let a third person know about what happened today." Xiao Xianrui was suspicious. She gritted her teeth and said, "Yes, this junior swears that I will never tell a third person. However, if senior doesn't give me a name, this junior will never return to the city." "What does it have to do with me whether you return or not?" The cultivator sneered. He turned around and flew far away in a flash. "Senior!" Xiao Xianrui shouted. She also urged her spiritual power to chase after him. Unfortunately, her flying technique was not good. The true qi in her meridians had just condensed into true qi. How could she catch up with him? She only chased for 10 feet, but he had disappeared. Alas, which senior is this? Xiao Xianrui looked into the distance blankly and said to herself, "If he has a relationship with my 100 Herbs Gate, how could he be so cruel and merciless and kill so many of my disciples? Oh, could it be that he is friends with father?" Xiao Xianrui's heart suddenly jumped. But there is a cultivator with such a cultivation. I have never heard father mention him before. He can help people to build their foundation and give them the spiritual accumulation talisman. Such a powerful person. How could father know him? Xiao Xianrui had a myriad of thoughts in her mind. She then helplessly landed on a mountain peak and replenished the true qi in her meridians. Only then did she fly up and head towards Weeping Moon City. After Xiao Xianrui flew away, a slender figure appeared on the mountain peak. It was Xiao Hua. "Senior sister, I'm sorry for destroying your magic weapon. If there is a chance in the future, I will give you a magic weapon." Looking gently at the place where Xiao Xianrui disappeared, Xiao Hua said in a low voice, "Perhaps the next time we meet will be when I destroy the 100 Herbs Gate. At that time, senior sister won't have to bear the humiliation anymore." Then Xiao Hua also flew up. However, he flew very slowly, as if he was escorting Xiao Xianrui back to the city. "Oh, by the way, Heavenly Demon Sect. What kind of sect is it? Is it a demonic cultivator?" Xiao Hua thought doubtfully as he flew. Why did senior sister say that when she saw me take out the demonic weapon? With Xiao Hua's escort, Xiao Xianrui naturally returned to Weeping Moon City safely. Xiao Hua was still worried. When Xiao Xianrui entered the teleportation formation of Weeping Moon City, he waved his hand and stopped a spirit camel carriage to return to the inn. When Xiao Hua returned to the inn, the full moon had already risen. Without waiting for him to enter the inn, Qian Diheng rushed out from the inn, grabbed Xiao Hua's arm and scolded, "Junior brother Xiao, where did you go? Why didn't you say anything when you went out?" The auction was about to start, but I didn't see you. Then, without waiting for Xiaohua's explanation, the three of them hurriedly got on the spirit camel carriage. Xiaohua got on the spirit camel carriage and scanned with his divine sense. He saw that there was no sign of Fan Yi among the waiters in the inn. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. I was thinking about covering my tracks and forgot. Fan Yi of this inn must have met Luan Jianming of Luan's shop. How could they not tell me in advance? It's really troublesome. However, he immediately felt relieved. Although my name has changed, it's understandable. Presumably, they won't think too much about it. As for my appearance, I'm not a female cultivator. I'm afraid those men will only talk about senior sister and Jiang Yan. How is it possible for you to recall my appearance? Looking at Jiang Yan's attitude towards senior sister, I know how senior sister endured humiliation in 100 Herbs Gate. Alas, my cultivation isn't enough to deal with 100 Herbs Gate. Now there's also 100 Flowers Valley. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and thought again. Senior sister, when we meet again, it'll be the time when I save you from the fire pit. It'll also be the time when I destroy 100 Herbs Gate. Humph, if 100 Flowers Valley doesn't know what's good for them, I definitely won't be lenient. Senior sister, just bear with it for a few more years. Junior brother Xiao, where did you go? Sun Shu saw Xiaohua pondering and asked quietly. Xiaohua smiled and said, I didn't go anywhere. I just walked around Chiu's city and came across a refining shop. I bought some materials. Xiaohua took out some materials for Chen Diheng and the others to see. Hee, junior brother Xiao, you should put these things away. Chen Diheng was obviously not interested. Why did you buy these? Do you really want to make your own furnace? Although Swallow Thunder Ridge doesn't get along with Myriad Thunder Valley, refining magic tools is their responsibility. You only need to give them to Shocking Thunder Palace. You don't need to see them directly. I just thought it was interesting. It said that place is cheap, so I thought about it. Alas, you can't delay business. Sun Shu said somewhat reproachfully. The auction has a time limit. If you're late, you won't be able to enter. Sorry, I know I was wrong. Xiaohua bowed. Chapter 1698. Listening to Sun Shu and Chen Diheng's complaints, Xiaohua could only smile bitterly. He just saw that he had plenty of time, so he went to Luan Ji's shop to buy some refining materials, preparing to refine it himself. He didn't think that it would take long. Who would have thought that he would meet Xiao Xianrui? He would not have thought that Xiao Xianrui was also at the peak of the 12th level of qi refining and was looking for the opportunity to build her foundation. Naturally, for Xiao Xianrui's foundation building, Xiaohua would not regret not going to the auction. Not to mention that he tried to help Xiao Xianrui build her foundation and succeeded in one strike. The joy of being able to help his former senior sister had already made him throw aside the resentment of Chen Diheng and Chen Diheng. The spirit camel carriage traveled for the time it took to burn a stick of incense, and stopped in front of a rather large building. At this time, the night was getting darker, and the whole building except for a few lights, was completely submerged in the night. At first glance, it looked like a terrifying giant beast. Oh, I'm afraid it's too late. Sun Shu frowned, looking at the cold courtyard of the tall building, and whispered. It's too late. Sun Shu and Chen Diheng were chatting, and Kuan Fian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, The auction may not have what we want. Tomorrow, let's go to EG or the shop to have a look. Chen Diheng looked at Kuan Fian strangely and said, Everything in the shop is normal. If you want to find something good, you can only find it in the auction. Fellow Taoists, the auction has already begun. Please return to your seats. Wait for the next auction in a month. Before the four people walked to the door, a city guard came out from the dark door. Seeing the four people's cultivation, he did not dare to neglect, and after bowing, he said respectfully, Haha, fellow cultivator. Chen Diheng laughed, took a few steps forward, and affectionately held the other person's hand and said, I am a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, and I just came to Chiu's city. I have long admired the reputation of the auction in Chiu's city, so I hurriedly took the spirit camel carriage here. You see, didn't the spirit camel carriage just leave? Moreover, we are going to another place to gain experience tomorrow, so we need to participate in the auction. I'm afraid we won't be able to make it in a month. Fellow cultivator, Please make an exception. With that said, Qian Diheng's other hand moved slightly, and a few spirit stones were quietly stuffed into the hands of the city guard. The city guard hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "So you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I have been disrespectful. Since they have come from afar and are in urgent need of training, it would be unethical of me to stop them. Fortunately, although the four of you are late, the magic treasures for today's finale have yet to arrive. The four of you are really lucky. Please." As the guard spoke, he discreetly put away the spirit stone and moved to the side, leaving an empty space. "Haha, thank you, fellow Taoist." Qian Diheng nodded with a smile. Without stopping, he hurried in. Xiaohua and the others also cupped their hands with a smile and followed in. Sun Shu walked past the city guard and said in a low voice, "A transcendent artifact actually appeared in the auction in Weeping Moon City? May I know what this magic treasure is?" When the city guard heard that, he was very proud and said with a smile, "Magic treasures often appear in our Weeping Moon City's auctions. Even the worst of them are high-grade magic tools. As for what kind of magic treasure will appear today, I also don't know. Fellow Taoists, please go inside and take a look." When the four of them entered, they found themselves in an extremely bright hall. This hall was not circular, but strangely polygonal. On each side of the hall, there were several small triangular doors. These small doors were overflowing with light, and there were also fluctuations of spiritual power. It was obvious that there was a restriction placed on them. "Seniors, please hurry up and follow this junior into the auction hall." Seeing someone come in, the several children standing in the hall were slightly stunned. Immediately, four children came out from the crowd, walked in front of the four people, and said respectfully. Xiaohua followed a little girl to a small triangular door in the hall. That little girl said respectfully, "Senior, if you go through this small door, you will find a temporary magic array. Inside the magic array, you can't use your magic power. Senior can change the maze inside. After you go out of the magic array, you will find a corridor about 10 feet long. After you go through the corridor, you will arrive at the auction hall. Senior, please hurry up, these small doors are about to close." Xiaohua slightly turned his head. Sun Shu and the other two were not far from him. They were all standing at a small door, so he nodded and said, "I know. Thank you for your guidance." After saying that, he cupped his hands and stepped through the small door. Just as Xiaohua and the others stepped through the small door, several cultivators who looked like city guards of Chiu's city surrounded a cultivator wearing a maze. They hurriedly came in from outside the door. Although they couldn't see the cultivation level of that cultivator, there was actually a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator among these city guards. That cultivator was very respectful to this maze cultivator. Presumably, this cultivator's cultivation level wasn't lower than the foundation establishment realm. The several people entered from a small door in the corner of the hall. None of the children in the hall went up to greet them, and there wasn't a trace of surprise on their faces. At this time, Xiaohua had already put on the maze, but after leaving the restriction, he found that the corridor wasn't empty. Instead, there was a 7th-layer qi refining cultivator quietly waiting there. When he saw Xiaohua come out, he went up and said with a smile, "Senior, is this your first time participating in Chiu's city's auction?" Xiaohua nodded and said yes. The cultivator took out 3 things from his storage bag. One was a jade slip, one was a token, and the last one was a stick. He handed it over and said with a smile, "This token is the number that Senior used to participate in today's auction. It was randomly arranged and didn't follow any order. Moreover, the number is only revealed after Senior has read the jade slip and injected your magic power into it. As for this competition wood, it is used by Senior during the auction. It is a set with this token." "It's so complicated?" Xiaohua was slightly surprised, but then he was happy. Only such a complicated method could prove the completeness of Chiu's city's auction and ensure the safety of the bidding cultivators. Naturally, it could make the participating cultivators feel relieved. After receiving the 3 things, Xiaohua immersed his divine sense into the jade slip. He roughly understood that the incantation was very simple, but it could be used. While walking through the corridor, Xiaohua imprinted the incantation on the token according to the instructions. Number 422. There was a flash of brilliance on Xiaohua's token, but the number didn't flash on the token. Hee, as the jade slip said, only the holder of the token knows about this token. Others can't see it with their naked eyes or divine sense. More than 400 people. It's not much different from the number of cultivators participating in Yenyuan City's auction. Xiaohua thought to himself. He had already passed through the corridor. Xiaohua didn't have time to test the usage of the competition wood. He passed through the light screen at the end of the corridor and entered the auction hall. When he saw the situation inside the hall, he couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 1699. What entered Xiaohua's eyes was a huge hole. In the middle of the hall was a transparent platform that was several feet high. The rest of the hall was filled with cultivators that were participating in the auction. It was a sea of black. Could it be that there were at least a few thousand people sitting there? Damn it! Why are there so many cultivators? Xiaohua almost blurted out. He thought about his 422 number. Sure enough, it was given casually and there was no order to it. Just like the auction in Yenyuan City, the cultivators in the hall were all sitting on jade chairs. Some of these cultivators were wearing camouflage robes, some were wearing ordinary robes, and some were wearing strange cloaks. Although it was different from the camouflage robes, it was impossible to see their faces. Unlike the auction in Yenyuan City, the chairs in the hall seemed to have restrictions. When Xiaohua scanned them with his divine sense was actually bounced off the chairs. He couldn't see the cultivation of the cultivators sitting on the chairs. Seeing that there was an empty chair not far away, Xiaohua slowly walked over. As he walked, he looked around to see if there were any traces of Sun Shu and the others. What made Xiaohua happy was that he didn't see anyone's shadow at all. It seemed that there were some illusion arrays in the hall. Great! Xiaohua was very satisfied. He immediately sat on the chair and looked at the auction wood in his hand. This competition would seem to be made of jade, but it was extremely cold to the touch. It was far from the usual warmth of jade. Xiaohua poured his magic power into the competition wood. The competition wood was suffused with a light green brilliance, and a kind of spiritual power fluctuation flew out. However, this spiritual power only flew out of the range of the jade chair before disappearing into the space of the main hall. It didn't go far. Xiaohua knew that the auction hadn't started yet, so the auction wood couldn't be used. Simple numbers can be sent through the auction wood. Complex or other things can be sent through the auction wood. Not bad. Xiaohua lowered his head and carefully studied the auction wood's function. After all, it was his first time participating in the auction in Weeping Moon City, so he had to be careful. A short moment later, the light in the hall receded and a three-colored light screen appeared from the platform. It was like a school of fish swimming in the ocean as it danced around the hall. On the light screen, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator appeared. His figure gradually appeared on the platform like an image in a mirror. His figure would occasionally elongate and shrink as he gradually appeared on the platform. Fellow Taoists. The foundation establishment cultivator cupped his hands and said, I am the host of this auction, Chong Fian. I am very happy that all of you are able to attend this auction on time. There are many things that all of you are looking forward to in this auction. I believe that all of you won't return empty-handed. Although Chong Fian was cupping his fists in a certain direction, every one of the cultivators within the hall could see that he was cupping his fists towards them. Additionally, Chong Fian's voice was faint. However, every one of the cultivators could hear him clearly. It was as though Chong Fian was whispering to them. After saying a few more words, Chong Fian clapped his hands and said with a smile, Although I's words are pleasant to hear, they are still not as good as the items being auctioned. Everyone, I won't say any more. Let's begin the auction for today's first item. As he said that, he clapped his hands and a jade plate appeared out of thin air from a corner of the platform. The plate was covered with a brocade cloth, blocking everyone's sight and divine sense. Chong Fian waved his hand again and the plate flew in front of him and stopped in mid-air. Chong Fian took off the brocade cloth, revealing 3 jade bottles on the jade plate. These are the Peiyuan pill, marrow cleansing pill, and vitality assimilation pill used by qi refining cultivators. The Peiyuan pill is a set of 10, starting at 15 high-grade spirit stones. The marrow cleansing pill is a set of 20, starting at 10 high-grade spirit stones. The vitality assimilation pill is a set of 3, also starting at 10 high-grade spirit stones. However, after Chong Fian finished speaking, no one bid. For a moment, the entire hall was silent. Why is that? Could it be that the price of these medicinal pills is too high? Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. However, at this moment, Chong Fian waved his big sleeve and a disc-like magic tool flew into the air. A white brilliance shot out from the disc and condensed into a light screen in mid-air. On the light screen, a string of words kept jumping. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over it and understood that it was the number and the number of spirit stones being auctioned. Sure enough, he heard Chong Fian say with a smile. All right, the 97th cultivator has bid. If there are no higher bids, I'll rule that the 97th cultivator wins. Of course, above the light screen was the number 97th and another number. Xiao Hua thought for a moment. Magic power surged in his hand and he waved the competition wood slightly. Sure enough, Chong Fian immediately said, all right, fellow Taoist number 422 has bid. Haha, this fellow Taoist really has good eyesight. This bottle of medicinal pills was refined by a famous alchemist in the 100 Flowers Valley. Its medicinal power is far superior to other medicinal pills. As soon as Chong Fian finished speaking, many cultivators in the hall became restless. Not only did their voices rise and fall, but their hands were also not idle. They all began to wave the competition wood and raise the price of the medicinal pills again and again. Humph, this senior really knows how to bid. He raised the price of the medicinal pills by a lot with just one sentence. Xiao Hua stopped after testing the effects of the competition wood and sneered in his heart. Afterwards, there were also some medicinal pills for aura refining cultivators, foundation building cultivators, and even a few for golden core cultivators. All of them were won by unknown cultivators through bidding. All right, fellow Taoists, the ordinary medicinal pills are finished. Next are some medicinal pills with special effects. Chong Fian mysteriously smiled. He pointed at the jade bottle and said, this is the revolving illumination pill. It is refined from the rainbow cloud. There is no need for this poor Taoist to explain. Everyone already knows that this is a supreme item that can stimulate divine sense. This revolving illumination pill, as well as other medicinal pills with special effects, has no starting price. Fellow Taoists, please start bidding. Revolving illumination pill. Not to mention the others, even Xiao Hua was surprised. The rainbow cloud was not easy to find. Every time a rainbow cloud appeared, it was accompanied by the life of a cultivator. Although Xiao Hua's space was mystical, it only had one rainbow cloud. However, Xiao Hua himself was also puzzled. He didn't understand why after he picked the rainbow cloud, he was able to produce a second one. There were many cultivators bidding for the revolving illumination pill. Xiao Hua saw many cultivators around him repeatedly waving their hands. Finally, the price of the revolving illumination pill was raised to 20 top-grade spirit stones. It was actually twice the price of an ordinary foundation establishment pill. Damn, they're crazy. Xiao Hua curled his lips. But thinking about the powerful effects of divine sense, he felt that it was normal. After all, foundation establishment pills were easy to refine, but rainbow clouds were not common. Afterwards, special medicinal pills such as embryonic breathing pill, illumination pill, Elaine pill, and essence flower pill appeared one by one. Each medicinal pill caused a sensation. When essence flower pill appeared, Xiao Hua madly bid several times. But in the end, he couldn't resist the impulse of others. He sighed and gave up. After all, young master's situation is different from others. 1 or 2 medicinal pills may not be enough. If I only bid for the essence flower pill, I'm afraid I'm neglecting the essentials. Let's look at the spirit grass used to refine the essence flower pill. Xiao Hua helplessly thought. Moreover, unlike other medicinal pills, the final bidding price of the Elaine pill, which was hard to find elsewhere, was not too high. Presumably, it was because the Elaine green fruit and other medicinal pills were commonly seen in Weeping Moon City. So Xiao Hua also had the idea of bidding for the spirit grass. Xiao Hua's space had many spirit grasses. They were all carefully collected and planted by Xiao Hua, so they could be considered complete. But human strength couldn't compare to heavenly strength. On the Xiaoyu continent, there were countless types of spirit grasses. How could Xiao Hua collect them all? Bright flower fruit, essence returning grass, Elaine green fruit, and Dan He, these 4 spirit grasses, Xiao Hua's space didn't have them. Moreover, Xiao Hua still had a problem, and that was the bright flower pills pill recipe. Although Xiao Hua had obtained Zhan Xie's jade slip and there were some pill recipes in it, these pill recipes were all common. Bright flower pill and other special pill recipes were still rare. Although Xiao Hua could gather the spirit grasses and spirit fruits, if he wanted to refine the bright flower pill, he would have to think of another way. After that, there were some rare medicinal pills. Some could increase divine sense, some could improve the quality of the condensed core, some could refine the body. Every medicinal pill had a high price. Xiao Hua had heard of these medicinal pills before, but he didn't expect that he would come across them right after he came out for training. Unfortunately, although he had spirit stones in his space, they didn't seem to be of any use to him. He could only listen to Chang Fian's words on the stage. Xiao Hua didn't have any thoughts of bidding. All right, the bidding for the medicinal pills is over. Now, let's start the bidding for the spirit grasses and spirit fruits. Chang Fian finally shouted. Xiao Hua immediately focused. As usual, the first round of the auction for the spirit grasses is my Weeping Moon City specialty, the Ilian green fruit. Chang Fian clapped his hands, and a young female cultivator walked out from the corner. This female cultivator used a strange head ornament to cover her face, making it impossible to see her true appearance. She wore very little, and only a few important parts were covered. The rest of her tender skin was exposed, and under the resplendent brilliance, it revealed a kind of enchanting luster. Xiao Hua's eyes swept over her, and a wave of heat gushed out from the bottom of his heart. Damn it! Xiao Hua immediately recited the exquisite leaf scripture. A faint flow of energy flowed out from the Buddha's saraira. Although it was like a faint autumn wind, it blew away all the beautiful thoughts in Xiao Hua's heart. Should I bid for the spirit grasses? Or should I bid for the body? Xiao Hua cried out in his heart. He looked around. Obviously, the entire atmosphere in the hall was ignited by this female cultivator in an instant. There was a somewhat excited atmosphere. Fellow Taoists, I believe everyone knows that the specialty of Weeping Moon City is the Ilian green fruit. However, the quality and age of the Ilian green fruit are different. If the difference is too big, then the effects of the clear flower pill and the Ilian pill will also be different. As for the Ilian green fruit in this auction in my Weeping Moon City, let's not talk about the age. As for the quality, everyone, please take a look. The 100 stalks of Ilian green fruit in this female cultivator's storage bag were cultivated by this female cultivator using my Weeping Moon City's secret method. The quality is definitely the best. Chapter 1700. Using primordial yin to cultivate it? Xiao Hua was stunned and thought to himself, it seems that I haven't seen any records that mention such benefits. I believe that some of you are here for the first time in my Weeping Moon City. I still have to explain. Chang Fian continued naturally, as if he had said this countless times. The refinement of pills requires the balance of yin and yang. The bright flower fruit is yang while the Ilian green fruit is yin. Because of the power of heaven and earth, my Weeping Moon City is a place where yang energy gathers. The yin energy of heaven and earth has nowhere to go. Therefore, the yin spirit herbs produced here are famous in the entire Xiaoyu continent. The Ilian green fruit cultivated with female primordial yin has an even deeper yin energy. It is extremely rare in Weeping Moon City. If it is refined into the bright flower pill, its effect will be 30% stronger than normal pills. The starting price of these 100 Ilian green fruits is 20 high-grade spirit stones. Why is it so cheap? This is bad. When Xiao Hua heard that the Ilian green fruit cultivated with female primordial yin had so many benefits and the starting price was so low, he couldn't help but feel bad. He thought that there would be many people bidding for it. Who knew that after a while, the light screen was still silent and no words appeared. Cough cough. Chang Fian coughed a few times and smiled. I know that the age of the Ilian green fruit is a bit young, but if you buy it and choose a suitable place to cultivate it, fellow Chang, let's forget about it. I'm afraid there aren't any cultivators from the 100 Flower Valley, Mo Ling sect, or Grass Spirit sect here today. No one is interested in your Ilian green fruit. Fellow Taoist, please bring out your aged spirit herbs. Finally, a slightly boorish voice rang out, reverberating through the silent hall. That's right. Everyone also shouted. Sigh, all right. Chang Fian seemed to feel that it was like casting pearls before swine. He shook his head slightly and was about to put away the jade box with a wave of his sleeve. Great! Xiao Hua was overjoyed in his heart. He understood that these spirit grasses that were not very old were of little value to ordinary cultivators. The base price of 120-year-old spirit grasses was 20 high-grade spirit stones, and each of them was 20 medium-grade spirit stones. This price was absolutely not low. Only sects like 100 Herb sect that specialized in growing spirit herbs would pay attention to it and pay such a high price. But these sects really didn't come today. Without hesitation, Xueqi waved the wooden stick in his hand, and a line of words appeared on the screen. Number 422, 20 pieces. Haha, the 100 Flowers Valley is here. I wasted my breath. The cultivator's voice rang out again. Well, there's finally an expert who knows what's what. Chongfian smiled again and said, Fellow Taoist number 422 has given the starting price. Are there any other Taoists who want to bid? If you wanted to bid, you would have done so long ago. Xueqi muttered. Sure enough, after a few mutters, no one responded. The 100 stalks of Elysian lotus azure fruits in the bag of holding belonged to Xueqi. However, Xueqi also noticed that the auction in the Weeping Moon City was different from that in the Yanyan City. All the items that were auctioned would not be delivered to the cultivators at the time of the auction. Presumably, the items would only be delivered to the cultivators after the auction. What if I don't have enough spirit stones and scare them into bidding? What if I can't take out enough spirit stones and sneak away? Xueqi thought maliciously. Following that, a few more spirit herbs, just like the Elysian lotus azure fruits, were brought up by different female cultivators. They were not very old, but their origins were not ordinary. Presumably, these items would have a good selling point in the previous auctions, so they became the norm. The asking price was not low, but today, they all benefited Xueqi. In the end, a few people laughed and said, Fellow Taoist Chong, I'm afraid there's no need to bid for these routine spirit herbs. Let fellow Taoist number 422 take them. It's not very appropriate to waste our time for no reason. Haha, I also think so. Chongfian did not expect that today's situation would be like this. His face was slightly embarrassed. While he was cursing inwardly, he rolled his eyes and said with a smile, If fellow Taoist number 422 agrees, I will make the decision to bid for all the low-level spirit herbs to fellow Taoist number 422. Furthermore, I will give fellow Taoist number 422 a 5% discount. Xueqi laughed loudly in his belly. Without the slightest hesitation, he once again agreed via voice transmission. Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoist number 422 is really funny. Seeing a line of small words on the light screen, fellow Taoist number 422 agrees. Chongfian and the other cultivators in the hall all laughed loudly. All right, since fellow Taoist number 422 is so supportive, I can't go back on my words. Chongfian clapped his hands and said with a smile, For this auction, the Sobbing Moon City has prepared 440 types of spiritual herbs. Other than the 5 spiritual herbs that fellow Taoist number 422 bid for, there are still 435 types of spiritual herbs left. They will be priced at 8,700 upper-grade spiritual stones. I will remove 10% of the spiritual stones and fellow Taoist number 422 can bid for these spiritual herbs with 8 supreme-grade spiritual stones. As he said that, he pointed his hand. On the light screen, lines of words flowed and the 435 types of spirit herbs were slowly displayed. Bright flower fruit, origin returning herb, mooning herb, chi-chi-mu. Some of the cultivators who were bored actually read out the names one by one. At the same time, many cultivators roared with laughter. Although there were a lot of spirit herbs and they could be considered rare, their age was written next to them. Some were 10 years old, some were 20 years old, and the oldest was 30 years old. These were probably not enough to be refined into pills, or they could not be refined into pills of high quality. Pill closing. Among the lines of words, a sharp-eyed cultivator immediately exclaimed, Fellow Taoist Chong, why is there a pill closing among these low-grade spirit herbs? This pill closing is the item that I want to bid for. No, I want to bid for it. Fellow Taoist, this pill closing is naturally a low-grade spirit herb that is extremely young, right? Can't you see? Chongfian's eyes flashed with craftiness. He pointed his hand and the words on the light screen stopped. After the words pill closing, there were words, 5 years, 10 spirit herbs. But the problem is, this pill closing is not limited to its age. It only needs 5 years of pill closing to refine bright flower pills. The other cultivators also shouted, Moreover, this pill closing is extremely rare. Weeping Moon City is taking out 10 pill closing at once. Each pill closing should be worth at least half a top-grade spirit stone, right? Why are they giving it to Cultivator 422 just like that? That's right. No, this is not fair. This pill closing is a separate auction. Everyone shouted. Cough, cough. Chong Fian coughed and sneered. I represent Weeping Moon City. How can the words of Weeping Moon City not count? Fellow Taoists, I gave you this opportunity. Since you don't want it, how can you blame I for being unfair? Chapter 1701. When the majority of the cultivators heard this, they were somewhat dissatisfied. However, when they thought about it carefully, the situation was indeed the same. Chong Fian had originally bid for the items one by one. However, someone in the auction house thought that it was too slow. Thus, they urged him to speed up. Chong Fian also agreed without hesitation. Number 422 didn't hesitate and took out 8 top-grade spirit stones without hesitation. Now that they were tracing back and asking people to relent, there were naturally people who wanted to make things difficult for Chong Fian. But how can there be 450 types of spiritual herbs in a single auction? At the same time, there were many people who were surprised and muttered, and as usual, Dan he should be bidding alone. However, when Chong Fian's cold gaze swept over them, the whole place became calm again, and no one said a word. All right. Chong Fian was very satisfied with the effect of his gaze. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and said with a smile, Fellow cultivators, don't be afraid. For this auction, my Sobbing Moon City has prepared many spiritual herbs. Soon, there will be a 400-year-old Lien green fruit, and the starting price will be 1 top-grade spirit stone. All right, I will add 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Before Chong Fian finished speaking, a cultivator shouted, Ha ha! The others laughed again, because when this cultivator spoke, a few words had already jumped on the light screen. Number 105 had already raised the price to 1 top-grade spirit stone and 20 mid-grade spirit stones. Damn it! That cultivator touched his head and did not say anything else. He hurriedly activated his magic power and waved the wood. Hee hee. Seeing that the Lien green fruit was quickly sold for 2.5 high-grade spirit stones, Xiaohua felt a burst of joy in his heart. To me, 30 years and 300 years are really negligible. With only 8 top-grade spirit stones, I was able to bid for so many spiritual herbs. I didn't come to the auction in vain. Next, there were Lien green fruits of different ages, and finally, there was a 1,300-year-old Lien green fruit. This completely caused the entire auction to boil over. After several rounds of bidding, the words on the light screen changed rapidly, and in the end, it was actually sold at the price of 2 top-grade spirit stones. Although Xiaohua had already participated in the auction, he was still somewhat flabbergasted as he watched the numbers on the hologram gradually increase. He thought to himself, it seems that when it comes to the auction, these spirit stones are no longer considered spirit stones. This is a top-grade spirit stone. In the normal market, a 2,000-year-old spiritual herb is only worth 1 top-grade spirit stone, but in the auction, it seems like it's worth twice the price. It seems that I still don't have enough spirit stones in my space. Xiaohua unconsciously thought of the finale of the auction. I wonder how many spirit stones that treasure is worth. After that, there were some spirit grasses. Most of these spirit grasses didn't exist in Xiaohua's space, but from their names, most of them were included in the spirit grasses that Xiaohua had just bid for. Without exception, these spirit grasses were all sold for extremely high prices. Well, if the last treasure is exchanged with a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb, I don't know if it's possible. Xiaohua's heart was rekindled with hope. After the auction of spiritual herbs, it was the materials for refining tools. There were also many rare and strange things, such as half a drop of Qingfu blood, which was said to be used to practice some kind of mysterious cultivation method, several pieces of spiritual wood, which was said to be used to refine flying swords, and a bottle of heavenly thunder accumulation liquid, which was said to be necessary to refine a thunder attribute magic weapon. These things might not be available in the Weeping Moon City, so the things to be exchanged were also strange, many of which Xiaohua had never heard of. Just when Xiaohua was secretly shaking his head and thinking about how to get the spiritual herbs in the auction, he heard Chong Fian's clear voice. These are 2 pieces of gold foil that a fellow Taoist entrusted to me in the Weeping Moon City. I don't know the purpose of these 2 pieces of gold foil. Gold foil? Xiaohua was startled and hurriedly looked up. Sure enough, the two pieces of gold foil floating in front of Chong Fian looked exactly the same as the gold foil that recorded the exquisite leaf scripture. I don't know the material and purpose of this gold foil, the fellow Taoist who entrusted it also doesn't know, but I believe that this thing is of great use. Chong Fian said very mysteriously, this fellow Taoist doesn't want spiritual stones or spiritual herbs. He only wants Qian Mo stone. No matter how big or small it can be exchanged. Qian Mo stone? When Xiao Hua heard this, he felt both disappointed and uneasy. This gold leaf was related to the Buddha Sarira that he cultivated, so he had to gather all of it. Now that his luck was good, how could he not take it when he encountered it in the second auction? He was willing to exchange the 10,000-year-old spiritual herb, but the other party only wanted the Qian Mo stone. Xiao Hua also knew about the Qian Mo stone. It was something similar to the Dan He. When refining tools, one only needed to add a little bit of it, and no matter if it was a magic tool or magic weapon, it would be 2 times harder than when it was not used. It was not rare to say that it was rare, but the problem was that Xiao Hua had never seen it before, let alone have it. Could it be that I'm just going to watch it be exchanged by someone else? Xiao Hua was a bit anxious, but the situation was out of Xiao Hua's expectations. That Chong Fian shouted a few times, but just like the Elian green fruit, no one answered. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. His eyes turned a few times, and he activated the auction wood. On the light screen immediately appeared. Number 422, a piece of top-grade spiritual stone or a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb. Haha, this fellow Taoist is probably a cultivator from 100 Flower Valley or Grass Spirit Sect. When a cultivator saw this, he laughed and said, who would exchange spiritual herbs for some gold foil of unknown use? Chong Fian looked at it, then pointed his hand. Xiao Hua's line of text immediately disappeared, he said. That fellow Taoist said very clearly, he only wants the Qian Mo stone and nothing else. Fellow Taoist Chong. A low voice sounded. I have the Qian Mo stone, but I don't want this gold foil. I want to exchange it for a 10,000-year-old Elian grass, I don't know. Chong Fian shook his head slightly, and said with a smile, I can't do anything about this. If fellow Taoist is willing, you can reveal your identity. Then use the Qian Mo stone to exchange for these 2 gold foils. After that, you can exchange it with fellow Taoist number 422 outside. Or you can ask fellow Taoist number 422 to reveal his identity, and you can go find him. Naturally, that voice stopped, and did not say another word. Xiao Hua also sighed. Even though the gold foil was important, but if he revealed his identity, then the 10,000-year-old Elian grass would not be easy to explain. Sun Shu, Qian Diheng, and Kuan Fian were all present. Damn it! Xiao Hua suddenly stood up, and pulled down the maze on his body, revealing a pale face with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He said clearly, I, Zhang Mo, happen to have a 10,000-year-old Elian grass on me. If fellow Taoist is willing, you can exchange these gold foils. I will respectfully wait for fellow Taoist outside. Seeing Xiao Hua reveal his identity, the people present whispered to each other. A 10,000-year-old Elian grass, that was a spiritual grass needed by late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. He actually used it to exchange for the Qian Mo stone. Could it be that these 2 gold foils had some secret? But what made Xiao Hua disappointed was that the cultivator who spoke just now did not speak again, and he also could not figure out who it was. Looking at the eyes of the surrounding people looking at him, Xiao Hua felt rather ashamed and angry in his heart, as if he had been played by that person. All right, fellow Taoist Zhang, please sit down. Chong Fian waved his hand and said, 9 out of 10 things in this world do not go as you wish. Even though these gold foils are something you must obtain, you do not have the Qian Mo stone, and this fellow Taoist obviously has his misgivings. It's better to ask fellow Taoist Zhang to find another opportunity in the future. As he said that, he waved his hand, and the 2 gold foils landed on an empty plate in mid-air, falling into a corner and disappearing. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed and sat down, simply not wearing his camouflage robe anymore. Immediately after, Chong Fian took out many more items, bidding one by one. Xiao Hua lost interest, only watching indifferently. In the end, after bidding for several mystic tools, Chong Fian waved his hand and said with a smile, the finale of this auction is a special item. Fellow Taoist Chong, isn't it a magic weapon? An impatient cultivator already shouted. This item is not a magic weapon, but it's better than a magic weapon. Chong Fian smiled and clapped his hand. A similarly charming female cultivator with her face covered, holding a jade plate in her hand, walked up to the high platform. When the female cultivator walked in front of Chong Fian under everyone's anxious mood, Chong Fian took the jade plate and said with a smile, "I wonder if fellow Taoists have guessed what it is." Seeing Chong Fian showing off, everyone shook their heads. There were indeed too many strange things in Xiaoyu continent. Who could know what was under this brocade? Hee, everyone, please take a look. Chong Fian waved his hand and the brocade floated up. On the jade plate, there was a small clear, azure sword quietly lying on it. It looked extremely ordinary. A flying sword? Seeing this item, some cultivators revealed expressions of joy while others frowned. Not bad. Fellow Taoists are indeed considerate. This is a flying sword. Chong Fian waved his hand and the azure flying sword flew into his hand. He looked at the small sword in his hand with pity and waved his hand. The flying sword flew into the air and freely swam around the high platform. This is a real flying sword, something that sword cultivators use. Chong Fian used the art of controlling objects for a moment and said with satisfaction, "Although I don't know the art of flying swords, I can sense the sharpness and spirituality of this flying sword just by using the Dharma instruments method to activate it. If any fellow Taoist is proficient in flying sword techniques and lacks a flying sword, wouldn't the spirituality of a flying sword be even better than a magic treasure?" A spirituality of a flying sword. Xiao Hua's heart jumped and he immediately understood what Chong Fian meant. This flying sword clearly had a sword spirit. It was many times stronger than his dream execution. How many spirit stones would this cost? Xiao Hua frowned and began to calculate how he could bid for this flying sword. Fellow Taoist Chong, a sword cultivator's flying sword is connected to the sword cultivator's life. If the previous owner of this flying sword did not die, it would not be easy to refine, right? Fellow Taoist Chong, I heard that 2 sword cultivators from Huan country went missing in Meng country. Could this flying sword be related to those 2 sword cultivators? Fellow Taoist Chong, a group of cultivators began to ask. Chapter 1702. Fellow Taoists. Chong Fian clapped his hands and said in a clear voice, "Although flying swords are rarely seen in my Tao Sect's auction, it's not like they have never been seen before. Of course, with Ai's experience, this is also the first time I've seen a flying sword of such high quality. Therefore, when my sobbing moon city said that we have something comparable to a magic weapon for auction, I've indeed caused you to misunderstand." Fellow Taoist Chong. There was still someone who said loudly, "All magic tools and magic treasures either have a common refining method, or a special refining method is provided during the bidding. This flying sword is certainly good, but I'm afraid we don't have a sword cultivator's magic formula." Chong Fian was somewhat unhappy that he was interrupted, but he still narrowed his eyes and said, "Fellow Taoist, please rest assured. I haven't finished speaking yet. This flying sword has already been restricted by a secret method, and there is a corresponding refining jade slip." Great. Xiao Hua's mouth revealed a slight smile. This flying sword was simply tailor-made for him. "I just don't know how to bid." Xiao Hua's heartbeat quickened. Sure enough, someone shouted, "Fellow Taoist Chong, what's the starting price of this flying sword? Hurry up and report it. We can't wait any longer." Haha, everyone, please wait a moment. As Chong Fian spoke, he stretched out his hand and was about to point at the light screen. However, at this moment, Chong Fian suddenly felt the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in front of him move slightly. At the same time, the flying sword that had stopped in front of him suddenly straightened its sword head. As if it had intelligence, it swayed slightly and suddenly flew towards the crowd of cultivators in front of him. Whew! Chong Fian was slightly surprised, but his expression didn't seem to be too surprised. Chong Fian pointed his finger and the flying sword stopped in midair like a small snake that had its weak point pointed. However, this pause only lasted for a moment. Suddenly, the flying sword more than doubled in size. With a schwab sound, it turned into a green rainbow and was about to fly into the crowd of cultivators. Just as the flying sword was about to cross the range of the high platform, there was a burst of light and a finger-wide yellow light screen blocked the flying sword. The flying sword was blocked by the flickering light of the light screen, and the intelligence of the flying sword seemed to be sucked away. With a clang sound, the flying sword fell onto the high platform. Humph! A bunch of hypocrites. Suddenly, a shout came from the crowd of cultivators. Shortly after, a school of light that looked like a school of fish rose up from the shout and charged toward the light barrier. There was a burst of crackling sounds. The restriction on the platform was clearly no match for the light from the fish and was shattered. Shortly after, another ray of rainbow shot out from where the fish flew out and landed on the green flying sword. The green flying sword seemed like it was being held by a hand and was about to leave the platform as the rainbow shrank. Flying sword. Xiao Hua's eyes were sharp, and he had also practiced with flying swords. With a glance, he could tell that these two strange and sharp lights were two flying swords. Chong Fian's eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess. He formed a series of hand seals and struck at the two flying swords. However, all the hand seals were useless. It seemed that they could not prevent the flying swords from being taken away. However, Chong Fian did not look nervous at all. Where did this madman come from? A light snort came from the top of the high platform. Immediately, a green full moon-shaped ball of light flashed from where the sound came from. The ball of light streaked across the high platform and smashed into the rainbow sword. There was a crisp pop sound, followed by a sword cry from Ning Wang. The rainbow sword seemed to be in pain and cried out sadly. The green flying sword naturally fell again. Go! Two people flew out from the crowd of cultivators. These two people had already torn off their camouflage clothing, revealing the foreign sword cultivator attire. They were Duan Yuming and Wang Xuyao, who came to the three cultivation countries to find Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe. When Duan Yuming saw that Wang Xuyao's rainbow sword was hit, he was not nervous at all. He chanted a mantra and the swimming fish sword flew out. One of them hit the green ball of light and the other went to catch the green flying sword. Ignorant child! With a sneer, the green ball of light flickered and suddenly exploded. In the space of one zhong above the high platform, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was torn apart. Wang Xuyao's rainbow sword shook violently. Then, it turned into a rainbow and returned to Wang Xuyao's side. With a spin, it protected Wang Xuyao within the rainbow. Duan Yuming's swimming fish sword was even more miserable. Both of the fishes were blown away. It was extremely chaotic. Even the fishes that were transformed from the sword light suddenly disappeared, leaving only empty outlines. Duan Yuming, who was flying in the air, paled. He knew that he had encountered an expert. He activated the sword energy in his body and slowly withdrew his swimming fish sword. He then bowed and said, I wonder which senior from the Weeping Moon City has come? From the time the two sword cultivators from the Xian sword sect attacked the expert from the Weeping Moon City, stopping them, only a few breaths of time had passed. In the auction, the cultivators' cultivation levels were uneven. Many of the qi refining cultivators did not even have time to react before everything was over. Although the exploding ball of light was extremely powerful, its power was controlled within one zhong. Even under the ball of light, the 10 cultivators on the side of the high platform did not even have a single strand of hair on their heads. Of course, among these 10 cultivators, there were 2 low-level qi refining cultivators. Although they were wearing camouflage robes, their faces were already pale. They thought that they had just walked through the gates of hell. Senior. Seeing that the 2 sword cultivators from the Xian sword sect had such a high cultivation level, they were afraid that they were already in the golden core stage. Naturally, the cultivators who called them seniors were also in the nascent soul stage. Many of the cultivators who had regained their senses during the auction thought, could it be Fairy Chiue? However, Chong Fian was unusually respectful. He bowed towards the high platform and said, Junior greets Elder Hua. Elder Hua? A cultivator beside Xiao Hua whispered. Elder Hua Jianyu? It's actually not Fairy Chiue? Humph, Elder Hua is already in the late stage of the golden core stage. It's more than enough to deal with these 2 sword cultivators. How could the Chiue city lord appear? It was probably because the restrictions on the high platform were damaged. The restrictions on the seats during the auction were also damaged. Everyone's whispers could be heard clearly now. Seeing an old woman in green slowly stepping down from the high platform, Duan Yuming's eyes flickered. He bowed and said, Junior Duan Yuming greets Elder Hua of the Chiue city. Humph. Although Hua Jianyu did not release her qi, her aura was oppressive. With Xiao Hua's cultivation level, he could not see her cultivation level for the time being. However, the late stage of the golden core stage was even more powerful than Zhen Qing. Xiao Hua could not help but respect her. You are sword cultivators from the Huan country. You came to my Chius city to participate in the auction. Why did you break my rules? Although you are guests from afar, I still have to warn you. Hua Jianyu landed from the sky and looked at Duan Yuming and Wang Shuyao expressionlessly. Chapter 1703. I'm Duan Yuming. This is my junior sister, Wang Shuyao. Duan Yuming bowed and said, I was reckless just now. Please forgive me, Senior Hua. Hua Jianyu's eyes flickered. She did not expect the two sword cultivators to be so humble. She nodded slightly and said, Yes, I'm the elder of Chius City, Hua Jianyu. Although the realm of sword cultivators is different from that of Dao sect, your cultivation is similar to that of Dao sect's middle golden core stage. You don't have to call me senior. Just call me fellow cultivator. Thank you. Fellow cultivator Hua. Duan Yuming understood that Hua Jianyu's cultivation level was very high. He already knew that Hua Jianyu had reached the Aurus core realm when he tried to probe Hua Jianyu. Once he broke through the bottleneck, he would be a nascent soul senior. Alright, since both of you know your mistake, Chius City has always been hospitable. You just have to follow the rules of the auction. I'll pretend that I didn't see anything that happened just now. Hua Jianyu nodded and said, Do you think it's that easy? Xiao Hua, who was at the back of the crowd, narrowed his eyes. He had already thought about the cause and effect and said coldly in his heart. Sure enough, Duan Yuming laughed and said, We naturally want to follow the rules of Chius City, but we also want to follow the rules of the 3 cultivation kingdoms. But there's nothing we can do. Someone tried to kill my sword cultivator, so I have to violate the rules of Chius City. What do you mean by that? Hua Jianyu sneered. I know that you've been looking for 2 sword cultivators for many years without any results. Are you suspecting that these 2 sword cultivators are from Chius City? Wang Shuyao also said coldly, We didn't say that. If fellow cultivator Hua admits it yourself, we can also think so. Junior sister. Duan Yuming scolded, If Chius City did it, would fellow cultivator Hua treat us so kindly? They dare. Wang Shuyao glanced at them and said coldly, Why wouldn't I dare? The moment Hua Jianyu released his pressure, it was as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Wang Shuyao and Duan Yuming's expressions changed instantly. After their bodies sank down by 3 feet, there was the sound of swords ringing around their bodies. The flying sword circled around the 2 of them rapidly. The sword ray shot out fiercely and actually managed to resist the pressure of a late-stage Aurus core. Although Hua Jianyu controlled his aura very well, all the cultivators present could still feel it. Even Xiao Hua, who was the last, felt an incomparable fear from the bottom of his heart. It was like an irresistible pressure. When Xiao Hua saw Wang Shuyao and Duan Yuming's methods of dealing with them, his eyes unconsciously lit up. His current strength was roughly at the early stage of Foundation Establishment, but if he were to fight with a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he would be lacking in coercion. And this coercion was very annoying. Without the realm of Foundation Establishment, it simply wouldn't be produced. If he could use his flying sword to resist the coercion of a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he wouldn't need to reveal his mighty Vajra Dharma body. This would be an excellent method. But right after, Xiao Hua frowned slightly again, and said to himself, Using the flying sword to resist the pressure, it's probably because of the sword spirit within the flying sword. This young master's flying sword doesn't have a sword spirit, so how can it be used? It's better to find an opportunity to try it out. Fellow Taoist Hua, don't be anxious. I have something to say. Duan Yuming saw that Hua Jianyu's coercion was blocked. He raised his head and shouted. Humph. Hua Jianyu snorted coldly and retracted his coercion. Fellow Taoist Hua, don't you think that my actions have something to do with this flying sword? Duan Yuming glanced at the flying sword in Chong Fian's hand and said, This flying sword is one of the 2 missing sword cultivators of my Xian sword sect, Zhang Yutong's flying sword, Green Spirit. Is it? Hua Jianyu glanced at Duan Yuming, and with a wave of her hand, the Green Spirit flying sword flew into her hand. She looked at it for a while and said, This flying sword's material is indeed extraordinary. It's different from ordinary flying swords. But if you say that this is Zhang Yutong's flying sword, I will need you to show evidence. This Green Spirit flying sword was nurtured by my Xian sword sect's secret technique. Although I can't completely control the sword, I can still use my sect's secret technique to drive the sword. Wang Shuyao said. The fact that I was able to take down this sword is the evidence. Is that so? Hua Jianyu smiled. Then, she clasped her hands together, and the green spirit flying sword in her hand flickered, and there seemed to be a cracking sound. Fellow Taoist Hua, please wait. Duan Yuming's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted, if you use your technique, this green spirit flying sword will be subdued, but the information of my sect's disciple will also be lost. I'm afraid that it will be detrimental to the search for the missing disciple. Haha, since I can subdue it, does that mean that this flying sword belongs to Weeping Moon City? Hua Jianyu laughed and let go of the flying sword. Fellow Taoist, you're twisting words and forcing logic. Wang Shuyao said anxiously. It seems like fellow Taoist Wang is twisting words and forcing logic too. Hua Jianyu smiled. Since Weeping Moon City has no idea about the origin of this flying sword, why would there be a cultivator with such a high cultivation level like fellow Taoist Hua in charge of the auction? There wasn't a single cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm in the auction, right? Wang Shuyao rebuked without hesitation. Hua Jianyu shook his head. Fellow Taoist Wang is wrong. I'm afraid that there are 2 middle-stage Golden Core realm cultivators in this auction. Moreover, if it weren't for me, how would such a thing happen? Wouldn't the reputation and face of Weeping Moon City be trampled on? Junior sister, let's not talk about this anymore. Duan Yuming frowned slightly and cupped his hands towards Hua Jianyu. I just have 2 questions. Please speak. Firstly, I would like to ask, where did Weeping Moon City get this green spirit flying sword? Secondly, I would like to take back this green spirit flying sword. I wonder if Weeping Moon City would let it go. Hua Jianyu squinted his eyes and looked at the green spirit flying sword in his hand, and smiled. Whether this flying sword is the green spirit that you're talking about is another matter. Moreover, Weeping Moon City has always kept the origin of the flying sword a secret for other fellow Taoists. However, since this concerns the lives of 2 sword cultivators, I'll make the decision on behalf of the City Lord of Weeping Moon City. I'll let Chong Fian explain everything to fellow Taoist Duan in detail. Thank you very much. Duan Yuming's face was filled with joy, and he cupped his hands in thanks. Senior Duan. Chong Fian smiled bitterly and said, it's very simple. A month ago, a 10th layer Qi refining cultivator came to Weeping Moon City's auction. This cultivator's appearance was very ordinary, and there was nothing special about him. Naturally, I hope Senior Duan can forgive this cultivator's appearance. I can't and I don't dare to hand it over to you. Otherwise, the reputation of Weeping Moon City that has been built for thousands of years will be ruined. Duan Yuming's face was a little gloomy. He squinted his eyes and said nothing. Chong Fian continued, that cultivator brought this flying sword out, saying that he found it somewhere and wanted to sell it to Weeping Moon City. Of course, Weeping Moon City also knew about the disappearance of your disciples. At that time we also asked about it. However, Senior Duan, think about it. This cultivator is only at the 10th layer Qi refining realm. He can't possibly be a match for the Foundation Establishment female sword cultivator that Senior mentioned. Can he? Moreover, Weeping Moon City's auction also requires us to earn spiritual stones. There's no reason for us not to take this business that's delivered to our doorstep, right? So, Weeping Moon City took this flying sword away? Using it for the auction today? Wang Shuyao sneered. Yes, it's exactly as Senior Wang said. Chong Fian nodded and said sincerely. At that time, the disciples of Weeping Moon City even advised that cultivator to sell it on consignment. That way, Weeping Moon City would only take a few spiritual stones and most of the profit would still go to that cultivator. However, the cultivator had to go on an adventure and didn't have the time to wait for a month. Therefore, the disciples of Weeping Moon City could only buy this flying sword at a high price and then bid for it here. Actually, Weeping Moon City was taking a huge risk by doing this. If no one bid for it, this flying sword would be destroyed in the hands of Weeping Moon City like the previous item that no one bid for it. Humph. Weeping Moon City is indeed benevolent and righteous. Wang Shuyao couldn't help but sneer again. That's right. Weeping Moon City has always been a city of integrity. Fellow cultivators, you have all come to bid for it because of Weeping Moon City's integrity. If not for that, I wouldn't have dared to speak so confidently here. Chong Fian said seriously. Forget it. Duan Yuming waved his hand and said, I, a sword cultivator, also bid, so I understand the rules of this auction. Since fellow Taoist can't say more, then give this green spirit flying sword to my Xian sword sect. I won't pursue the negligence of your city. Hee, Senior Duan, this is an auction. Weeping Moon City used a large amount of spiritual stones to exchange for this flying sword. If you want to get this flying sword, I'm afraid you'll have to pay a certain price. Chong Fian glanced at Hua Jianyu and said in a tone that was neither arrogant nor humble. Since this is Xian sword sect's flying sword, why do we still have to pay spiritual stones? Wang Shuyao was furious. Chong Fian smiled apologetically. It seems, Senior, you can't prove that this flying sword belongs to your sect, right? How many spiritual stones? Duan Yuming's face was so gloomy that it looked like black water was about to drip down. Fellow Taoists, this humble Taoist apologizes to you on behalf of my city. Chong Fian didn't directly say anything to Duan Yuming. Instead, he turned around and bowed to the crowd. He said sincerely, this item is related to the disappearance of Huan Country's sword cultivators. I have no choice but to delay everyone's bidding and sell this flying sword to the sword cultivator senior who came from afar. The crowd of cultivators applauded and praised. Fellow cultivator Chong, your Weeping Moon City is really benevolent. Forget it, since there are sword cultivators here, we'll give them some leeway. Naturally, there were also cultivators who weren't happy. Since it's an auction, then let's see who can offer more spiritual stones. I also want this flying sword. If the sword cultivator can't offer enough spiritual stones, I will take this flying sword. Looking coldly at Chong Fian's performance, Duan Yuming asked again in a deep voice. How many spiritual stones does this flying sword cost? Not much, not much. Chong Fian smiled and reported a number. This much? Wang Shuyao exclaimed. This is enough to bid for a treasure. That's right, the price of this flying sword is already that of a treasure. Chong Fian smiled and said, moreover, this is the spiritual stones that my Weeping Moon City paid for the flying sword from that cultivator. I definitely didn't add a single extra spiritual stone. Then, Chong Fian glanced at Hua Jianyu and smiled. Of course, if the two seniors don't have enough spiritual stones, you can also exchange your flying swords for it. How dare you? Wang Shuyao was furious. A rainbow flew out from her side. Chapter 1704. How dare you? Without waiting for Wang Shuyao to finish her words and before the rainbow sword could reach the stage, Hua Jianyu also shouted angrily and waved his left hand. Everyone could see clearly that Hua Jianyu was holding a magic weapon that looked like a ruler in his hand. As he shook it slightly, a light ball in the shape of a crescent moon flew out from the ruler and blocked the rainbow sword. Emerald wave hurting moon ruler. A cultivator below exclaimed. Let's go. Seeing the emerald light ball flying out, Duan Yuming shouted and the fishes around him flew out. Duan Yuming's figure gradually became blurry and he followed the fishes out of the auction. Humph. I'd like to see which cultivator dares to compete with this flying sword. When Wang Shuyao saw her senior apprentice brother leave, she clenched her teeth and also activated her sword art. The rainbow immediately changed direction and followed the fish. She also entered her flying sword and charged toward one of the small doors. While she was in the air, she said hatefully, "What a pity." Pop 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 sounds were heard. How could the restriction on the small doors withstand the impact of two golden core stage swordsmen? It had long been broken. The brilliance flickered and the two swords disappeared, leaving behind two small black doors. Humph. Hua Jianyu's crescent moon ruler flew halfway and turned back. He sneered, sword cultivators. Their attack power is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, with Ai's cultivation level, what can they do? After that, he glanced at Chong Fian and transmitted his voice to him. Then, his entire body swayed and a residual shadow flashed across the sky. He disappeared from the high platform again. Seeing the three golden core stage cultivators disappear, the crowd was in an uproar. Even Xiao Hua, who was sitting at the back, seemed to be disappointed. It seemed that he was not satisfied and everything was over. That's right. When the cultivators saw the two sword cultivators taking out their flying swords and Hua Jianyu taking out his magic weapon, the emerald wave wounding moon ruler, they were all expecting a shocking battle that would broaden their horizons. Who knew that it would end so anticlimactically? Hua Jianyu obviously had the chance to stop the two of them from escaping, but he didn't stop them. He didn't even chase after them. Instead, he said, "The attack power of sword cultivators is amazing." The attack power of sword cultivators was naturally amazing. Did Elder Hua need to repeat himself? On the high platform, Chong Fian smiled. Looks like the reputation of Weeping Moon City has spread to Huan country. Even sword cultivators came to Weeping Moon City's auction to search for clues. Of course they're right. It's just that, these sword cultivators really, they make me speechless. Since they want to participate in the auction, I will follow the rules. If you bring spiritual stones, I will give you my flying sword. Such a tough attitude, sigh. I really need to correct it. Alright, let's continue with the auction for the finale of the auction. Chong Fian clapped his hands and said, I'm sure all of you have heard the price that I mentioned just now. That's the starting price of the flying sword. If any of you like it, feel free to bid. Don't worry, Weeping Moon City will keep everyone's secret. We will definitely not let the sword cultivators know who bid for it. However, after seeing the sword cultivators' flying swords, everyone seemed to have lost interest in the flying swords. No one asked about it and no one bid for it. Even if it was Xiao Hua, he was not afraid of the sword cultivators finding him. However, when he thought about how this flying sword was related to the disappearance of Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha, this green spirit flying sword obviously belonged to Zhang Yutong. Xiao Hua was not stupid enough to get involved in this mess. Moreover, the starting price of the flying sword was really high. Xiao Hua did not have that many spiritual stones. What Xiao Hua thought of, others naturally thought of as well. Chong Fian shouted a few times but no one bid. Chong Fian could only clap his hands and say, Alright, since that's the case, this flying sword will not be bidding anymore. This time's auction in Weeping Moon City ends here. Fellow Taoists who bid for the items just now, please show your number plates when you leave. Naturally, the city guards of Weeping Moon City will lead you to collect your items. Many thanks, fellow Taoists. I hope to see you again in the next auction. Immediately after, a burst of light flashed and Chong Fian's figure disappeared. However, Xiao Hua clearly saw that Chong Fian let out a long sigh. It seemed he was very lucky that the flying sword was not bid for. Who in the world kidnapped Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha? I haven't seen them for several years. Why did Zhang Yutong's flying sword suddenly appear again? A 10th layer Qi refining cultivator. Hee hee. Even I don't believe it. Can the Shenzhen sect believe it? Xiao Hua thought as he walked out of the small door. Sure enough, there were many city guards waiting outside the small door. Xiao Hua showed his number plate and a 10th layer Qi refining city guard respectfully led Xiao Hua into a room. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. That city guard took Xiao Hua's number plate and left the room. Xiao Hua used his divine sense to scan the room. He knew that there were many restrictions in the room that even divine sense couldn't penetrate. He secretly praised them in his heart. Not long after, someone came in. Xiao Hua thought it was a city guard, but the person who came in was actually Chong Fian. Ayo, Senior Chong. Xiao Hua quickly greeted him. He bowed and said, How could I dare to trouble Senior? Don't mention it. An amiable smile appeared on Chong Fian's face. He handed over the storage pouch in his hand and said with a smile, Since fellow Taoist Jiang is willing to help me during the auction, it's only right for me to thank you. Take a look at the things inside. Yes. Xiao Hua took it with a smile. He scanned it with his divine sense and said, Just right. And that's good. Chong Fian narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Hua. He said again, May I know which cultivation sect fellow Taoist Jiang is from? This. Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. Hee hee, there's no need to say it. I originally thought you were from the 100 Herbs sect. Now it seems that you aren't. Chong Fian waved his hand and said with a smile, I spoke too much. Thank you for your understanding, Senior. Xiao Hua bowed and said, Fellow Taoist Jiang, you said you still have 1,000-year-old first spirit grass? Chong Fian helped Xiao Hua up and asked. Xiao Hua's heart thumped. He knew this was bad. However, he still forced a smile and said, Yes, but whether it's 1,000-year-old herb or not, I'm not too sure. Hee hee. Fellow Taoist Jiang, don't worry. Chong Fian said with a smile, I originally wanted to return the favor, but I was afraid that you didn't have anything to show me. Since you really have the first spirit grass, then it's fine. What do you mean, Senior Chong? Xiao Hua was a little confused. Could it be that Senior Chong can tell me about the 2 gold leaves? 2 different things, 2 different things. Chong Fian waved his hand and said with a smile, "Forgive me for not being able to tell you about the gold leaves. This is related to the rules of my Weeping Moon City. And, of course, I can still tell you. These gold leaves were entrusted to me by a cultivation family in the south of Meng Kingdom. As for more, I can't tell you." Chapter 1705. A cultivator family in the south of Meng country? Xiao Hua's brows slightly wrinkled as he secretly muttered in his heart, "My Imperial Thundersect's ancient books have records of the Meng Empire. Not to mention the Meng Empire, even the other 2 countries have thousands of large and small cultivator families, perhaps even tens of thousands of cultivator families. It's just the south of the Meng Empire." Senior Chong, Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I think that cultivator from that cultivator family also wants the Qian Mo secret stone. When I find it, I'll definitely go back and exchange it with them. So, this cultivator might not be unwilling to let me know his identity, right?" Haha. Chong Fian laughed and waved his hand. "I don't know if that cultivator is willing or not. Maybe he wants you to know. However, rules are rules. This old man cannot disobey them. Elder Hua cannot disobey them. Even the city lord of my humble city cannot disobey them. Otherwise, how can my Weeping Moon City establish itself among the 7 great cities of the country of Xi?" Xiao Hua's expression turned serious. He bowed and said, "Thank you for teaching me, Senior Chong." Good. Chong Fian's eyes flashed with surprise. He thought that this kid could be taught. He waved his hand and took out a stone-like jade charm. Then, he handed it over and said, "This old man only wanted to meet you once. But, who would have thought that little friend Jiang would have Ling Yi Chao? Now that I look at little friend Jiang again, your aptitude is really outstanding. He, this old man won't ask which sect you're from. This is a small favor that I'm returning to you. Please accept it." "What's this?" Xiao Hua didn't think that the auction was a favor, but since Chong Fian said so, he had to accept it. When he took the jade talisman, he felt that it was slightly hot. This jade talisman was different from ordinary jade talismans. It was the size of a palm, more than twice the size of ordinary jade talismans. "Do you know about the auction in my Weeping Moon City?" Seeing Chong Fian's smiling eyes flashing with a hint of pride, Xiao Hua shook his head and said, "Forgive me for being short-sighted. I don't know about this auction." "Haha, you don't have to feel ashamed." Chong Fian laughed and said, "If you're not at the late stage of foundation establishment, you won't know about this auction. If you really know about it, how can this favor be counted as a favor?" This. Xiao Hua understood and looked at the jade talisman in his hand. This jade talisman is the proof of participation in the secret auction. Chong Fian pointed with his hand and said, "Although I'm not in the late stage of foundation establishment, I can use my status as the lord of the auction to obtain this certificate. It's just that this old man has something to attend to in 10 days, so I won't be able to participate. It just so happens that little friend Jiang gave this old man some face during today's auction, so this old man will give this opportunity to little friend Jiang." Xiao Hua panicked and said in a low voice, "Senior Chong, the people participating in the secret auction meeting are all late-stage foundation building cultivators, core formation seniors. Junior is only in the aura refining realm. I'm afraid it won't be good for me to go, right?" It doesn't matter. Who would know that you're in the chi refining stage? Don't worry and go. If you don't say anything and this old man doesn't say anything, who will know?" Chong Fian patted Xiao Hua's shoulder and said with a mysterious smile. "Also, maybe there's an extremely good opportunity inside that will help you advance to the 12th layer of chi refining? In this secret auction meeting, things that you can't even imagine will often appear." Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart was slightly moved. That's right. Core formation cultivators and foundation establishment cultivators were specially participating in this secret auction. Although Chong Fian didn't mention nascent soul cultivators, it was obvious that since others couldn't see through his cultivation, then other people's cultivation might also be in the nascent soul stage. How bad could the things that these almighty people used to exchange be? Fortunately, he had this 1,000-year-old Ling One grass. Otherwise, Chong Fian might not be able to give this jade talisman to him. If that's the case, then this junior won't be unreasonable. Many thanks for Senior Chang's kindness. Xiao Hua immediately cupped his hands in thanks and put away the jade talisman. Chong Fian nodded and said with a smile, I hope that your sect will participate in my Weeping Moon City's auctions more in the future. Next time, this old man will prepare more spiritual herbs. I hope that your sect will support me more. Xiao Hua secretly laughed and cupped his hands. This junior will definitely tell my sect's master that this junior will take his leave. After watching Xiao Hua leave the small house, Chong Fian's expression changed and he hurriedly left. Xiao Hua's jade talisman to participate in the secret auction was just a small matter. What he needed to worry about was the matter of the flying sword. The Weeping Moon City's good plan was to sell the flying sword and make a profit. As for whether or not the flying sword belonged to the two missing sword cultivators, how would they know? Even if it was true, after the auction was over, the Weeping Moon City would be able to push all the blame away. Who would have thought that it would be a coincidence that Duan Yuming and Wang Shuyao actually appeared in the auction? This flying sword really did belong to Zhang Yutong. If that was the case, then the matter would be troublesome. Chong Fian had no choice but to hurry out of the city to take care of the matter. He wanted to see if he could find the cultivator who sold the flying sword. Naturally, whether or not he could find him was unknown. The key was that he had to go to the Weeping Moon City to find him. Xiao Hua came out of the auction building and returned to his original appearance. He originally thought that Sun Shu and the others were waiting anxiously outside. But when he came out to take a look, he actually guessed half of it right. Although they were anxious, the only people waiting were Sun Shu and Qian Diheng. Kuan Fian was not outside. Io, junior brother Xiao, why did you only come out now? As soon as Qian Diheng saw Xiao Hua, he shouted, You only bid for some things, why are you so slow? Other people have already come out. Hee, this little brother bid for a good thing. Senior Chong personally came to see us and invited us to participate in the auction next time. This little brother will now explain to senior brother Qian that whether or not we will come next time will be decided by senior brother and senior sister. Xiao Hua immediately told Qian Diheng about his promise to Chong Fian. Qian Diheng was very happy. He patted his shoulder and said, If you bid for the flying sword at the end, Senior Chong will meet you. This brother will also believe it. But there are many things at the beginning. Even if you bid for the expensive ones, you won't be able to bid for them. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Xiao Hua touched his nose and smiled. Then, he looked left and right and said curiously, This little brother came out late. Why is senior sister Kuan even later than this little brother? I'm afraid that the last few magic tools were all won by senior sister Kuan. Qian Diheng looked at the sky with slanted eyes. The sky was pitch black and there were countless brilliant stars. He had a thoughtful expression on his face. After a while he nodded deeply. Eyes observation of the sky at night. I'm afraid that's the case. Ha. Sun Shu at the side couldn't bear it anymore. He held his stomach and bent over saying, Junior brother Qian. I never thought that junior brother would be as interesting as junior brother Xiao. One is marked by the company one keeps. There's no other way. Qian Diheng spread his hands. This action seemed to be something Xiao Hua had done before. And yes, there's no other way. This time, Xiao Hua didn't touch his nose. Instead, he rubbed his nose very helplessly. With great difficulty, Sun Shu held back his laughter. With a crimson face, he looked at the entrance of the auction and said with a smile, You still need to observe the sky at night? Senior sister Kuan is a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. It's only natural that she has some spirit stones in her storage bag. The magic tools in this auction are also pleasing to the eye. Winning one doesn't count for much. Ai, this young master is still a poor boy. Xiao Hua heard this and cried out in his heart. Thinking about the price of the last few magic tools, he sweated profusely. Since Sun Shu said so, needless to say, Qian Diheng also had a lot of spirit stones in his storage bag. No wonder this guy wants to go to that mysterious place to refine magic tools. Xiao Hua thought to himself. In the time it took to smoke half a cigarette, Kuan Fian finally came out. Beside her was a middle-aged cultivator at the 11th level of qi refining. However, that cultivator didn't walk towards Xiao Hua and the others. Instead, he cupped his hands and bid farewell to Kuan Fian. While he was at it, he glanced at Xiao Hua and the others before turning around and hurrying in another direction. Qian Diheng was obviously not as close to Kuan Fian as he was to Xiao Hua. Looking at the back of that middle-aged cultivator, he asked with a strange voice. Senior Sister Kuan is in a good mood. I waited outside for Senior Sister and drank a lot of cold wind. Senior Sister is actually chatting with a fellow cultivator you know in the auction. Kuan Fian glared at Chen Diheng. Looking around, she said in a low voice. This fellow cultivator is also someone I met occasionally when I was traveling in the past. I don't really know him well. However, just now, I got some things in the auction and bumped into him when I came out. You just bumped into him for such a long time? Chen Diheng curled his lips. I said something. So I was delayed. Kuan Fian seemed to be thinking about the matter just now and was too lazy to care about Chen Diheng's attitude. Sun Shu and the others looked at each other, their eyes filled with curiosity. Let's talk about it when we get back. Kuan Fian seemed to have made a decision. She waved her hand and said, This matter is very secretive and cannot be leaked. When they returned to the inn, the four people activated the restriction formation in the room. Only then did Kuan Fian tell the whole story. It turned out that this middle-aged qi refining cultivator was called Chong Lan. He was a disciple of a cultivation family. Kuan Fian had met him a few years ago when she went out with her senior sister to gain experience. They were looking for spiritual herbs together. He could be considered a reliable person. Today, he happened to meet Kuan Fian in the auction and invited her to Zhongqing City to participate in a small e-fair. He also said that this e-fair would be attended by seniors of the Foundation establishment realm. At that time, there might be a condensed treasure. Condensed treasure? Xiao Hua was stunned. First, he thought of the jade slip that Zhen Qing gave him that recorded the understanding of breaking through the Foundation establishment realm. Then, he thought of the ancient books that he saw in the 8 great thunder palaces of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He couldn't help but think to himself, such a precious thing can be exchanged? Alas, but that's not right. Xiao Hua thought of another layer. Chen Diheng and Sun Shu, who were at the side, were similarly stunned. Soon after, they were wild with joy, causing Xiao Hua to be baffled. Go, why not? Just for the condensed treasure. It's worth going. Chen Diheng agreed. And that Zhongqing City is close to the route that we planned to take previously. It won't be too far away. Sun Shu seconded. This, Xiao Hua said in a low voice, the condensed treasure is such a precious treasure. How could it appear in a small e-fair in Zhongqing City? Chapter 1706. Hee. Junior brother Zhao's words are wrong. Chen Diheng said with a smile. I believe that Martial Uncle Helpless has already told junior brother Xiao about the condensed knowledge treasure? Xiao Hua shook his head and said, Master didn't say anything. He knew that junior brother was a loose cultivator and that it wasn't easy to reach Foundation establishment. He was also afraid that junior brother would be distracted, so he never mentioned the condensed knowledge treasure. But junior brother's big senior brother mentioned it when junior brother was chatting with junior brother. And it should be so, Kuan Fian said with a smile. Senior Xiang must have also thought about the condensed knowledge treasure before. But this condensed knowledge treasure is too rare. If Senior Xiang had such good fortune, I'm afraid that he wouldn't need to spend 50 years to reach Foundation establishment. Junior brother always felt that this was just a legend. The condensed knowledge treasure is condensed by Foundation establishment and even Aurus core stage cultivators using a special secret technique before they reach the end of their lifespan. Let's not talk about the success rate of this secret technique being extremely low. Not even 1 out of 10,000 is left. Let's talk about the after effects of using this secret technique. Who would dare to blindly try it? Xiao Hua shook his head disapprovingly. What after effects? It's nothing more than becoming a mortal who has lost both his mind and cultivation, waiting for the end of his lifespan. Kuan Fian said unconvinced. But if this condensed knowledge treasure is found by Senior's reincarnation again, he can immediately comprehend the comprehension within the condensed knowledge treasure. Although his cultivation may not be able to recover in the blink of an eye, but the realm of his Tao heart will immediately return to the realm he was in when he was alive. Xiao Hua was even more disdainful. Let's not talk about the condensed knowledge treasure secret technique that every cultivator has a special soul imprint. Even the talk of reincarnation. I'm afraid there's no basis for it, but just as Xiao Hua said this, Xiao Hua's mind suddenly lit up, like a bolt of lightning flashing, Condensed knowledge treasure. However, if a reincarnated cultivator finds the condensed knowledge treasure that he left behind in his previous life, the realm of his Tao heart will immediately recover. He only needs to accumulate his cultivation. The various realms that he cultivated in his previous life would not encounter any bottlenecks. All realms would be like a flat land. I have cultivated till today. I have never encountered any bottlenecks. Could it be that I am also the reincarnation of a cultivator? A bone-chilling feeling arose spontaneously. Even if that's not the case, since I won't encounter any bottlenecks in my cultivation, then the matter of the condensing treasure is most likely true. Xiaohua immediately felt that his smile, when he saw the matter of the condensing treasure, was really superficial. Seeing Xiaohua's face suddenly change, Sun Shu asked in concern, "Junior brother Xiao, what's wrong?" Junior brother Xiao must have thought of something and felt that he had no reason to refute it, right? Qian Diheng smiled and said to Xiaohua, "Junior brother Xiao joined my Imperial Thunder sect halfway, so I'm afraid you don't know some of the sect's secrets." Then, she glanced at Sun Shu and said mysteriously, "I presume senior sister Sun has something to say?" "Yes, the matter of the condensed treasure is indeed true." Sun Shu's face froze and nodded. "Since we came out together with junior brother Xiao, there are some things that can be said. Let's be frank and honest. Junior brother Xiao, 2,000 years ago, there was a senior in my Imperial Thunder sect. I don't dare to mention his name. Because his nascent soul was not formed, he destroyed his own golden core and luckily used a secret technique to refine the condensing treasure. And dozens of years later, this senior once again coincidentally entered my Imperial Thunder sect as a loose cultivator and obtained the condensing treasure that he refined himself. Now, he is already a demigod existence." Hiss. Xiaohua took a deep breath and looked at Sun Shu with an inconceivable expression. He muttered, There really is such a thing. All of this. Isn't it too much of a coincidence?" "That's right. How is it just a coincidence? This is simply heaven's will." Kuan Fei Yan's face was full of longing. This senior was a female in his previous life, but in this life, he became a male. Not to mention entering my Imperial Thunder sect, he even obtained the condensing treasure hidden in my Imperial Thunder sect. If this isn't heaven's will, then what is? Yes, it's simply inconceivable. Sun Shu looked at Xiaohua with a pair of beautiful eyes. Talking about the previous life, talking about reincarnation, naturally. It's also true. This senior recalled the events of his previous life? Xiaohua's heart thumped as he asked anxiously. A trace of affection flashed across Sun Shu's eyes as she said with a smile, "How is that possible? The condensing treasure is merely the comprehension of cultivation. How can the memories of the previous life be left behind? Sigh, if one could know the events of the previous life, wouldn't this world be in chaos? Previous life, present life, and future life. These three lives are the world's most mysterious Tao of life and death. That condensing treasure can't even condense a trace of heavenly Tao, so how can it leave behind memories?" Chen Dihang said in a low voice. "Tao of life and death? Heavenly Tao?" Xiaohua was slightly shocked. His eyes swiveled and he cupped his hands, saying, "Senior brother Chen, truly wise. This little brother has never heard of these before. Hee. I'm just making things up. Chen Dihang said with a mischievous smile. "This is all from when the Heavenly Thunder Palace's Grandmaster was chatting. This little brother eavesdropped. This little brother is ridiculing himself. Senior brother Chen, you know that this little brother is a loose cultivator and have never heard of this kind of thing before. Yet you still bring it out to entice this little brother?" Xiaohua said with a smile that was not a smile. "All right, this little brother also doesn't understand. Don't laugh at me." Chen Dihang looked at Sun Shu and Kuan Fei Yan and said, "It is said that this world has 3,000 great Taos. The leading great Tao is the Tao of life and death. Next is the Tao of karma. After that is yin-yang, samsara, stars, 5 elements, 8 trigrams, and so on. The power of these great Taos are different, but as long as one can cultivate one can cultivate to become an immortal, become a god, and enjoy eternal happiness and longevity." Qian Diheng's eloquence was extremely good. When he first started speaking, Xiaohua's mouth and tongue were dry and his mind was filled with fascination. But as he listened, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. Qian Diheng was going further and further away, similar to the storytellers of the secular world. Cough, that Senior brother Qian. Xiaohua could not help but interrupt the talkative Qian Diheng. Why is the Great Tao 3,000 and not 5,000? Or is it 3,001? Don't disturb me, Qian Diheng said impatiently. 3,000 Great Taos is a collective name. It will eventually become the heavenly Tao, but there are many ways to describe it. No, no. Kuan Fei Yen shouted. Earth Thunder Palace's ancestor said that this world has 3,000 Great Taos, not one more, not one less. Or else why would there be the saying, weak water 3,000, only one scoop? In this world, there are only 3,000 people who can become saints and ancestors. How is that possible? Qian Diheng snorted and said, then according to Earth Thunder Palace's ancestor, there are only 3,000 people who can become immortals? Even if they become gods, there are only 3,000? Kuan Fei Yen was speechless. He only shouted, that's what ancestor said. Why don't you talk about the Great Taos outside the 3,000 Great Taos? I can't even explain the 3,000 Great Taos clearly. How do I know what's outside the 3,000 Great Taos? Qian Diheng waved his hand and said. Chapter 1707. Seeing Qian Diheng and Kuan Fian quarreling, Xiaohua secretly laughed and said enviously, having a background is really good. I just heard about this condensed knowledge treasure. Who knew that they already knew about the 3,000 Great Taos? Can't compare, can't compare. When the two of them shut up, Xiaohua smiled and said, little brother still has a question. I wonder if senior brother Qian or senior sister Kuan can solve it? Find senior sister soon. The two of them said at the same time. Hee, senior sister soon, little brother believes that there is a condensed knowledge treasure. But if a condensed knowledge treasure refined by a spirit-severing stage senior is found by his descendant, wouldn't he suddenly reach the spirit-severing stage? Xiaohua asked. Sun Shu smiled and said, didn't junior brother Qian just say? A condensed knowledge treasure can't condense a trace of the heavenly Tao. Our qi refinement, foundation establishment and nascent soul all have to give birth to the child of the heavenly Tao, nascent soul. This nascent soul is the crystallization of heaven and earth spiritual qi, and nascent soul contains the heavenly Tao. Starting from the nascent soul stage, all comprehension would contain a trace of the heavenly Tao. Thus, it was impossible to refine the heavenly Tao into the condensed knowledge treasure. Therefore, there is no condensed knowledge treasure refined by a spirit-severing stage senior. Oh, so it's like this. Xiaohua nodded and had a trace of understanding. Then, what is the condensed knowledge treasure refined from? Hee, I don't know about this. Qian Diheng smiled and said, I am still young and have never thought about it. And it is said that the materials required are extremely rare. Even my Imperial Thunder sect. I'm afraid we don't have it. Seeing that the three of them had some hope and enthusiasm in their eyes, Xiaohua suddenly realized and pointed at the three of them, saying, could it be? You all think that this condensed knowledge treasure was left behind by you in your previous life? What do you think? Qian Diheng and the other two said in unison, maybe it was left behind by you in your previous life. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. I understand. If anyone knows about this thing, they will definitely try their luck. Even if it isn't, what's wrong with it? Yes, what if it is? Kuan Fian smiled and said, that would be great. But the fellow Taoist that senior sister Kuan knows is merely a disciple of a cultivator clan. Is this news reliable? Sun Shu was somewhat doubtful. Who cares? Qian Diheng said disdainfully, love isn't it? Since we have to go there anyway, we'll just take a small detour to take a look. Even if he didn't, it would be good to exchange for something else. Alas, I didn't get any benefits from today's auction. That flying sword might really be Zhang Yutong's. My goodness, it looks really tempting. When will the meeting be held? Should we hurry over now? Sun Shu urged. Kuan Fian smiled. 2 months later, there is no rush. If we use the teleportation array in Weeping Moon City, we should be able to arrive there in half a month. As soon as Qian Diheng heard this, he hurriedly winked at Xiaohua and said anxiously, don't worry. Indeed, don't worry. All of you have obtained good things. But this little brother is still empty-handed. These few days, this little brother will walk around the Chiues city and see if I can find anything. That's true. There are still 2 months left. Let's wait a few days before we leave. Xiaohua also agreed. You too. Sun Shu and Kuan Fian looked at the two of them strangely and then smiled. Is there something fishy? No. Xiaohua and Qian Diheng shook their heads firmly at the same time. Between cultivators, there were naturally secrets. Sun Shu and Kuan Fian also knew about it. Only because the four of them were traveling together and were fellow disciples of the same sect, they asked a little. Seeing the two of them deny it, the other two naturally wouldn't say anything more. When Xiaohua was in Luan's shop, he had the opportunity to ask about the location of the weapon refiner, but because of his identity, he was afraid of arousing Luan Qing or Luan Han's suspicion, so he didn't ask. At this time, he could only wait for Qian Diheng's arrangement. Moreover, when he came back last night, Xiaohua had already thought of the mistake in his whereabouts. When the four of them decided to stay, he suggested to find another inn. Qian Diheng and the others naturally didn't have any objections. The next day, the four of them changed to another inn that was far away. After entering their respective rooms, Qian Diheng quietly went out. Sun Shu and Kuan Fian acted as if they didn't know. The two of them agreed to go out, presumably to buy yellow talismans, pills and other things, but Xiaohua declined and stayed in the room alone. First, he took out the talisman that Chong Fian gave him and carefully looked at it. The talisman was very simple. It was a place, a time and a sentence. There were no other words. Should I go or not? Xiaohua was a little hesitant. To be honest, facing senior cultivators who could kill him with a raise of their hand, Xiaohua's heart was really nervous. That feeling of no safety made him feel uncomfortable. Forget it, I'd better not go. Xiaohua clapped his hand and stored it into the space, thinking, the things that Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators want to secretly exchange, if not magic weapons, then it's top-quality pills. It's definitely not something that I can use now. Why should I go? If I encounter something that I like, I don't have enough spirit stones to exchange. Just look at that flying sword. If I don't take out thousands of years old, 10,000 years old spirit grass, I definitely can't exchange it. And these are all things that make others envious. I'm just Qi refining stage 12, even if I can kill Foundation Establishment initial stage cultivators. But in the eyes of old monsters who have cultivated for hundreds of years, I'm just a baby. Don't show off your wealth. I'd better wait until my cultivation is higher. Soon after, Xiaohua took out Luan Qing's jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it, slowly comprehending the Luan family's so-called ascending flame of fire art. This ascending flame of fire art was also strange. It was completely different from the fire art of the Samadhi True Fire. The fire art of the Samadhi True Fire taught about how to create the Samadhi True Fire, while the ascending flame of fire art taught about how to cultivate the ascending flame of fire. Naturally, this frost flame technique used the essence of a cultivator to cultivate it. And it was related to the cultivator's physique. Different cultivators of the 5 elements would cultivate different frost flame technique. But, what cultivated frost flame technique was the fire seed of frost flame technique? That is, the fire seed that Luan Qing divided from her frost flame technique. Xiaohua comprehended for a long time, his brows tightly knitted. He opened his mouth, and a bit of frost flame technique flew out of his body, lightly floating in front of him. This frost flame technique admittedly has all 5 elements, but clearly, the speed at which it swallows would attribute spiritual energy is much faster than other spiritual energy. This Luan Qing should have a wood attribute physique. This young master's physique is hidden fire. Using this fire seed to cultivate it is a lot worse. Moreover, this young master used Luan Qing's fire seed to cultivate it. This frost flame technique can be considered as the reproduction of Luan Qing's frost flame technique. In essence, it carries the mark of the Luan family. If this frost flame technique is purely used to refine magic tools, it can be used to attack, but it has a huge drawback. If someone else obtains the Luan family's fire seed that is several generations older than Luan Qing, this young master's frost flame technique will be innately shorter than that person. This young master will be inviting trouble to himself. It's really inappropriate, really inappropriate. Xiaohua hesitated again, because his previous idea was only to use this frost flame technique to refine tools. But after seeing the fire art and Luan Qing's obscure introduction, he knew that refining tools was only the use of the frost flame technique after its decline. He already had other ideas in his heart, and didn't want to simply use this inferior fire seed to cultivate the frost flame technique. Moreover, listening to Luan Qing's tone, although this frost flame technique is a heavenly fire seed, its power will decrease with each generation. He didn't know how many generations this frost flame technique has been passed down. Even if it was successfully cultivated, he feared that it would have long lost the reputation of being a heavenly fire seed. It also couldn't be used to refine strange materials like the Great Wisdom Sword, so why would he go through the trouble of cultivating it? Damn it, after thinking about it, this young master seems to have suffered a loss. Xiaohua bitterly smiled, and put away the jade slip and fire seed. He thought to himself, unless I find a pure frost flame technique, the Samadhi True Fire's fire art and mother-child spirit fruit can be considered to have benefited Luan Qing for nothing. However, where could he get the pure Ling Yu Zhu fire seed? Even the Luan family didn't have it, so where could he find it in this vast Xiaoyu continent? I'd better obediently stick to my old profession first. Xiaohua patted his head, and his mind entered the space. As he urged the puppet to open up a new medicinal field, preparing to plant the more than 400 bell spirit herbs he had just won from the auction, he looked at Little Yellow and Little Silver. These two little things were sleeping soundly, especially Little Silver, who was no longer as quick-witted as before. He was lying in a pile of spirit herbs, and there seemed to be a half-eaten spirit fruit in his little mouth. His little tail swayed slightly in the spirit herbs from time to time, and his little eyes were closed very tightly. His little eyelids were still twitching slightly from time to time, as if he had sensed Xiaohua's state of mind. He opened his eyes a little bit to sweep them over, and then closed them tightly again. The golden lines on Little Silver's nose seemed to have deepened a lot, and they're actually a little curved, as if they're going to become runes. Xiaohua was a little surprised. Also, Little Silver's body is even more pure white, and there are clearly some golden threads on his body. Shortly after, Xiaohua looked at Little Yellow. There wasn't any special change in Little Yellow, but it felt like it was growing again. These two little things can grow even when they're sleeping. I'm really envious. Xiaohua sighed with emotion as he looked at the divine power centipede not far away from Little Silver. After several years of recuperation, this thing had already recovered from its injuries. It was just that this thing was also sleeping soundly and quietly. Furthermore, it seemed to be extremely afraid of Little Silver, and kept quite a distance from him. Looking at the black brilliance on the divine power centipede's back, which also had a faint golden light, Xiaohua understood. Could it be that this young master's space? Can all demon beasts evolve? But time clearly passes slower in this space than outside. Look at the water pattern butterfly egg. It's been so many years, but it still hasn't hatched. And there's also the iceworm king egg. The damaged part hasn't been repaired yet. Xiaohua changed his mind and thought, forget about these things that haven't hatched yet. However, this godly power centipede will most likely be of great use in the future. This young master still needs to find a spirit storage pouch and place this thing inside to raise properly. Chapter 1708. Xiaohua's mind came out of the space, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. When he thought about how Fan Tong had controlled the mighty power centipede to attack him, his heart burned with passion. This is a spirit beast. If I can control it freely, it'll be like having an extra helper. However, this mighty power centipede is different from Little Yellow and Little Silver. I can't control it myself, but if I rely on Little Silver to control it, there'll be another obstacle. It seems that I have to find a way to control it. While he was thinking, Xiaohua took out the book from the Spirit Husbandry sect. In the past, his cultivation was weak and he only wanted to find cultivation methods and pills that could increase his cultivation. He didn't care about the insect scripture or the spirit beasts. Later on, he focused on cultivation and put his energy on Dharma treasures, so he didn't think about these things. Only now did he remember the insect scripture that he had long forgotten. As expected. The Spirit Husbandry sect's jade slip doesn't have any cultivation methods, but there are methods to raise and control spirit beasts. The insect scripture naturally talked about spirit insects and how to raise them. There was a general introduction to all kinds of spirit insects. Unfortunately, Xiaohua wasn't interested in this and only looked at it briefly before flipping to the back. It's here. When he flipped to the end of the insect scripture, Xiaohua saw a few pages of methods to control spirit insects. Then, Xiaohua didn't hesitate and carefully comprehended it word by word. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua put away the insect scripture and closed his eyes. Then, as if he thought of something, he waved his hand and another small book came out of the space. It was the one Ling Zhengyi gave to Xiaohua, along with the magic treasure that could subdue the fire ape. Xiaohua didn't dare to take it out casually before, for fear that Ling Zhengyi had done something to it. Now that he thought about controlling spirit insects, he naturally thought of this book. Unfortunately, this book only recorded the method to refine the magic treasure Shadow Moon. It didn't say anything about how to control spirit beasts. Shadow Moon is so important to Flying Phoenix Ridge, and it's passed down from their ancestors. After refining it, I should be able to obtain the method to subdue the fire ape. Xiaohua kept the booklet and thought to himself, now, this young master's cultivation should be comparable to Ling Zhengyi and Pu Jianyuan. However, since the two of them are unable to subdue the fire ape, this young master should not be anxious. Then, Xiaohua closed his eyes and pondered hard. His hands would form some mysterious seals from time to time, stirring the world spirit energy in the room. After a long time, Xiaohua opened his eyes and waved his hand, taking the godly power centipede out of the space. The godly power centipede suddenly appeared in the middle of the room. It was very surprised and looked a bit impatient. It twisted its body a few times and flew in a certain direction. Xiaohua seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He opened his left hand slightly and grabbed at the air. The divine power centipede immediately stopped in mid-air. As if it had sensed danger, the Herculean centipede struggled with all its might. Its pitch-black body glowed with a faint golden color. This Herculean centipede is indeed powerful. Seeing that the Herculean centipede was still able to move under his magic power, Xiaohua couldn't help but be astonished. Then, his face revealed a happy expression. The seals in his right hand were quickly formed. Zhi. Different seals struck the Herculean centipede's body. The Herculean centipede struggled even more fiercely. The more it struggled, the more magic power surged out from Xiaohua's left hand. After the time it took to eat a meal, the Herculean centipede stopped struggling. It had a dejected look as it floated in mid-air. Damn it, subduing a spiritual insect is actually so difficult? Xiaohua sighed. If this young master didn't have so much magic power, this little thing would have really flown away. Then, he withdrew his left hand. Both his hands formed seals and attacked the Herculean centipede. After several seals, an illusory image emerged from the Herculean centipede's body. Xiaohua knew that this was the Herculean centipede's soul essence. When the soul essence left the body, Xiaohua was very cautious as he formed the last seal. He pressed his thumb between his eyebrows. Then he shouted, "Quick!" He pressed his hand down. That thumb was pressing on the Herculean centipede's soul essence. The Herculean centipede seemed to be burned by fire. It struggled painfully and rolled back and forth in mid-air. However, the strange thing was that the Herculean centipede's soul essence didn't move at all under Xiaohua's thumb. "Withdraw!" Xiaohua chanted again. The trace of the primordial spirit in his hand was smeared on the Herculean centipede's soul essence. In an instant, Xiaohua felt as if he was the Herculean centipede and the Herculean centipede was him. A burning sensation came from the depths of his soul. Hiss! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly withdrew his hand. The Herculean centipede immediately stopped rolling. The soul essence was immediately absorbed into the Herculean centipede's body. At the same time, the pain Xiaohua felt immediately disappeared. Damn it, no wonder I can't take in too many spiritual insects. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and absorbed the exhausted Herculean centipede into his space. The last bit of pain is indeed short, but it's enough to cause damage to a cultivator's primordial spirit. Subduing such a small Herculean centipede took so much effort. What about subduing a fire ape? It'll be even more difficult. Oh right, I wonder if there's any record of the Herculean centipede in the insect scripture? Xiaohua thought of the insect scripture. Spirit husbandry sex insect scripture mostly recorded spiritual insects. After flipping through it, there was indeed a record of the Herculean centipede. However, there weren't many records. Herculean centipede, strong, feeds on spiritual stones. Earth spiritual stones are the best. Ranked 87th. After that, there was nothing else. Ranked 87th? Xiaohua was slightly stunned and thought to himself, such a powerful Herculean centipede is only ranked 87th? Then, Which spiritual insect is ranked first? Xiaohua hurriedly flipped to the front. Dream Mirage Butterfly, born to create illusions, feeds on all kinds of mirage spirits. Ranked first. Spirit Devouring Insect, swallows all kinds of spiritual insects, eats everything, ranked second. Water Pattern Butterfly, controls water-type spiritual energy, lives together with Rainbow Epiphyllum, ranked 42nd. Feiqing, controls earth-type spiritual energy, is fast, counters Iceworm, ranked 50th. Iceworm, controls water-type spiritual energy, lives in groups, ranked 56th. Damn it, I thought Iceworm and Water Pattern Butterfly were some amazing spiritual insects, but their rankings are actually so low? Herculean Centipede is also ranked 87th. Damn it, I wonder how powerful the Dream Mirage Butterfly and Spirit Devouring Insect that are ranked second are. After Xiaohua saw it, he couldn't help but be shocked. However, why aren't there any fire apes and spirit-seeking mice? Even sky-shaking beast isn't there. Chapter 1709. The spirit-seeking mouse and heaven-shaking mouse are not in this insect scripture. Furthermore, the god power centipede is so powerful, but it is only ranked 87th. That Feiqing who is ranked 50th. Wasn't it easy for me to kill him that day? I can't see how powerful it is. This insect scripture. I'm afraid it can't be real. Xiaohua thought and put the insect scripture into his space. Actually, it wasn't Xiaohua's idea. Since the spirit husbandry sect could record the insect scripture, there must be a basis for it. Although the god power centipede was strong, in a fight between cultivators, magic power was the most important. If the god power centipede didn't have great strength, it would be useless to use force to break through spells. Feiqing's speed was extremely fast, and it was much more useful than the god power centipede in a fight between cultivators. At this moment, the restriction in Xiaohua's house shook. Hee, I think senior brother Qian is looking for me. Xiaohua jumped down from the cloud bed. Seeing that there were no loopholes in the house, he took out a magic tablet and removed the restriction. As expected, it was Qian Diheng outside the house. Seeing Xiaohua open the door, he smiled. Junior brother Xiao, I have completed my task. As he spoke, he entered the house and scanned with his spiritual sense. With a slap of his hand, he took out a three-pronged fork that was 1 foot long from his storage bag. At the tip of the three-pronged fork, there were 3 sharp points that faintly flashed with different lights. Within the lights, there were thin runes flowing. What do you think of my halberd? Qian Diheng waved it flauntingly. As he slightly channeled his magic power, the 3 points of the fork gradually flashed with light. As the runes flowed, they absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the house. Gradually, 3 balls of light of different colors flashed at the 3 points of the fork. Senior brother Qian's magic weapon is a little strange. Xiaohua scanned with his spiritual sense and said in shock, other people's magic weapons have only 1 element, but yours actually has 3 different elements. Metal, wood, and water. Of course, the way of attack is different, but the power seems to be much weaker, right? Hee, junior brother Xiao, you don't have to worry about this. Qian Diheng waved his hand and put away the magic tool. He stroked it with his hand as if it was a treasure and said, the power of this magic tool will absolutely not decrease because of the attacks of 3 attributes. I won't tell you the details. You only need to know that I spent a large amount of spirit stones to refine 3 different types of magic tools into an even more powerful magic tool. 3 different magic tools? Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Hee, don't worry. Junior brother Xiao. How can the place I recommend be wrong? Qian Diheng said complacently. This workshop is the most mysterious place in the Weeping Moon City. Think about it, to be able to forge 3 kinds of magic tools together without weakening their offensive power, what kind of cultivation base does that artificer have? Kiska, even if he's not in the late stage of foundation establishment, he's at least in the gold core stage. Don't worry and go. Xiaohua rubbed his nose with his hand and said with a wry smile, but I'm afraid there's also a lot of spirit stones, right? Of course, asking a gold core stage tool refiner to help, the price is naturally high. Qian Diheng smiles and whispers a number to Xiaohua. When Xiaohua heard this, his face immediately turned green. So much. It's almost the same as bidding for 1 or 2 magic tools. How can it be the same? Qian Diheng obviously didn't care about the number of spirit stones. He waved his hand and said, "This was modified by a tool refiner according to my request and also refined according to my cultivation base. It can't be compared with ordinary magic tools that can be bought through bidding. Moreover, junior brother Xiao also knows that I only have 1 defensive magic tool. Although I'm not afraid of life-threatening situations in many cases, it can't be used to always be attacked by others. Hee, I can't get the same cloud-suppressing seal as you, but getting a powerful magic tool is still possible." Xiaohua nodded. "Senior brother Qian, you sent those 3 magic tools over. Did you only get them today?" "Yes. Exactly 10 days. Qian Diheng patted Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "Junior brother Xiao, don't blame me for wasting time. You also know the reason. When I get this halberd, I'll be relieved." "No matter. I know." Xiaohua's magic tools were of unknown origin, so he naturally understood Qian Diheng. "How about this? I still have some spirit stones left. If junior brother Xiao doesn't have enough spirit stones, I'll lend them to you first." Qian Diheng rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Forget it." Xiaohua knew that he lacked a lot of spirit stones. Qian Diheng's spirit stones were just a drop in the bucket. "Senior brother Qian, just tell me the location." "Okay." Qian Diheng smiled and whispered, telling him the location of the workshop. Then, he patted and handed a triangular magic tablet to Xiaohua. "This magic tablet is the certificate to enter the workshop. Without it, the workshop won't accept you." Xiaohua scanned the magic tablet with his divine sense. There was a strange fluctuation of spiritual power on it. Obviously, it was a special magic tablet. He reached out and took it. It was cold to the touch, and he didn't know what material it was made of. "Go quickly, junior brother Xiao. If you want to refine your cloud-suppressing seal, I'm afraid it will take a long time. You should calculate our schedule." Qian Diheng said meaningfully. "Okay, junior brother understands." Xiaohua cupped his hands and sent Qian Diheng out. He followed him out and saw that Qian Diheng entered the house and activated the restriction. Then, he saw that Sun Shu and Kuan Fian's houses were also protected by restriction. He knew that the two were also working hard in their houses. Xiaohua sat in the spirit camel carriage and arrived at the place Qian Diheng mentioned. He paid the spirit stones and looked around. This place was actually very lively. It was different from what he imagined. Hidden in the city. That's right. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and glanced at the lively workshop 3 zhang away. Then, he looked at a tea house on his left. Then, Xiaohua walked to a secluded place and changed his appearance and height. Then, he put on camouflage clothes and walked slowly to the tea house. There were many cultivators in the tea house. There were all kinds of cultivators, but different cultivators gathered in different circles. Those with low cultivations were far from those with high cultivations. "Senior, what kind of spirit tea do you want to drink?" A boy around the second layer of qi refining hurriedly greeted him with a smile. "Anything." Xiaohua looked at the stairs not far away and said with a smile, "Can I go upstairs?" "This upstairs is the place where Foundation Establishment seniors drink tea. If senior is a Foundation Establishment cultivator, you can naturally go up," the boy said with a smile. "Foundation Establishment?" When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't say anything and walked up the stairs. He was wearing camouflage clothes now. Who could see his cultivation? Naturally, he wasn't afraid. Sure enough, when he went up the stairs, other than Foundation Establishment cultivators, there were also a few cultivators wearing camouflage clothes like him. However, these cultivators were all alone. There were some spirit fruits and spirit tea in front of them and they were enjoying it alone. Xiaohua found a place near the street and waited for the boy to bring him some spirit tea and a plate of spirit fruits. Xiaohua slowly tasted them. His gaze wandered around the street. There were many cultivators going in and out of the workshop. Most of them were qi refining cultivators. Occasionally, there were also Foundation Establishment cultivators. Of course, there were also some cultivators wearing camouflage clothes. Their cultivation couldn't be seen. There shouldn't be anything unusual. Xiaohua slowly finished drinking a pot of spirit tea and stood up to leave. At this time, a voice transmitted to him. "Fellow Taoist, are you here to participate in the secret auction?" "Secret auction?" Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He turned around and saw a cultivator wearing camouflage clothes facing him. Fellow Taoist, don't panic. I heard that there's a secret auction here. I want to exchange something inside, but I don't have a command talisman. Therefore, I can only wait here. To tell you the truth, I just asked all the Foundation establishment fellow Taoists in this tea house. None of them are here to participate. Xiao Hua stopped and said promptly, if fellow Taoist has a command talisman, I am willing to pay a high price for it. I'm sorry, fellow Taoist. I just came here to drink tea and buy some magic tools in the workshop below. I've never heard of any secret auction. If fellow Taoist wants something good, can't the auction in Weeping Moon City work? Xiao Hua naturally refused. Oh, I'm sorry to disturb fellow Taoist. That cultivator's tone was filled with indescribable disappointment. However, when he saw Xiao Hua's figure disappear inside the workshop, he looked at the other Foundation establishment cultivators. Senior, do you want to buy magic tools or materials for refining? As soon as Xiao Hua entered the workshop, a fifth-layer tool refining cultivator came to greet him. He directly ignored Xiao Hua's camouflage clothes and said very respectfully. Xiao Hua raised his eyes and looked inside. This crafty workshop was extremely large, and there were also a lot of people inside. All kinds of refining materials were placed in different places. Just like the cultivator in front of him who was welcoming guests, there were at least 10 of them. Yes, they're both refining shops in Weeping Moon City. This workshop is 100 times better than Luanji's shop. Xiao Hua muttered to himself. However, when he casually asked about the price of a commonly used refining material, he curled his lips. Although the materials of this workshop were good, the price was more than 30% higher than Luanji's shop. Forget it! Xiao Hua lost interest in continuing his act. He clapped his hands and took out the triangular magic tablet. He said in a low voice, I have something to trouble Qiao workshop with. That cultivator's gaze fell on the magic tablet and he was slightly startled. Then, he immediately said respectfully, Senior, please put away the magic tablet. Junior will ask the assistant shopkeeper to come over. After saying that cultivator quickly left. Not long after, a thin early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator with a black mole on the left side of his face walked over. He cupped his hands and said, I, Xia Ming, greet fellow Taoist. He. Fellow Taoist Xia. Xiao Hua saw that Xia Ming didn't ask for his name and didn't answer. He cupped his hands and said with a smile. Fellow Taoist, this way please. Xia Ming raised his hand and led Xiao Hua to a corner of the entrance hall. They followed a staircase to the second floor. There were clearly few people on the second floor. There were only a dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators accompanied by female cultivators who were welcoming guests. They lowered their heads and looked at the many magic tools on the table. Chapter 17:10. Hearing that someone was going upstairs, the Foundation building cultivators only slightly raised their heads and glanced around. When they saw that it was Xiao Hua in a camouflage robe, they frowned and looked down again. Fellow Taoist, please come this way. Xia Ming led Xiao Hua to the end of the second floor. He formed hand seals and a small door as tall as a person appeared on the wall. Then he went in first. Xiao Hua's figure paused for a moment. Then he also went in. Behind the small door was an empty hut with no decorations. Fellow Taoist, please take out your magic card for inspection. Xia Ming slapped his hand and took out a small box from his storage bag. It was emitting a milky white light. Xiao Hua handed over the triangular magic card. Xia Ming also looked at it carefully and threw it into the box. As the magic card was thrown in, the color of the box gradually changed. Soon, it turned into an orange-red color. Quick! Xia Ming's left hand formed hand seals again and hit the box. With a tang sound, an orange-red beam of light shot out from the box and hit the roof above Xia Ming's head. With a whoosh sound, as Xiao Hua's gaze moved up, there was a ripple of light above his head and a small triangular door appeared. Xia Ming nodded and didn't return the magic card to Xiao Hua. He pointed with his hand and said with a smile, Yes, fellow Taoist, your magic card is correct. Please go in. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Seeing this, Xiao Hua flew into the triangular door above his head. When Xiaohua landed in the pavilion on the third floor, he looked around. This was a slightly dark triangular space. There were no decorations inside this space, just like the small room from before. On the four walls of this space, there were only a few bright flower stones. Fellow Taoist, please. While Xiaohua was still sizing it up, there was a slight distortion in the air in front of him. A flat human figure seemed to be squeezed out from a crack, gradually revealing itself. When the entire figure went from flat to full, it was actually a cultivator wearing a camouflage robe. He couldn't see his specific cultivation. Xiaohua didn't dare to neglect and quickly saluted. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Yes, my surname is Bai. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? The cultivator's tone was very indifferent. My surname is Huang, Xiaohua said with a smile. All right, fellow Taoist Huang. The cultivator calmly said as if it was a routine matter. Since fellow Taoist has a spell card from my workshop, then you must have been introduced by a fellow Taoist from my workshop. Of course, my workshop won't trace your origin. May I ask if fellow Taoist Huang needs any help from my workshop? Xiaohua was still preparing his words, but when he saw the cultivator being so straightforward, he was unexpectedly stunned. Then he suddenly understood. That's right. If the craftsman were so wishy-washy, who would dare to refine a magic tool of unknown origin? After pondering for a moment, Xiaohua took out the four-phase wheel and the spear-shaped magic tool from the space and handed them over. He said with a smile, I have two magic tools. I need Qiao Workshop to change their appearance. The cultivator took the Dharma artifacts and looked at them. Then, he scanned them with his strong divine will and carefully observed the two Dharma artifacts. This divine sense. I'm afraid if it's not at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, it's at least at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Xiaohua also tried. The strand of divine will he left on the Dharma artifacts was immediately expelled. This caused Xiaohua to be scared witless and didn't dare to do anything else. The cultivator didn't pay attention to Xiaohua. After a while he whispered, fellow Taoist Huang, these two magic tools. To be honest, the refinement is really not good. Especially this spear-shaped magic tool. Aside from its special material, the formation inside is really clumsy. Wait a moment. Speaking up to here, the cultivator's tone was a bit strange. After carefully observing for a moment, he nodded and said, I made a mistake just now. The material of this magic tool is not only special but also rare. It is a bit similar to the corpse of a demonic beast that I just killed. Unfortunately, it is still a bit lacking. When Xiaohua heard the cultivator's unclear words, he was also at a loss. However, he didn't dare to blindly ask and only listened quietly. Then, the cultivator took out the four symbols wheel and said, this magic tool. Although it can mobilize the four kinds of spiritual qi of heaven and earth, it is a pity that the formation is crude and the magic power it can use is too little. If you want to change it, it would be better to directly refine it. Xiaohua's heart was moved and he whispered, Senior, how many spirit stones do you need to refine these two magic tools again? Not much. The cultivator didn't even think and reported a number. Still not much. Xiaohua was secretly shocked. Soon after, he smiled apologetically and said, Junior doesn't have enough spirit stones. I don't know. Is it possible to use spirit grass and other things? Yes, of course. The cultivator casually said, aside from spirit stones, magic tools and magic treasures can all be used as spirit stones. Xiao paused for a moment, then raised the spear-shaped magic tool and said, if fellow Taoist Huang is embarrassed, I can modify this magic tool of yours into a consumable magic tool. Consumable magic tool? Xiaohua was slightly dazed. He had never heard of this kind of magic tool. Hee. The cultivator laughed and placed the two magic tools on the ground. He said, this is what my crafty workshop calls it. I hope Senior can dispel my confusion. Fellow Taoist must know that magic tools can be detonated. The cultivator glanced at Xiaohua, seeming to already know Xiaohua's cultivation. He said, since magic tools can be detonated, why can't you refine some magic tools that only use detonation? Of course. Xiaohua suddenly understood and laughed. Presumably, refining this consumable magic tool doesn't require too many materials and profound formations, right? Precisely so. The cultivator nodded and said, but these materials are rather special. Moreover, they have a strong point. Xiaohua asked curiously, what strong point? Enormous power. The cultivator said somewhat complacently, if there are materials, with fellow Taoists' cultivation. If you succeed, you can kill an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't know if he was surprised by the magic tool's power or the cultivator before him's cultivation. From what Senior said, if Junior's magic tool is made into a consumable magic tool, Senior already has some demonic beast materials? Xiaohua probed. What other materials are needed? How many spirit stones will it cost? We also need the lizard's glue bone. The cultivator said, with this lizard's glue bone, the magic tool made from it has a 70% chance of killing an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Otherwise, it can only have a 30% chance. So that's how it is. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Presumably, he wanted to use the lizard's concealment divine ability. Waiting for the cultivator to state the number of spirit stones, Xiaohua inwardly muttered to himself. What does fellow Taoist Huang plan to do? The cultivator saw that a long time had passed and asked somewhat unhappily. Hee, the crafty workshop really lives up to its reputation. Xiaohua laughed and waved his hand. The two magic tools were brushed to the side, and he took out the 100-layer cloud seal and MO cloud armor. The cultivator saw the two magic tools and was also stunned. Chapter 17:11. Senior, please don't blame me. Xiaohua handed over the two magic treasures and smiled apologetically. This is Junior's first time coming to the craftsman's workshop, so I couldn't help but have some probing in my heart. Please forgive me. The cultivator stared at Xiaohua for a long time and smiled. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Huang to be so secretive. An aura refining cultivator actually has two magic treasures? Heh. Xiaohua smiled. I won't hide it from Senior. The first two magic treasures are Junior's. These two magic treasures. Heh. Fellow Taoist Huang doesn't need to say too much. This old man was just casually asking. The cultivator waved his hand and carefully examined the 100-layer cloud seal and MO cloud armor. After a long time, the cultivator asked, how do you want to deal with these two magic treasures? Do you want to reforge them? Or do you want to change their appearance? Senior, what do you mean? Xiaohua didn't have any thoughts in his heart and asked sincerely. Junior is just following orders. The specifics will depend on Senior. And then this old man won't be polite. The cultivator turned the two magic treasures over and over again and said, defensive magic treasures have always been rare. The reason is that defensive formations are rarely seen. At the same time, it's difficult to refine them into magic treasures. Although fellow Taoists' two magic treasures are somewhat damaged, the defensive formations at the core are intact. It won't be easy to refine them again, but changing their appearance is possible. However, this old man thinks that it would be better to combine these two magic treasures into one and refine them into a defensive robe. Great. Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said, my humble sect. Heh, that's the order. Yes, but although the price of refining two magic treasures together is lower than refining two magic treasures separately, the amount of spirit stones required is also not small. I wonder if fellow Taoist is prepared? The cultivator indifferently asked. Heh, I won't hide it from Senior. I'm afraid the spirit stones in Junior's storage pouch aren't enough. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. Junior does have some old spirit herbs. Oh? Fellow Taoist also wants to trade spirit herbs and magic treasures? The cultivator was a bit surprised. Yeah. What's wrong? Xiaohua was slightly surprised. The cultivator shook his head and said, it's nothing. My workshop has always been accepting spirit stones and magic tools. But recently, some cultivators with powerful backgrounds had spirit stones, but they were all trading with spiritual herbs, magic tools, and even magic treasures. That's why I am a little puzzled. Others don't know. Junior just doesn't have enough spirit stones. Xiaohua laughed. It is indeed a little strange. The cultivator also smiled and said, I only hope that this old man's worries are groundless. All right, fellow Taoist can't be thinking of using these two magic tools to exchange for the spirit stones, right? That's right. Is that possible? Xiaohua's eyes lit up. of course it's possible, but it's still not enough. You'll need spirit stones or spirit grass. The cultivator once again stated the amount of spirit stones he needed. Motherfucker, that's a lot. Xiaohua calculated the number of spirit stones he had and said with a smile. This 4-phase will can be used as spirit stones. Junior still wants to ask Senior to change this magic tool into a consumable magic tool. Saying that, Xiaohua took out the lizard's bone and handed it to the cultivator. Of course it's possible. The cultivator carefully looked at it and said, "This old man will add some materials myself, it's not troublesome. These are the remaining spirit stones and a few stalks of spirit grass." Xiaohua was happy in his heart and took out some spirit stones and 5 stalks of spirit grass that were around 5,000 years old. Hee, fellow Taoist doesn't need to be so anxious. The cultivator waved his hand and said, "This 4-phase will can be left behind. The other things can be handed over to the workshop the next time fellow Taoist comes to pick them up." I wonder when Junior will come next time? Xiaohua waved his sleeve and put away the spirit stones and spirit grass. This consumable magic tool is easy. You can come and pick it up after 20 days. As for these 2 magic tools, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it alone. I'll need other people to do it and it'll take a year. A year? Xiaohua was stunned. This long? Fellow Taoist Huang doesn't refine magic tools, so you don't know the difficulty of refining magic tools. The cultivator said with a smile, "This is a magic tool. If I can refine it in a day, would it still be a magic tool?" Hee, Junior's words have caused Senior to laugh. Xiaohua quickly cupped his hands and said, This is your magic tablet next time." The cultivator waved his hand and another triangular magic tablet flew in front of Xiaohua. "Next time, you can use this magic tablet to come to my workshop to pick up a refined magic tool. In the future, you can also use it to ask us to help you refine magic tools. Of course, you can also give this magic tablet to a cultivator you think is reliable." Junior understands. Xiaohua took the magic tablet and said with a smile, "Junior will come and pick up the magic tool in 20 days. Good. Fellow Taoist, please." The cultivator raised his hand and cast an incantation seal onto a nearby wall. A small door suddenly appeared and his body began to distort as he gradually disappeared from the spot. "Thank you, Senior." Xiaohua very respectfully stood up and bowed. Outside the small door was the corridor of the 3rd floor. Xiaohua walked on the corridor and the small door behind him gradually disappeared. There were no more rooms on the 3rd floor. Alas, this illusion is still not good. If I meet a golden core cultivator, I will be seen through. Fortunately, I can change my appearance, otherwise I really can't hide my whereabouts. Xiaohua's eyes turned and came down from the 3rd floor. The cultivator called Xia Ming was waiting at the corner of the 2nd floor. When he saw Xiaohua come down, he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for coming to my workshop, fellow Taoist. 20 days later, fellow Taoist can come and find me with the magic tablet." Senior White has already said that the rest of the spirit stones can wait for fellow Taoist to come 1 year later. It won't be too late to pay then. Very good. Xiaohua smiled and left the workshop under Xia Ming's guidance. 2 of the foundation establishment cultivators on the 2nd floor didn't leave. When they saw Xiaohua suddenly come down from the 3rd floor, they were even more surprised and couldn't help but take a few more glances. Knowing that these cultivators didn't understand the secret of the workshop, Xiaohua sighed. It's really good to have a sect. If I was a loose cultivator, I'm afraid that even if I cracked my head, I still wouldn't know that this workshop can also do the shady business of repairing magic treasures. When he left the workshop, the sky was already dark. Xiaohua identified the direction and was about to leave, but his gaze fell on a small building several tens of feet away. This building was simply piled up with huge stones, but its simplicity didn't appear simple. It even had a hint of great craftsmanship. Xiaohua knew that this was the location of the secret auction in Weeping Moon City. Moreover, this time, it was almost time. Thinking of the anxious expression of the foundation establishment cultivator in the tea house just now, Xiaohua couldn't help but think, others want to go but can't go. Don't tell me this young master will waste this opportunity? However, this young master's cultivation level is already there. It's not very appropriate to be seen through with a glance, right? Hee, if you can see through me, then so be it. It's not my true appearance anyway. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Moreover, the pill formula for the clear flower pill still hasn't been found. Even if I return to the Imperial Thunder Sect after traveling, I can only obtain a limited number of clear flower pills. The sect can't give the pill formula to me. Forget it. I'll go and try my luck. Maybe I can exchange it for the pill formula. After finishing his calculations, Xiaohua walked towards the building. Perhaps it was still early, but when Xiaohua arrived in front of the building, no other cultivators came with him. After looking around, Xiaohua quickly walked in. The interior of the building was very ordinary, just like an ordinary inn. A few children of the 4th or 5th layer of the aura refining realm were standing inside. When they saw Xiaohua enter, one of them very respectfully welcomed him. He bowed and saluted. "Senior, are you here for a meal or to stay?" This old man came to see if there are any demonic beast cores here. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, but still said the words in the command talisman. Sure enough, when the disciple heard this, he didn't find it strange. Instead, he smiled and said, "Senior, please follow me." Soon after, the disciple took the lead and led Xiaohua to a small house. The disciple pushed the door open and retreated to the side. "Senior, please." Xiaohua nodded and entered the small house. The disciple carefully closed the door and slowly walked away. Hearing the disciple's footsteps, Xiaohua looked around and released his divine sense. This small house was different from the small house in the craftsman's workshop. The 4 walls were made of rough boulders. However, there was obviously an extremely powerful restriction on the boulders. Xiaohua's divine sense had just touched it when it was bounced back. "Wait here." Xiaohua looked inside the small house. It was empty without any furnishings. The 4 walls were also blank. He couldn't help but be stunned. This disciple didn't say anything? But on second thought, those who could come to this secret auction were all Foundation Establishment and Golden Core seniors. It wasn't their first or second time, so there was naturally no need to remind them. There's still a bit of time. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Xiaohua sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. Sure enough, after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a light sound came from the stone wall behind Xiaohua. Xiaohua swept with his divine sense and saw a stone pop out from the wall behind him. When Xiaohua got up to take a look, he saw that the stone was caved in. The caved in was exactly the same shape as the command talisman. Xiaohua understood. He patted his hand, took out the command talisman, and placed it in the caved-in area of the stone. It fit perfectly, without the slightest difference. With a wang sound, the stone disappeared along with the command talisman. At this time, the 4 walls of the small house where Xiaohua was in suddenly rotated. The restrictions on the 4 walls were completely activated, and a powerful threat was born from the 4 walls. Attack formation. Xiaohua's divine sense swept and his face immediately changed. The power of this activation formation was very strong. It was definitely not something that Xiaohua could deal with his current cultivation. Damn it! Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He immediately took out the cloud-suppressing seal to protect his body. The 4 walls rotated even faster. It didn't slow down in the slightest because Xiaohua took out his magic treasure. Seeing the stone wall disappear, the ground under his feet also gradually disappeared. Xiaohua felt as if he was standing in the void. Just as Xiaohua was panicking, at the place where the stone disappeared, a gorgeous 3-colored brilliance appeared. Then, a rainbow bridge quickly stretched out, extending to Xiaohua's feet. Chapter 17:12. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He stepped on the rainbow bridge, and a tricolored light barrier appeared on top of the rainbow bridge, protecting Xiaohua. At the same time, the rainbow bridge brought Xiaohua back. When the rainbow bridge had shrunk by half, from the 4 walls of the small house, as well as the arrays above and below, endless flames appeared, engulfing the entire small house. Only the light barrier Xiaohua was in didn't have the slightest trace of flames. Oh my god! This is too powerful, right? Xiaohua admittedly knew the fire escape technique, but within the flames of this array, which was used to deal with Foundation Establishment and even Gold Core Realm cultivators, he would probably not even have a corpse left. When Xiaohua's figure disappeared into the flaming stone wall, the entire small house was completely engulfed in flames. Xiaohua's eyes first darkened, then brightened. He was once again in a space with a radius of 1 zhang. In the center of this space was a jade table, and on top of it was a black robe. Do I need to change my clothes? Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense. His divine sense actually couldn't penetrate the robe, and he immediately understood what Chong Fian said. Haha, good, so that's how it is. Xiaohua laughed loudly, and used his hand to pick up the robe. It was a strange Taoist robe. When Xiaohua put on the Taoist robe, his entire body was concealed within the robe, and no one could see that Xiaohua was wearing the camouflage robe. This robe is really strange. My divine sense can penetrate from the inside, but it can't penetrate from the outside. It can't penetrate at all. No wonder Senior Chong said it wouldn't be exposed. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, a light came from a corner of the space. Xiaohua quickly walked towards the corner of the space. Although the corner looked very close, Xiaohua walked for the time it took to brew a cup of tea to reach it. In front of him was a small door. When Xiaohua looked back, the entire small house seemed incomparably huge. This method. Sigh, it's really a brilliant method. Xiaohua sighed slightly, and plunged into the small door. When Xiaohua came out of the small door, he saw a rather large hall in front of him. In the middle of the hall, there was a rather large round jade table. Next to the table, there were more than 10 jade chairs. At the head of the table, a cultivator wearing a black robe was already standing there. Following behind Xiaohua were also a dozen cultivators dressed in black Taoist robes. However, they were all standing in different positions within the hall. As for their cultivation, Xiaohua was unable to see through them. Xiaohua slightly sized up the entire hall. The other cultivators didn't stop and directly walked towards the jade chairs closest to them. Seeing this, Xiaohua did not dare to tarry and quickly left. Behind him, the small door gradually disappeared. When Xiaohua walked to the front of the chair, the other people also arrived. However, everyone stood in front of the chair and didn't sit down. The cultivator at the head of the table glanced at the empty chairs and said in a strange voice, "Well, fellow Taoists, today's secret auction is about to start. I'm afraid there are some fellow Taoists who don't have time to come. Fellow Taoists, please take a seat." Seeing that the cultivator sat down, everyone also sat down. Only then did Xiaohua slowly sit down. "Well, fellow Taoists, according to the convention of the secret auction, I will first take out 3 things. Fellow Taoists, you can start bidding. As for who will get the things in the end, it will be decided by I. After I, starting from I's left hand, fellow Taoists can take out 3 things to bid. Except for I who has the right to bid first, the other fellow Taoists who can bid for the things will also be decided by the owner of the things. Fellow Taoists, you don't have any objections, right?" "We don't." Seeing everyone speak in unison, Xiaohua also hurriedly muttered, "Well, fellow Taoists are all frequent guests of the secret auction. I won't say much." That cultivator was very direct. He patted his hand, took out a jade box from his storage bag, and placed it on the table. "This is a 3,000-year-old profound Een spirit grass. Fellow Taoists, please bid." "Ah, 3,000-year-old profound Een spirit grass?" Xiaohua was shocked. He knew that Shen sword sects Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha traveled thousands of miles to Meng country's Tai Ching sect to look for profound Een spirit grass. They even took out their magic treasures to prepare for the exchange. He didn't expect that the first thing to be bid in the secret auction of Weeping Moon City would be this profound Een spirit grass. Moreover, it was a 3,000-year-old one. Damn. Senior Chong was right. This secret auction is really good stuff. Even if it's just to broaden my horizons, it's still good. Immediately, Xiaohua understood that the pill formula of the clear flower pill that he was thinking of was probably not something that could be taken out in this secret auction. "I want to take a look at the color first," a cultivator not far from Xiaohua said. His voice was also very strange. "Fellow Taoist, please." The cultivator at the head pointed his finger. The jade box slowly moved across the table and stopped in front of the other cultivator. That cultivator opened the jade box and looked at it. He smiled and said, "It really is a 3,000-year-old profound Een spirit grass. Very good." Then he said a number of spirit stones. The number was really big. Xiaohua's face was full of wry smile. He thought, it seems that this young master has to find a way to get some spirit stones. Without tens of thousands of spirit stones, there's no need to come to this kind of place. The 3,000-year-old profound Een spirit grass attracted a lot of attention, and several cultivators continued to bid. When everyone stopped, the cultivator at the head of the table said, "Which fellow Taoist has other magic tools, magic treasures, or materials of similar value? You can show them to this poor Taoist now. If it's only spirit grass, then there's no need." Fellow Taoist, what do you think of this thing I have? A cultivator took out a jade box and put it on the table. He pushed it in front of the cultivator at the head. The cultivator at the head opened it and looked. He then retreated and said, "Fellow Taoist, this thing is really good. However, I won't be bidding for it for the time being." That cultivator didn't answer. He put away the jade box and looked at it quietly. "Take a look at this thing I have." Another cultivator also took out a jade box, but it still didn't catch the cultivator's eye. Then a few more people also failed. In the end, the cultivator said, "If fellow Taoists have nothing else to bid, then this poor Taoist will give this to the fellow Taoist who just paid the spirit stone." After a moment of silence, a cultivator opposite Xueqi said hesitantly, "I do have something, but I'm afraid I'll make a fool of myself, no matter." "Fellow Taoist, take it out and let me have a look." That cultivator also took out a jade bottle and put it on the table. Unexpectedly, that cultivator glanced at it and also hesitated for a moment. He said, "Fellow Taoist, this thing is barely suitable. Deal." As he said that, he waved his hand. The jade box containing the profound Een spirit grass flew in front of that cultivator. "Good. Thank you, fellow Taoist." That cultivator was obviously surprised. He waved his hand and put away the jade box. "So that's how it is." Xueqi understood. In this secret auction, as long as the owner of the item is interested in it, it doesn't matter how much others bid. Chapter 17:13. That cultivator who acted as the steward was clearly very satisfied. Putting away the jade bottle, he took out another jade bottle and said, "This is I's second item, a nascent gestation pill. Who wants to see its quality?" Nascent gestation pill? Hearing this, Xueqi was greatly shocked. He knew that this nascent gestation pill was a medicinal pill used by core formation cultivators before they attacked nascent soul cultivation. Cultivators who took the nascent gestation pill could increase their chances of entering nascent soul by 30%. This kind of medicinal pill was even more precious than the nascent gestation pill used to attack nascent soul. Moreover, Xueqi also knew at this time that the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples were routinely provided with ordinary medicinal pills before they reached core formation late stage. As for the other special medicinal pills, such as the Elaine pill and clear flower pill used by Foundation establishment cultivators, as well as the soul concentrating pill, nascent gestation pill, and nascent gestation pill used by core formation cultivators, etc., all of these were obtained by relying on one's own luck. The nascent gestation pill appearing in this auction secret meeting was a medicinal pill that not even the cultivation sects could provide. How could he not be shocked? Unfortunately, looking at the other cultivators, each and every one of them was sitting steadily without any expression of shock at all. "Damn, this young master has seen it." Xueqi inwardly curled his lips. This Dawn Rain Continent's cultivation world is really deep. This young master is just a frog sitting in a well and looking at the sky. All the cultivators seemed to be scheming, and no one rushed to bid first. The main hall was silent for no less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea before someone called out a number of spirit stones. Immediately after, among the 10+ cultivators, there were 5 cultivators who frequently increased the price. Xueqi's eyelids kept twitching as he watched from the side. Needless to say, these 5 cultivators were absolutely all core formation cultivators. Otherwise, they wouldn't covet the nascent gestation pill. Thinking about how there were so many core formation cultivators next to him, Xueqi somewhat couldn't sit still. This kind of pressure in the bottom of his heart was really great. He couldn't see through other people's cultivation, but that didn't mean that other people couldn't see through his cultivation. When the last cultivator called out the number, the entire main hall regained its tranquility. The cultivator at the head seat looked left and right, and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, the price of spirit stones is like this. Which fellow Taoist still has something of equivalent value?" "I have it here." The 2 cultivators who were bidding earlier clapped their hands at the same time and each took out a jade box. They presented it to the cultivator at the head of the table. The cultivator opened it separately, looked at it a few times, closed it again, and returned it to the two. He said, "Fellow Taoists, your items are really good. Unfortunately, I can't use them." With that, he pointed at the jade bottle before him. The jade bottle flew toward the cultivator who had just bid. The cultivator clearly couldn't contain his excitement. He waved his hand and put the jade bottle into his bag of holding. Then the cultivator's movements became graceful. He took out a bag of holding and handed it over to the cultivator at the head of the table. He smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator, please take a look to see if the number of spirit stones matches." The cultivator at the head of the table opened the bag of holding and scanned it with his divine sense. He smiled and said, "The number of spirit stones is just right. Many thanks for fellow Taoist support." Then, the cultivator put away the bag of holding and took out another item. He threw it into the air. A jade-green brilliance rose into the air like the bright moon in the night sky. A burst of sound of waves hitting the shore rushed into Xueqi's mind. Xueqi felt a wave of dizziness and his vision went black. Xueqi was greatly shocked. He didn't care about being noticed and immediately used the exquisite leaf scripture. The Buddha Sarira in Xueqi's mind flashed a few times, and only then did the dizziness in Xueqi's mind was expelled. What kind of magic treasure is this? Xueqi's mind was still unsettled. He raised his eyes to look at the jade-green bead in the main hall and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is a real magic treasure, right? It actually didn't need anyone to activate it. Just by its own power, it can pass through the maze. Also, this black Taoist robe is even more mysterious than the maze. Compared to it, this young master's cloud-suppressing seal really isn't worth mentioning. A glint of jealousy appeared in Xueqi's eyes, and his determination to restore the cloud-suppressing seal became even more firm. The other cultivators were far from being affected by Xueqi's shock. They all released their divine senses and firmly locked onto the bead. This is the magic treasure tied bead. As for its specific function, presumably, I don't need to introduce it, right? Everyone is a big family. If I say too much, I'll just make a fool of myself. The cultivator in the seat of honor pointed with his finger, and the tied bead suddenly enlarged like a wheel. As it spun, a jade-green brilliance burst forth like a jade-green flame, circling around the entire main hall. The spiritual aura of the world inside the main hall was drawn by the bead, and the bright flower stones on the four walls also dimmed and lost their color. Too awesome! Upon seeing this, the faint trace of luck in Xueqi's heart also disappeared without a trace. This magic treasure is definitely not something an aura-refining cultivator can control. Yes, even if it's a foundation-building cultivator, I'm afraid it'll be extremely easy for it to backfire. Quick! The cultivator in the seat of honor recited an incantation and pointed with his finger. The tied bead rapidly shrank and turned into a speck of fluorescent light that fell into his hand. "Fellow Taoists, you may place your bids." Just as the voice of the cultivator in the seat of honor fell, a cultivator hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist, I didn't expect that such a magic treasure would appear in this secret auction, so I didn't prepare enough spirit stones. Is it possible to postpone the bidding for 2 hours?" Fellow Taoist is confused. As long as you enter the secret auction, how can you leave midway? Since fellow Taoist didn't prepare enough spirit stones, that means you don't have fate with this magic treasure. I can't help even if I want to. Alas, forget it. What a pity. That cultivator let out a long sigh and said very dejectedly. The one who spoke was the cultivator who had just won the nascent conception pill. Naturally, he was also a core formation cultivator. Out of the 5 core formation cultivators, only 4 were bidding now. What surprised Xueqi was that 3 other cultivators also joined in the bidding, and, in the end, only these 3 cultivators were competing to increase the price. So, these 3 are nascent soul cultivators. Xueqi suddenly came to a realization, and sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. Ever since he started cultivating, he'd only met several nascent soul cultivators. Each and every one of them was a person with remarkable abilities. In front of them, Xueqi felt that he was just an ant. In this secret auction among the dozen or so cultivators, there were 5 Jindan cultivators, 3 nascent soul cultivators, and the rest except for Xueqi, who was an aura-refining cultivator, were probably all late-stage foundation-building cultivators, right? Fortunately, everyone was wearing mysterious black Taoist robes, so no one knew each other's identity, and no one knew that there was an insignificant existence among them. As expected, the 3 nascent soul cultivators were rich and overbearing. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, only one cultivator won. That cultivator in the seat of honor didn't ask the others if there was anything of similar value, and directly waved his hand. The tide bead flew in front of the winning cultivator and was swallowed by that cultivator. That nascent soul cultivator similarly waved his hand, and a storage pouch flew over. Alright, I's 3 items have been completed. Next, it's this fellow Taoist's turn. The cultivator in the seat of honor slightly raised his hand, indicating the cultivator on his left. After these 3 rounds of bidding, Xiaohua already knew that the next cultivator to take out the item should be a core formation cultivator. Moreover, he also participated in the bidding just now, but he didn't succeed. That cultivator placed a brocade box on the table and said with a smile, "I have a piece of gold fragment here. It's a necessity for refining magic weapons. Which fellow Taoist wants it? I have already seen this item, so I give up my priority right. Fellow Taoists, please make your bids." The cultivator in the seat of honor said. Just like before, there were 3 cultivators bidding. Looking at the situation, 2 of them were foundation building cultivators, and 1 was a core formation cultivator. As usual, when the 3 people called out the number of spirit stones, that cultivator said, "If any fellow Taoist doesn't have enough spirit stones, you can take out something of equivalent value to exchange." Hearing this, Xiaohua's mind became somewhat active. This piece of gold fragment was exactly as that cultivator said. It was a necessity for refining magic weapons, and the cloud-suppressing seal's exterior was full of holes. If he wanted to repair it, this piece of gold fragment was indispensable. Although he couldn't repair the cloud-suppressing seal right now, he had to prepare all kinds of materials in advance. However, the only valuable things he had on him were the fire essence flame crystals and spiritual herbs. Needless to say, he wouldn't be willing to exchange for the fire essence flame crystals even if he took out the mist tide beads, so he could only take out spiritual herbs. However, the other party was a core formation cultivator, so the spiritual herbs he wanted naturally had to be of a high grade and had to be of sufficient age. Xiaohua couldn't take out several kinds of spiritual herbs all at once, right? Therefore, after thinking for a moment, Xiaohua took out the stalk of spirit grass, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards that cultivator, saying, "I have something here. I don't know if it's to fellow Taoists' liking." At the same time, another cultivator at the side also pushed a jade box towards that cultivator. The cultivator opened the 2 items and looked at them again and again. He seemed to be hesitating. Soon after, he returned the other cultivator's jade box and put away Xiaohua's spirit grass. A strange voice sounded, "Fellow Taoist, this thing is to my liking. This time, fellow Taoist has gotten a bargain." Haha, Xiaohua was overjoyed. Seeing the gold fragments floating in front of his eyes, he put them away with a flick of his sleeve and said inwardly, "Finally, this trip wasn't in vain." Subsequently, 2 magic weapons, several core formation medicinal pills, 2 jade talismans, 3 sets of formation discs and formation talismans, more than 10 demonic beast cores, and even 2 sword pellets were all taken out by the cultivators in succession. Apart from the 2 jade talismans that were taken away by the cultivators with priority, the other items were all exchanged by other cultivators using spirit stones or items. Apart from the jade talismans and sword pellets, Xiaohua didn't have any interest in the other items. However, he was still a bit worried. His spirit grass had already been exchanged. If it was his turn to take out something, wouldn't he have to take out a spiritual herb? A stalk of several thousand years old spirit grass already made Xiaohua somewhat uneasy. Wouldn't it be even more troublesome if there was more? Fortunately, a cultivator in front of Xiaohua said, "I don't dare to take out my item to show my incompetence. Let's wait and see if the other fellow Taoists have anything to exchange." Subsequently, this cultivator didn't take out anything, and it was the turn of the cultivators behind him. Naturally, when it was Xiaohua's turn, Xiaohua followed suit. Just when Xiaohua thought that this secret auction would end so peacefully with him obtaining the gold fragments, there was a little unforeseen event. Chapter 17:14. Because on Xiaohua's right side, in addition to 2 gold core cultivators, there was only 1 nascent soul cultivator. The items of those 2 gold core cultivators were very rare. Xiaohua had never heard of them, let alone bid for them. As for the items of nascent soul cultivators, Xiaohua boasted that he didn't have the ability or the financial support. Just as Xiaohua closed his eyes to rest and wait for the first auction of his life to end, the nascent soul stage cultivator coughed and said, "I've already bid for an item and I don't have anything good to take out from my storage bag. However, since it's not easy for everyone to participate, I will make a fool of myself." As he said that, he clapped his hand and took out a long jade box. He placed it on the table and said, "I obtained this when I went to the Meng Mountains a few years ago and accidentally killed a soul cultivator. I don't know which fellow Taoist is interested in it." As soon as his voice fell, the cultivator at the head of the table responded, "Fellow Taoist has such a good item. How can you say that you are making a fool of yourself? I will take a look first." The cultivator at the head of the table opened the jade box and pointed his finger. Gradually, a pale white bone flew out of the jade box. Hearing the word soul cultivator, Xiaohua was naturally curious. He opened his eyes and saw the white bone. His eyes lit up and he thought to himself, Isn't this a white bone from the space? Something that recorded the green seal script?" Everyone released their divine sense. Xiaohua knew that his cultivation base was shallow, so he didn't dare to release his divine sense for fear of revealing any flaws. He could only watch from afar. When he saw the cultivator at the head of the table, he cast a few spells on the white bone. The white bone gradually emitted a faint green brilliance, and thumb-sized characters appeared one after another. "Oh, this isn't the green seal script?" Xiaohua's eyes were very sharp. With a glance, he could clearly see that although the faint green characters were somewhat similar to the green seal script, they looked more similar to the cultivation characters of Xiaoyu continent. Haha, this is a soul cultivator's cultivation method. The cultivator at the head of the table grabbed his hand, and the green light on the white bone disappeared. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, you are lucky. I will use my right of priority." The nascent soul cultivator said, "Although the auction has always prohibited the bidding of cultivation methods, pill formulas, and equipment refining methods, since this is a soul cultivator's cultivation method, it should not be prohibited. Since fellow Taoist has a discerning eye, I naturally won't say anything." "What? The secret auction forbids the bidding of cultivation methods?" Only now did Xiaohua understand why there weren't any cultivation methods or pill recipes that he was interested in. Cultivation techniques, pill recipes, and refining methods are too sensitive and can often affect the cultivation structure of the Dawn Rain continent. My secret auction can still be considered as the highest authority in Chiu's city, but it's not enough to be considered as a neutral force in the entire Dawn Rain continent. Besides, the fact that the secret auction could have such an effect was all thanks to the support of fellow cultivators. Ordinary cultivation techniques and pill recipes might not be able to catch your attention. In that case, wouldn't it be better for us to live in harmony? Why do I have to do something that might cause misunderstandings among all the fellow Taoists in my secret auction? The cultivator on the seat of honor said, "And this soul cultivator's cultivation method has nothing to do with the orthodoxy of fellow cultivators, so I will accept it according to the rules." After saying that, the cultivator on the seat of honor handed a storage pouch to the nascent soul cultivator. "Fellow Taoist, please take a look and see if this number is suitable. If not, I will take out a number that will satisfy fellow Taoist." "Idiot," Xiaohua sighed with emotion. "Isn't this just giving people spirit stones?" Unexpectedly, the nascent soul cultivator opened the storage pouch and took a look, then said with a smile, "The number of spirit stones that fellow Taoist gave is very fair. I am very satisfied." Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Soon after, the cultivator on the seat of honor put away the white bone and said, "Fellow Taoists, do you have any other items to bid? If not, I would like to ask fellow Taoist too." "Fellow Taoist, please wait." The nascent soul cultivator put away the storage pouch, then waved his hand and said, "I still have a rare item." It seems that fellow Taoist's trip to Millions Mountain Range was very fruitful. The cultivator on the seat of honor was a little surprised. The nascent soul cultivator shook his head and said, "Actually, I was doing something else to avoid those soul cultivators. But who knew that something had happened in Meng Mountains? Everything was in chaos, and I had no time to avoid them. So I had no choice but to kill my way out. Alas, I won't talk about the specific difficulties." As he said that, he clapped his hand and took out a strange oil lamp, placed it on the table, and said, according to the soul cultivator that I killed, from the soul-searching technique, their soul cultivator summoned their soul demon from the 10,000 demon realm. This thing should be brought by the soul demon from the 10,000 demon realm. Ah! Xiaohua was stunned. He'd never heard of it, and even the books of the lightning controlling sect had never mentioned it. Of course, Xiaohua came to a sudden understanding right after that. Isn't there no records of the Buddhist sect in the books as well? Didn't it still exist? Obviously, the few foundation establishment cultivators and golden core cultivators had never heard of it, like Xiaohua. None of them spoke, or they were waiting for the cultivator on the seat of honor to speak. The cultivator on the seat of honor waved his hand, and the strange oil lamp flew into his hand. The cultivator looked around and pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist, from the material of this oil lamp, I can't tell whether it's something from the 10,000 demon realm. However, the little spiritual fire on the wick shouldn't be something from the Xiaoyu continent. Perhaps the thing that fellow Taoist obtained from the soul-searching is true. It's a pity that this thing has been severely damaged. Out of the 10 halts of the main body, 7 halts have been damaged. The fire essence of the spiritual fire in the wick has been destroyed, leaving only the fire shell on the surface. It's completely useless. The only thing that's useful is the 3 drops of oil in the lamp. But what's the use of this oil? I'm afraid that the soul cultivator doesn't know, right?" The cultivator changed the topic. Fellow Taoist is right. The nascent soul cultivator didn't hide it and said with a smile, "That soul cultivator fought I with this thing. If I didn't use my full strength, how could I get this thing? I didn't intend to damage this thing. It's just that this spiritual fire is really powerful. The drop of innate heavy water in I's magic treasure is almost no match for it. This kind of thing is too demonic. I don't dare to use it." The cultivator on the seat of honor waved his hand, and the worn-out oil lamp fell on the table. "Fellow Taoists, take a look and see who wants it." Several foundation establishment cultivators and golden core cultivators listened to the words of the cultivator on the seat of honor. They knew that this thing wasn't something they could use, so they all shut their mouths. Xiaohua also had the same plan, but when he heard that there was a little spiritual fire on the oil lamp, his heart suddenly became active. However, this spiritual fire had no fire essence, so he hesitated. "Do you want it or not? If you want it, what will you give in exchange?" At this moment, another nascent soul cultivator said, "How about this? I will give a price and take this thing back to sea." As he said this, he waved his hand and threw a storage pouch on the table. Chapter 17:15. This. Xiaohua, who was originally hesitant, became even more conflicted when he saw a nascent soul cultivator bidding. He couldn't figure out the truth of the matter, whether or not it was as the other party said. He just casually offered a price and brought it back to take a look. If it really was an item that a nascent soul cultivator must have, then he would have ruined the other party's good fortune for no reason. Not only did he fail to cultivate his frigid flame, he would also become an undead in the other party's hands. That was a nascent soul cultivator. He had countless methods to kill Xiaohua without letting him know. Moreover, Xiaohua only heard that there was a fire shell of spiritual fire. He also connected it to the fact that he didn't have a pure frigid flame seed. Then, he thought about what Luan Qing said about fire seeds of the 5 elements. Only then did an unimaginable thought appear in his mind. In the future, when I cultivate the light escape technique and temper my bones, I will need to find the so-called 5 elements. Since that's the case, why don't I use this fire shell of spiritual fire to contain the 5 elements? Perhaps it can produce the so-called 5 elements fire seeds? Of course, Xiaohua's thought was only a possibility, a thought only. If no one bid, Xiaohua could effortlessly take out a spirit grass of about the same age and obtain it. But now, it seems that this was already an extravagant hope. "Fellow Taoists, is there no one interested in this thing?" The nascent soul cultivator chuckled, his voice becoming very strange. Fellow Taoist, I was also curious. I never had the chance to go to Mount Meng, so I wanted to take a look at this thing. If someone really wanted it, wouldn't they have already bid?" The nascent soul cultivator laughed. Fine. Just as the nascent soul cultivator was about to speak, Xiaohua finally couldn't help but speak up like a wronged little wife. that Senior Junior has a fire attribute physique. Right now, I'm stuck at a bottleneck. Junior wants to use this spiritual fire to break through the bottleneck. I don't know if Senior can let me pass. What were you doing earlier? The nascent soul cultivator who bid didn't know whether to laugh or cry, cursing. If you bid earlier, why would I bid? Say, Senior Junior didn't have anything good, but this thing really attracted Junior, so Junior didn't dare to rashly bid. Xiao Hua's pitiful tone under the black Taoist robe was unpleasant to hear. Motherfucker. You know the price now? Yes, Junior. Junior understands. However, Senior, Xiao Hua said bitterly. What do you have in exchange? The nascent soul cultivator from before said disdainfully. Although you urgently need this spiritual fire, if there is nothing that I want, how can I give it to you? This nascent soul cultivator clearly knew that Xiao Hua did not have enough spirit stones. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua didn't hesitate in the slightest. He clapped his hands and took out 2 jade boxes from his storage pouch, handing them over to the 2 nascent soul cultivators respectively. He smiled apologetically and said, These are the only things Junior has that might be of equal value to this spiritual fire. Senior, please inspect them. In addition, this jade box is Junior's gift to this Senior. Although it isn't precious, it is Junior's token of appreciation. Because of Junior's negligence, Senior has worked hard. Please forgive Senior. When Xiao Hua was speaking just now, he had already thought it through. The other party was a nascent soul cultivator, so the spiritual plants he needed were definitely out of the ordinary. What origin returning grass, Ilian green fruit, he shouldn't take them out to make a fool of himself. He had obtained many nameless seeds from 100 Herbs Gates Jiang Fan. Counting them now, they should be more than 10,000 years old. Xiao Hua picked a spiritual plant similar to the divine shadow grass. Xiao Hua had seen this divine shadow grass in ancient records before. It should be a rare spiritual plant in Dawn Rain continent. It had always been a supplementary medicine for nascent soul cultivators to refine nascent formation pills, but even supplementary medicine couldn't be lacking. Naturally, the spiritual plant Xiao Hua gave to that cultivator was not 10,000 years old. Ha! When that cultivator saw the divine shadow grass, he was slightly surprised. After a moment he smiled and said, Fellow Taoist is considerate. This old man still needs it. But that cultivator didn't say anything about giving the spiritual fire to Xiao Hua. Speaking up to hear, he slightly tilted his head. Obviously, this divine shadow grass was very much to his liking. He didn't want to lose this thing, but he also didn't want to offend another nascent soul cultivator because of it. Forget it! The other nascent soul cultivator opened Xiao Hua's jade box and took a look. He smiled and said, You little cultivator really knows how to curry favor with both sides. Since this spiritual fire is beneficial to you, how can this old man compete with you? As he spoke, he waved his hand and put the jade box into his arms. Since you have good intentions, this old man won't hide it from you. This spiritual fire is the fire seed of the 10,000 demon realm. Although it is only a fire shell left, it is not something that cultivators below gold core stage can use. If you are at gold core middle stage, you can use this spiritual fire to break through the bottleneck. If you are at gold core early stage, then think of other ways. Yes, this Junior understands. Hearing that nascent soul cultivator's words, it seemed that even he couldn't see through his own cultivation. Xiao Hua was even more delighted and quickly responded, This Junior will remember Senior's instructions. This spiritual fire belongs to fellow Taoist. The nascent soul cultivator waved his hand and the broken oil lamp flew in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua waved his hand and the oil lamp disappeared into his space. After the nascent soul cultivator, there were 2 other cultivators who also took out their own things. However, compared to the previous items, they were much worse, so Xiao Hua didn't pay much attention to them. Well, fellow Taoists, this secret auction ends here. 3 years later, if fate wills it, we will meet again. After everyone finished exchanging, the cultivator at the top clapped his hands and laughed. Then, without saying another word, his whole body flew straight up into the sky and disappeared in an instant. Xiao Hua raised his eyes to look. Indeed, at the top of the round table and the corresponding chair, there was a round hole the size of a person. Inside the round hole, a crimson light was faintly discernible. A huge suction force came from the hole, and without Xiaohua urging his magic power, his entire body was pulled into the round hole. Above the round hole was a small space. Just like when Xiaohua came, there was also a jade table. On the table, there was a jade plate. Xiaohua understood that this jade plate should be where the black robe was placed. Xiaohua was very reluctant to take off the black robe. He didn't know how this robe was made, but even nascent soul cultivators couldn't see through it. Moreover, in the secret auction just now, everyone was wearing the same black robe. To be honest, even if Xiaohua were to participate in it again, he wouldn't be able to distinguish which cultivator was the one who bid just now. When Xiaohua placed the robe on the jade plate, he saw a corner of the space suddenly flash with a three-colored brilliance. A layer of runes flashed from the brilliance. This seems to be a transmission array? Xiaohua scanned the area with his divine sense and immediately sensed the difference between this brilliance and the runes. He didn't dare to be careless and stepped in. When the brilliance and the runes spread, they covered his entire body. As the brilliance flourished, Xiaohua's entire body disappeared. In a remote area of Weeping Moon City, Xiaohua's figure suddenly appeared. Before he could react, the brilliance of the teleportation array disappeared again. Xiaohua calmed himself down, looked around, and saw that there was no trace of a teleportation array under his feet. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Who is hosting this secret auction? Just a temporary teleportation array that can only be used for short-distance teleportation is not something that an ordinary sect can master. Who cares who it is? Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He patted his chest very naturally and said with a smile, "This young master has benefited from it." Then, with a sweep of his divine sense, he slowly walked out of the secluded place. This was a remote place in Weeping Moon City, but there were still many shops and shops. Xiaohua simply strolled around slowly and bought a lot of things. Naturally, he had seen the grand scale of the auction and the secret auction. Xiaohua's vision had also widened, so he didn't feel too pained when buying materials and pills. Seeing that it was another artifact refinement shop, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He walked in and saw a fourth-layer qi refinement shop assistant come over to listen respectfully. Xiaohua looked at the dazzling array of materials and many artifacts under the restriction. He directly asked, "I want to buy a few puppets. Does your shop have them?" Senior, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong shop." The shop assistant was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled apologetically and said, "My humble shop only provides artifacts and artifact refinement materials. We don't have the puppets that Senior wants." "Where can I find them in Weeping Moon City?" Xiaohua nodded. To tell you the truth, I'm afraid you can't find them in Weeping Moon City." The shop assistant said without hesitation, "If Senior wants to buy them, you can go to the 7 Skills Sect shop. Only they have the ability. However, from what I see, they don't seem to have them now." Thank you, fellow cultivator." Xiaohua slightly cupped his hands and walked out of the shop. Speaking of puppets, Xiaohua also thought of them during the secret auction. He only had one puppet. Seeing that the space was getting bigger and there were more spiritual herbs, although he didn't need to take care of them every day, it was still a very tiring task to sort the spiritual herbs and plant them according to their age. One puppet was already not enough. However, although the Dawn Rain continent was big, he had never heard of any sect that specialized in refining puppets. Even the 7 Skills Sect, from the shop assistant's tone, didn't have a large number of puppets for sale. Xiaohua waved his hand to find the spirit camel carriage and quickly rushed back to the inn. The situation in the inn was the same as before. The restrictions on the 3 people's rooms were all open, so he couldn't know if they were all in the room. However, according to Xiaohua's thoughts, since he had such a situation, those 3 people should be even more interesting than him, right? After entering the room, Xiaohua opened the restriction and closed his eyes to rest for a while. He couldn't help but take out the worn-out oil lamp. Just as the nascent soul cultivator said, the oil lamp was seriously damaged. There was only a bean-sized flame at the wick and 3 drops of oil at the bottom of the wick. Xiaohua was naturally not interested in the oil of the lamp, and his gaze was only on the flame. Chapter 17:16. The flame of this spiritual fire was very strange. It was not scorching hot like the Samadhi true fire, nor was it burning like the icicle flame. This flame was just quiet, as if it would not move at all, and would not burn at all. Moreover, although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around the flame was very rich, there was not a trace of it converging into the flame. It was as if the flame was separated from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Xueqi thought for a moment. Then he took out a small piece of spirit stone from the space and threw it into the flame. The flame was so pure that it was almost transparent. The spirit stone flashed and didn't seem to have any effect on it. Xueqi thought for a long time about the so-called 10,000 demon world spiritual fire. He also made a lot of guesses about its power, but he never thought that it would be like this. Then, Xueqi took out a spiritual grass and placed it on top of the spiritual fire. It was still the same. The delicate branches and leaves were not damaged at all in the spiritual fire. What is this? A trace of regret and confusion emerged in Xueqi's heart, but then he thought again and patted his head. Didn't I say it clearly? This spiritual fire already has no fire essence, only a fire shell, just a shell of spiritual fire. How can it burn? No wonder that nascent soul cultivator let it go so easily. I only took out a 2,000-year-old spiritual grass and fooled him. Xueqi thought for a moment, and his left hand struck out a technique. It was the fire-controlling technique of the Samadhi true fire. Then, he pointed his finger, and the bean-sized flame flew out from the wick of the oil lamp, and quietly floated in the air. Oh good. It's still a flame. Seeing that the spiritual fire could be controlled, Xueqi was slightly relieved. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out the icicle flame. The icicle flame flew to the side of the spiritual fire, and burned vigorously. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, whether it was metal, wood, water, fire or earth, were all swallowed by it. It was very powerful, and formed a sharp contrast with the spiritual fire's stillness. How about I try fusing it? Xueqi was a bit hesitant. This icicle flame only had a little bit, and the spiritual fire was also only a little bit. If there was any accident, Xueqi would lose both. But if he did not try, Xueqi would not give up. Right, can I use the true Samadhi fire? Xueqi patted his head, and a wisp of Samadhi true fire appeared in his hand. Go. Following a wave of Xueqi's hand, that tiny wisp of Samadhi true fire gradually approached the spirit fire, and Xueqi released his Buddha sense. Ouch! A burst of intense burning sensation appeared when the Buddhist consciousness approached the spiritual fire, causing Xueqi to involuntarily groan. The pain from the Buddhist sense didn't make Xueqi nervous. Instead, it gave birth to a trace of excitement. That's right. How bad could a spiritual fire that could burn the Buddhist sense be? Withdrawing his Buddhist sense, Xueqi only stared at the spiritual fire and the true Samadhi fire. He saw that the true Samadhi fire was nearing the spiritual fire, but there was no reaction at all. The spiritual fire was also different from a transparent one, still motionless in place. The true Samadhi fire entered. Damn it! Xueqi scolded and raised his head impatiently. But when he raised his head, he felt that something was wrong. He looked left and right, then stared at the spirit fire for a long time, but he didn't notice anything wrong. Right. Suddenly, Xueqi came to a realization. It wasn't that the true Samadhi fire entered the spirit fire, but he didn't see the true Samadhi fire come out. Xueqi hurriedly waved his hand and moved the spirit fire over, but the true Samadhi fire wasn't inside. Haha! This spirit fire actually swallowed the true Samadhi fire. Xueqi was overjoyed, but that transparent spirit fire didn't seem to have any changes at all. Go go go! Xueqi waved his hand in succession, and dozens of true Samadhi fires flew into the spirit fire. The true Samadhi fires that were much bigger than the spirit fire flew into the spirit fire, but the spirit fire still didn't have any changes. Xueqi frowned slightly. I'm afraid that the true Samadhi fire can't be used as the fire essence of the spirit fire. I wonder if the icicle flame can. When Xueqi saw the icicle flame, he shook his head slightly, and even had some lingering fear in his heart. He said to himself, it's best not to try blindly for this matter. I didn't think too much about it just now. Fortunately, this true Samadhi fire can't be used as the fire essence. If it could be used as the fire essence, then I wouldn't be able to use it as the 5-colored fire seed. Xueqi understood that this icicle flame was after all a heterogeneous fire seed. If he used it as the fire essence of the spirit fire, it would really be a pity. Previously, he didn't have the spirit fire, but now that he had the opportunity, how could he not consider creating a 5-colored fire seed that was better for him? This icicle flame should be able to cultivate too, right? Xiaohua thought for a moment. It seemed that the Luan family's jade slip didn't say that it couldn't. Thus, Xiaohua sucked in his mouth, and the icicle flame's fire seed flew into his body. Soon after, Xiaohua hesitated a little, and struck a few seals on the spirit fire's fire seed. He sucked in his mouth, and similarly, the spirit fire seed entered his body. Then, he closed his eyes and meditated, and began to slowly cultivate the icicle flame's fire seed. As for the spirit fire's fire seed, it was just as Xiaohua thought. The cultivation seals were all useless. After an unknown number of days, the restriction in Xiaohua's room shook. Xiaohua opened his eyes, and opened the restriction. Qian Diheng was outside. I say, junior brother Xiao, another 10 days have passed. Shouldn't we be leaving? Looking at Qian Diheng's winking face, Xiaohua was very happy. Indeed, following Qian Diheng's entrance, Kuan Fei Yan and Sun Shu also came in. Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm afraid that I will delay senior brother and senior sister for a few more days. Junior brother has encountered some problems in his cultivation, so I can't hurry on with my journey for the time being. It's okay, it's okay. Qian Diheng patted Xiaohua's shoulder and said, It's still too early to reach Zhongqing City. You should cultivate first. Then he turned to Sun Shu and the others and said, Let's go out and buy some things? This kind of meditation cultivation can't improve cultivation. It's better to be active than to be still. Sun Shu glanced at Xiaohua, and didn't ask much. He turned and left. Kuan Fei Yan, however, stared at Xiaohua a few times, and then looked at Qian Diheng. He smiled and said, Junior brother Xiao didn't say anything, but junior brother Qian seems to be very familiar with junior brother Zhao's cultivation. Qian Diheng didn't answer, and turned and left. Before he left, he even winked at Xiaohua. More than 10 days later, in front of the teleportation array of Weeping Moon City, Xiaohua, Qian Diheng and the others disappeared. Outside the building of the teleportation array, an ordinary-looking cultivator, whose cultivation was only at the 10th level of qi refining, hurriedly walked out of a nearby tea house. He waved his hand and got on a spirit camel carriage, and came to a secluded courtyard. The disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect have left? Are they going to Zhongqing City? In the courtyard, in a secret room, a cultivator in his 50s, holding a long sword in his hand, looked at it over and over, and asked very confidently. Senior brother Chong, the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect have left, but whether they are going to Zhongqing City or not, I'm not sure. The cultivator who came in looked at the 12th level of qi refining with reverence and said carefully. Chapter 17:17. If there's a condensed knowledge treasure, how could they not go? Senior brother Chong sneered. Unless they're idiots. Yes. It's still senior martial brother Chong who strategizes and decides victory from 1,000 miles away. The disciple said respectfully, once the news of the condensed knowledge treasure spread, the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples will definitely fall into senior brother Chang's hands. Who said I was the one who spread the news? Senior brother Chong glanced at the disciple. The disciple was clearly stunned and blurted out. Could it be? The news of the condensed knowledge treasure is true? Did I say that it's fake? Senior brother Chang's lips curled into a smile. Then, that disciple's eyes clearly showed a trace of fanaticism, but before he could finish speaking, senior brother Chong mercilessly berated him. You'd better wake up. Even if this condensing knowledge treasure belonged to your previous life, do you think you can escape from the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples after obtaining it? Do you think they'll allow another foundation establishment or even golden core cultivator to appear? The disciple's face immediately showed disappointment, but then he smiled apologetically. I might not be able to, but senior brother Chang's talent is exceptional. The condensed knowledge treasure will definitely be senior brother Chang's. Mine? Senior brother Chong laughed loudly and looked at the furnishings in the room. If I could refine the condensed knowledge treasure in my past life, how could I not reach foundation establishment at the age of 50? Emofeng, don't forget, cultivators who can refine treasures all have great fortunes. Even if they reincarnate, how could they be like us? Senior brother Chong is right, the cultivator called Mo Feng said in a low voice. Humph, of course if we can't get it, others can't get it so easily. Senior brother Chong said fiercely, even if I can't use it, I will still put it in my storage bag and admire it for the rest of my life. Yes, disciple understands. Mo Feng smiled apologetically however, since the condensed knowledge treasure has appeared, not to mention the Imperial Thundersex disciples, the 4 of them are all at the 12th level of chi refining. Obviously, they came out to travel and prepare to break through. Disciples from other sects with some background should also go, right? With our cultivation. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to deal with them. That's what I should worry about. Senior brother Chong sneered. You just need to do your own thing. Disciple understands. Disciple understands. Mo Feng said hurriedly. Disciple will go back now. And you go. Senior Chong nodded, indicating for Mo Feng to leave immediately. After that, he sat on the cloud bed for a while before hurriedly leaving the secret room. 10 days later, in the southwest of Weeping Moon City, in a desolate place, above the scorched earth, Xiao Hua and the other 3 were leisurely hurrying along. The 4 of them formed a shape, with Xiao Hua and Qian Dihing flying in the front, Sun Shu and Kuan Fian flying behind. Qian Dihing flew on the right side of Xiao Hua, slightly behind. His eyes looked at Xiao Hua from time to time, as if he wanted to see something from Xiao Hua's body. When Xiao Hua sensed something and turned his head, Qian Diheng hurriedly looked ahead. If it was a beautiful female cultivator, Xiao Hua might be complacent, but Qian Diheng was a man, so Xiao Hua naturally knew what he was thinking. He could only smile bitterly in his heart. Because after Xiao Hua got the new consumable magic treasure from the workshop, Qian Diheng asked Xiao Hua for a token that could be used to refine magic tools in the workshop. After all, the workshop only looked at tokens and didn't recognize people, so this token was the most important. But the problem was, Xiao Hua still needed to use this token to refine magic tools. So how could he return it to Qian Diheng? What kind of magic tool needs a year to refine? At that time, Qian Diheng was shocked, but then he thought of magic tools. However, thinking about Xiao Hua's background as a loose cultivator and also a disciple of the myriad Thunder Valley with no foundation, he was puzzled. Not to mention that magic tools were hard to find. Even the spirit stones needed to refine magic tools were something that Xiao Hua couldn't take out. Xiao Hua's answer was very hesitant. He only said that the master refiner of the workshop had said that he would return the token to Qian Diheng after a year. Although Qian Diheng didn't ask anymore, he was still worried. Could it be that this guy really has spirit stones? Taking the cloud-suppressing seal back to the furnace and refining it again? Xiao Hua replied to Qian Diheng, but in his heart, he was really moved by the craftsmanship of the workshop. The consumable magic tool was stored in his space, and it was completely different from the previous spear-shaped magic tool. This was a 3-inch-long rhombus-shaped magic tool. There was a green and red brilliance on it, and its surface was abnormally bright. Faintly, there were strange runes flashing on it. Moreover, this magic tool had another wonderful feature, which was that it could be seen clearly with the naked eye. But when one's divine sense swept over it, it was actually empty. I'm afraid this is the effect of the lizard's bones. Xiao Hua thought. I didn't think that the bones and flesh of spirit beasts could be used like this. And that cultivator also had some spirit beast bones in his hands, and this magic tool also had some refined ones. According to what that cultivator said, I can use this magic tool to kill an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator with my 12th-stage chi refining cultivation, but my real cultivation has reached the middle-stage chi refining cultivation. Then, wouldn't I be able to kill a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator with this magic tool? Although it's only a few % chance, it's still better than having no chance at all. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Unfortunately, this magic tool. There's only one. Moreover, it can only be used once. If only I could use it more than once. Junior brother Xiao, what are you thinking about? Qian Diheng finally spoke. Hee, nothing. I just saw that senior brother Qian is always looking at me. I'm surprised. Xiao Hua said with a smile. TCH. Qian Diheng grinned and scanned with his spirit sense. He frowned and said, this place is a bit desolate. I'm afraid we'll reach the Li Qian mountain range a few hundred miles ahead. Let's take a rest first and discuss this. Afterwards, Qian Diheng waved his hand and landed on a bald peak first. Sun Shu and the others also landed. Kuan Fian asked curiously, "It's still early. Is junior brother Qian going to rest again?" "We came out from Weeping Moon City's teleportation array and went through several teleportations. We just flew for a few days. How can I be tired?" Qian Diheng raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, "I'm at the late stage of qi refining cultivation. I'm not as weak as before." Sun Shu looked around and said thoughtfully, "This place is already close to the Li Qian mountain range." "And that's right," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Senior brother Qian wants to discuss something." "Discuss what?" Kuan Fian asked curiously. "Just fly there directly. There are many spirit beasts in the Li Qian mountain range, our cultivation." "I'm afraid it's not enough," Xiao Hua said. Sun Shu thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. "If we take a detour, I'm afraid we won't have enough time to reach Zhongqing City in time. According to it's better to fly there directly." "That's right. We are here to travel in order to break through to the next realm. This kind of dangerous place is the best place for us to go. How can we take a detour?" Kuan Fian also raised his eyebrows and said, very excited. Xiao Hua was silent, knowing that this was also a knot in the hearts of the three. He could only persuade in a low voice, "Then we still need to discuss and find a suitable route." "That's what I'm thinking," Qian Diheng said with a smile. Then the four of them sat down cross-legged and recovered their spiritual power. After the four of them rested for a while, Sun Shu discussed with Qian Diheng and Kuan Fian for a while. Xiao Hua understood that although the Li Qian mountain range wasn't particularly big, it had a radius of tens of thousands of miles. There were many extremely fierce spirit beasts whose strength was comparable to Foundation establishment, especially the spirit stones in the depths of the mountain range, which were more than gold core. Although they had to fly over the periphery of the Li Qian mountain range, the spirit beasts there were much weaker, but it was still very difficult to pass through quietly. According to the sex records, in the direction of the Li Qian mountain range, there are the most green pythons, which are first-grade spirit beasts, the same strength as us. Sun Shu had obviously done his homework and explained. However, green pythons usually live in groups. Hundreds and thousands of green pythons would give even Foundation establishment masters a headache. The skin, bones, core and flesh of green pythons are all good things. Kuan Fian's eyes shone. Snake venom can also be refined into antidote pills and poison pills, Qian Diheng also said. However, Sun Shu frowned. "The problem is, we can't directly face hundreds of green pythons." "Hee, is there still a need to say?" Qian Diheng laughed strangely and turned to look at Xiao Hua. "Our junior brother Zhao's flying speed is so fast. Isn't it just right to use him to lure the snakes?" "No way." Xiao Hua saw the three people looking at him with tacit understanding and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Junior brother Xiao, we'll use you." Sun Shu covered his mouth and laughed. "Who asked your flying speed to be the fastest among us? Moreover, you dare to go deep into the Li Qian mountain range alone. It's the most beneficial for your state of mind and cultivation. Who knows, you might be able to find the opportunity to build your foundation in today's danger." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and laughed. "Fine, since I'm going to lure the snakes, then, how do we calculate the share?" "You stingy brat." Qian Diheng heard and immediately had a look of disdain. "You haven't even started to work and you're already bargaining. Really not enough." However, just as his voice fell, Qian Diheng blinked his eyes and said, "How about this? You've done a meritorious deed by luring the snakes. You can get 20% more of the things after killing the green pythons." "Deal." Xiao Hua was very happy, as if he had gotten a great bargain. "Strange, no matter how I look at it. It seems as if I've fallen into a trap." Qian Diheng was rather puzzled. Kuan Fian rolled his eyes at him and said, "Junior brother Xiao is so benevolent, if you don't give him more points, how could he not go? What he means is that he wants to pick first, right?" "Junior brother Xiao, is it like this?" Qian Diheng pulled Xiao Hua's Taoist robe and said, "Who said so?" Xiao Hua's face was serious. "The green python skin is a refining material, the more the better." Xiao Hua previously didn't think that the remains of spirit beasts could be used to refine tools, so he didn't calculate before. Now that he understood, how could he give up? "All right, since we've finished our discussion and have divided our work, we'll go and kill the green pythons." Sun Shu smiled like a flower, as if the green pythons with refining qi cultivation were already in her bag. Chapter 17:18. The Liqian mountain range looked very desolate from afar, but when he got closer, Xiaohua discovered that under the rough mountain rocks and sand, there was a thin layer of vegetation. It was just that this vegetation was not green, and was similar to the color of the surrounding mountain rocks, making it difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Moreover, there was a kind of short tree on the mountain ridge. This tree was only about 2 zhang tall, but its trunk was thick. It needed more than 10 people to hug it. Xiaohua did not fly high, nor was his speed fast. He only released his divine sense and flew towards the depths of Liqian mountain range. Didn't you say we would pass through Liqian mountain range? How come we haven't even arrived yet and they're already thinking about the green pythons? Is this for experience or to accumulate spirit stones? Xiaohua flew for several li before coming to a realization. Sun Shu and the others had made it clear that the green pythons were extremely fast, and many of them could fly. Xiaohua only needed to lure no more than 4 green pythons out of the group, and the 4 of them were confident that they could kill them all. Is there a need for 4 people? With this young master's cloud-suppressing seal, won't these green pythons be in the bag? Xiaohua did not put these green pythons in his eyes. After flying for a while, the mountain range below them changed a little. It gradually became moist and a slight fishy wind rose in the air. Xiaohua frowned, knowing that the place where the green pythons lived was not far away. Could it be here? In his divine sense, a few li ahead was a place where the trees were slightly lush. A thick fog covered the forest and the ground was covered with grayish-white vegetation. However, this vegetation was worn bare, which was obviously the reason why the pythons often appeared. When he flew closer, Xiaohua's figure landed and used his hand to pinch his chin, thinking about how to lure the snakes. At this moment, a few ear-piercing screams came from the fog. There are other cultivators? Xiaohua was surprised and swept his divine sense, but when he saw the situation in the fog, he could not help but be surprised. At the edge of the fog, there were 4 or 5 people in martial arts clothes, holding different weapons in their hands. Some were swords, some were sabers, and some were spears. They were surrounding a 3 zhang long snake and were engaged in a life-and-death struggle. The snake's body was dark green and was 3 feet thick. On the snake's head, which was larger than an ox's head, there were 2 snake eyes emitting a cold light. Behind the snake on the ground not far away, there were more than 10 skeletal corpses, each of them missing an arm or a leg. It was a tragic sight. Just as Xiaohua was watching, the long snake hissed and spat out a mouthful of faint mist that sprinkled on the heads of the 2 people in front of him. The 2 people's faces were filled with panic, but they didn't seem to be able to take out any yellow talismans. Instead, they waved their hands and struck the air with their palms. Every time they struck, they seemed to be able to disperse some of the mist. But in the end, there was too much mist, and a lot of it landed on their bodies and faces. Another series of blood-curdling screams could be heard. As soon as the 2 men's skin came into contact with the mist, small blisters immediately appeared on their skin. Following that, wisps of white smoke rose from their bodies. It was obvious that they were in extreme pain. The 2 men could not help but throw away the saber and spear in their hands. They stretched out their hands to scratch at the blisters. However, the moment they did so, their entire skin was torn apart. Black blood flowed from their faces and necks. Just as the 2 people screamed and fell to the ground, the snake curled its tail and swept the 2 people on the left, who were somewhat dazed, to the ground. Immediately, blood spurted out from the 2 people's mouths. It was obvious they were dead. The 2 people's swords and spears were simply unable to block the attack of the snake's tail. The 4 people died extremely quickly. Xiaohua simply did not have time to make a move. However, seeing the methods of the 5 people, a thought emerged in Xiaohua's mind. These people are not cultivators. Sure enough, there was only 1 person left. Seeing that his companions had died, how could he dare to stay? He put away the sword in his hand, spread his body, and fled towards the outside of the thick fog. This is Qinggong? Xiaohua saw that person's feet were nimble and his body was as light as a swallow, and couldn't help but groan. He thought of the identity he sometimes used to dodge cultivators' attacks. Naturally, in Xiaohua's eyes, this person's movement technique was full of flaws and abnormally clumsy. Hiss! How could the snake let this person escape? The snake's head swayed, and its entire body swayed. Unexpectedly, it was not slower than that person's Qinggong as it chased after him. That person's face was pale. He simply didn't dare to look behind him. He lowered his head and ran towards Xiaohua. Just as that person came out of the thick fog, the snake behind him had already caught up. The snake's scarlet tongue was about to bite that person's back. Suddenly, the shadow of a sword flashed past that person's ear. That person was so frightened that his legs went soft and he fell to the ground, paralyzed. "Pa!" the snake hissed. Immediately, the man saw the thick snake tail sweep over his head and hit the thick tree next to him. The thick tree was broken by the snake with a kachub sound. The tree fell to the ground with a boom sound, and the long snake's tail was pressed down on the ground. The snake's tail moved a few times, as if it wanted to move but was unable to. Soon after, it stopped moving. That person was clearly stunned. Immediately after, he looked at the snake's head behind him in disbelief. He saw that the snake's head had already been smashed to pieces. On the ground next to the snake's head, the sword embryo of a long sword lay there, stained with blood. Which hero saved this humble one? That person clearly understood. He rolled and crawled up, cupped his hands and shouted. Not far away, on top of a tree, Xiaohua crossed his arms and looked at this person with interest. That person's gaze fell on Xiaohua's young face. It was quite inconceivable. He bowed and said, "This humble one is Zhang Xuyang of Southern Wind. I wonder which of the 5 immortals of Wulin is the benefactor who saved this humble one?" The 5 immortals of Wulin? Xiaohua's eyes turned. His figure floated down from the tree. He didn't use the slightest bit of transcendence energy, only the misty steps. 8 steps hurrying the wind? Zhang Xuyang saw Xiaohua's qinggong and immediately showed astonishment. He said, "The benefactor is Southern Wind Su Bingyi?" But then Zhang Xuyang shook his head and said, "Great Hero Su is an old man in his 60s. Could it be that the benefactor is a descendant of Great Hero Su?" He. Xiaohua laughed and put away the great wisdom sword. Soon after, his divine sense swept and said, "This is not a place to stay for long. Come with me." Saying this, Xiaohua pulled Zhang Xuyang. Still using the qinggong technique, he quickly brought him to a place. After waiting for Xiaohua for a while, several green pythons that were clearly much larger than this long snake rushed over. They circled around the long snake's corpse for a long time. Soon after, they ate the several people's corpses and dragged the long snake's corpse back into the forest. Chapter 17-19. Benefactor's qinggong is truly superb. You have really broadened my horizons. On top of a mountain, Zhang Xuyang said with admiration, "Su Bingyi's 8 steps chasing the wind is comparable to benefactor's. Benefactor, please bestow a name." "I am a nameless person in the forest. Even if I say my name, Zhang Duxia wouldn't know." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Who would have thought that Zhang Xuyang would turn over and kowtow and said, 'Benefactor saved my life. How can I not remember benefactor's name? If so, wouldn't I be worse than a pig or a dog? How can I stand in the martial arts world?' This." Xiaohua slightly shook his head. "I am Xiaohua. Benefactor Xiaohua." Zhang Xuyang was helped up by Xiaohua. He shed tears of gratitude and said, "With Benefactor Zhao's skills, even if you are in the wild forest, you should be famous in Jianghu." "How come? I have never heard of your name?" "I still haven't traveled Jianghu," Xiaohua said with a smile. He said Jianghu very smoothly. "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. After today, I will proclaim Benefactor Zhao's righteousness in Jianghu. Moreover, Benefactor Xiao will follow me back. Within a few months, everyone in Jianghu will hear of Benefactor Zhao's name." Zhang Xuyang patted his chest and said, "How could Xiaohua travel Jianghu?" He just wanted to know how he knew qinggong, so he said with a smile, "Traveling Jianghu is not urgent. I will first understand the situation in Jianghu. How about it?" "Of course. What does Benefactor want to know?" Zhang Xuyang asked in agreement. "What?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Then tell me about the 5 immortals of Wulin." Benefactor. These 5 immortals of Wulin are all pre-celestial masters. East Thunder, West Rain, South Wind, North Fire, Yin and Yang are called the five immortals of Wulin. East Thunder is Lei Huming. His thunder body technique is complete. Ordinary weapons can't hurt him. West Rain is Water Jade Graceful. Her Morning Wind Rain internal energy has been cultivated to perfection. There are few opponents in Jianghu. South Wind Su Bingyi's 8 steps chasing the wind is the number 1 Qinggong in Jianghu. Oh, now that Benefactor has set foot in Jianghu, his title of number 1 will be in danger. Go on. Xiaohua smiled. West Fire is Ma Ming. His Fire Dragon divine art is invincible. Other than Wang Chong who can restrain him, others can only fight to a draw with him. Then why is Wang Chong called Zhong Yin Yang? Benefactor. Please know that these 5 heroes are located in 5 different directions. Wang Chong is proficient in the 9 Yin and 9 Yang divine arts, so he is located in the middle. Moreover, his martial arts are the highest, so he is known as the Central Yin Yang. I see. When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't seem to recall anything. Instead, he became even more confused. This was a world that had nothing to do with him. Oh, by the way, Benefactor Xiao, do you always live here? Or are you going to the Luofeng Mountain to participate in the sword conference? Seeing Xiaohua frown, Zhang Xuyang hurriedly said, I wanted to participate in the sword conference, so I remembered that Qingyang Mountain has a snake gallbladder that can increase internal strength. So I boldly invited a few friends to come and try my luck, but in the end, Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference? Xiaohua asked curiously, is it a very famous sword conference in Jianghu? It seems that Benefactor is really not a person of Jianghu. Zhang Xuyang grinned and said, the Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference will be held in Luofeng Mountain in 2 months. It is a sword conference that only happens once every 10 years. The 5 immortals of Wulin were ranked 10 years ago, and this year is the sword conference. I don't know if the 5 immortals' name will be shaken by others. By the way, Benefactor Xiao, if you go, you will definitely be ranked among the 5 immortals. Where is Luofeng Mountain? Xiaohua's heart was moved. This Zhang Xuyang can't say anything. Maybe he can get something from those Xiantian masters, and maybe it is related to his life. When Zhang Xuyang said it, Xiaohua was even more happy. This Luofeng Mountain is actually on his way to Mingxi. At this time, there is still a long time until 2 months. If he wants to go, he can definitely go. Hero Zhang, can you show me your sex martial arts? Xiaohua hesitated and somewhat pleaded. This. Zhang Xuyang also hesitated, but then he smiled and said, Benefactor Zhao's Qinggong is profound. Although I have not seen Benefactor's martial arts, but just by looking at the leopard through a tube, I can tell that you must be a peerless master. I am really showing off my slight skill in front of an expert. But then, Zhang Xuyang changed the topic. Although my sex martial arts cannot be taught to outsiders, but in front of Benefactor, there is nothing to hide. It is only right that I show you. Thank you for your trouble, Hero Zhang. Xiaohua understood in his heart, but he still wanted to see if the so-called martial arts could evoke his memory, so he had to bite the bullet and say it. Benefactor, please look. Zhang Xuyang cupped his fists and then started to display his martial arts moves one by one. At first, Xiaohua was watching with great interest, but the more he watched, the more he frowned. Not to mention that these moves were full of flaws. There were many times when they could obviously attack in the air, but they chose to attack from the side. There was obviously a flaw that could be made up for with a method, but they didn't. Moreover, these moves in Xiaohua's eyes didn't seem to have any reaction. It was as if he was watching a child baring his fangs and brandishing his claws while playing. Alas, the moves of the martial arts world are nothing more than the realm that secular people pursue. How can they be compared with cultivators? Xiaohua was disappointed, but he suddenly smiled. If you can attack in the air, then you must be in midair. How can secular people fly? Even aura-refining cultivators have to use flying talismans, right? The two can't be mentioned in the same breath. While Zhang Xuyang was practicing, he peeked at Xiaohua's expression. When he saw Xiaohua's disappointed face, he became even more fearful. He knew that his martial arts weren't in Xiaohua's eyes. After he concealed his martial arts moves, he said very respectfully, Benefactor Xiao, this humble one's insignificant martial arts won't be able to enter Benefactor's discerning eyes. I've let Benefactor see a joke. It's nothing. It's very good. Xiaohua quickly waved his hand and said, I wonder what kind of inner strength cultivation method Benefactor is practicing? Zhang Xuyang tried to ask. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and scratched his head with his hand. He had a plan in his heart and said with a smile, "This humble one doesn't know what I'm practicing. I only know some random moves. How about this humble one demonstrate some of them? Hero Zhang, can you help me take a look?" "That's naturally good. This humble one will wait and see." Zhang Xuyang was overjoyed. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and his hands and feet began to move. Some vague and scattered moves were slowly displayed. Unfortunately, these moves weren't coherent. Some were even displayed halfway and forgotten. Seeing this, Zhang Xuyang's face was full of embarrassment. He didn't know how to evaluate. Hee, this humble one only remembers so much. Xiao Hua withdrew his hands and feet. With a face full of expectation he asked, "I wonder what Hero Zhang can see." This. Zhang Xuyang shook his head slightly. Benefactor Zhao's moves are really broad and profound. The implication is far from what this humble one can guess. This humble one doesn't dare to evaluate. "Hero Zhang, don't flatter this humble one." Xiao Hua waved his hand and asked, "Hero Zhang has been in Jianghu for many years. Have you ever seen a move similar to this humble one's?" At this point, Zhang Xuyang's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "If Benefactor didn't mention it, this humble one really couldn't remember." Benefactor's move seemed to be somewhat similar to Eastern Thunder's Lei Huming's Thunder Body technique. However, the moves are still quite different. Of course, this humble one's martial arts is far inferior to Eastern Thunder's. Maybe I remember wrongly. Great. Xiao Hua beamed with joy. Maybe this humble one's master is related to Eastern Thunder. That should be the case. Zhang Xuyang said with a smile, "If Benefactor has a relationship with Eastern Thunder, this Jianghu is huge." Will Eastern Thunder's Lei Huming also participate in the Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference? Of course, this once-in-a-decade sword conference is famous all over the world. Eastern Thunder will definitely go. If Benefactor Xiao doesn't mind, this humble one is willing to serve you and take you to Luofeng Mountain. Hee, this humble one has other things to do. Luofeng Mountain. Let's talk about it after the other things are done. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Zhang Xuyang was anxious. "Benefactor Xiao, Luofeng Mountain is very far from here. Although we martial arts people have Qinggong, it's about right for us to rush there from Qingyang Mountain. If Benefactor Xiao goes to do other things first, I'm afraid it'll be too late to go to Luofeng Mountain." "It doesn't matter, this humble one naturally has a plan." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said with a smile, "Hero Zhang, you'd better hurry. This place is dangerous. It's not good to stay for long." "Benefactor Xiao won't follow me down the mountain?" Zhang Xuyang asked with disappointment. "I won't go, let's part ways here." Xiao Hua smiled and also cupped his fists. After saluting Zhang Xuyang, he went in another direction and used his Qing Gong. Seeing Xiao Hua leave like smoke, Zhang Xuyang sighed with emotion. "I don't know which sect this unworldly expert is from. He's so humble and has such great martial arts. Even Wang Chong, who is known as the world's #1 expert, can't compare to him. It's a pity that I can't make friends with him. It's really a pity." Then, Zhang Xuyang hurriedly used his Qing Gong and left in another direction. Xiao Hua went to a place where Zhang Xuyang couldn't see. His divine sense saw that he had left, so he turned around and flew toward the green python. He didn't expect to see another world here, a martial arts world, a Jianghu. It was the first time Xiao Hua heard of this Jianghu, but it was so familiar, as if he himself came from Jianghu. Could it be? Before I lost my memory, before I was rescued by my master to Yellow Flower Ridge, I was a Jianghu person? The reason I lost my memory was because I encountered something in Jianghu? The more Xiao Hua thought about it, the more likely it was. After all, Xiao Hua didn't cultivate. Moreover, his body was light and strong, and he knew some martial arts moves. Wasn't this the characteristic of a Jianghu person that Zhang Xuyang mentioned? The Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference is a grand event for Jianghu people. Presumably, all the Jianghu people with backgrounds will participate. If I came from Jianghu, as long as I appeared on Luofeng Mountain, someone would definitely recognize me. However, I'm afraid I can't let Chen Dihang and the others know about this. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.